In this section, we're going to look at how we can create this full e-commerce application using Flutter, and for backend, we're going to be using Python. So in this instance, we're going to be using Django and Django REST framework to do most of our backend heavy lifting. Okay, so this is our dashboard. Our dashboard for our backend. So everything is simplified if we have a dashboard, adding products, adding brands, adding categories, managing addresses, managing users, managing orders, managing notifications, ratings, and wish list. So it's going to be a hell of a project. It's going to be a good one as well. So those with a little bit of knowledge in Django, Python, this is good for you. And those ones without, then that's okay either way, because we're going to start everything from bare bones up until we have a full stack application. And on our Flutter side, we're going to be using provider as our state management. We're going to be using provider, that's Flutter and provider. And on the back end, we're going to use Python, Django, and Django REST framework. Okay, so this is our application. Everything is functional. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give you a tour of the application before we start working on it. As we work on the application, probably we're going to be revisiting probably when we are designing and when we are putting functionality, just to show how the functionality is going to work and how we're going to do it. So it's like we're just going to have like a real life example before we do something, and then we do it. Then at the end of the lesson or lecture, we do have a proof of concept. Okay, so let's jump right ahead and see what we get. So on our front end, we do have this beautiful home screen. In our home screen, we do have our location and we have our notification count. So this notification count is the count of notifications that we are receiving from our backend, right? So if we click on it, this is the list of orders that I've placed when I was running a test. Okay, so taking a look at it, we do have 9 notifications. So I just want to get this out of the way before I start explaining on other features. Okay, so if we click on a notification, this is what we get. This is the order that belongs to the notification that we clicked. And if we go back to our home page, then that notification is no longer there and our count has been decremented to 8. So this happens each and every time that we open a notification, we're decrementing count. So this list is for the notifications which are unread. Okay, or read notifications are not going to be listed under notifications. Okay, so next we do have our address. So our address is the shipping address that we do have here. So this is our default address, right? So if we take a look, this is the same address that we do have over here. So if we go back to our shipping address and we set this address as default, and then we go back, then our address is here automatically changes. Okay, so that's it for the address. We are going to explore a little bit more when we get to the address part. Okay, so for search, if you press on search, we're taken to a different page where we are going to search for something. So we're going to search for Converse. If we hit search, then the last item that we searched is placed here as history, and this is the item that we looked for, Converse. Okay, so if we come here and search for Adidas, we do have an Adidas Ultra Boost, and our history here is Adidas. So that's how our search function works. If we click on the product, then we are taken to the product. Okay, so down at the bottom we do have a slider. So here, the slider, you can change the images, but for now this is the image that I have. You need to do a little bit of designing if you are to get into it that much. And for categories, here we do have categories, but our categories are dynamic. Though we're using Python, we're going to be saving our data as dynamic, especially on our home page, because we don't want our data to be static. Okay, like for instance, we have 50 categories. And in our homepage, we are only showing 5 categories. and those 5 categories are static. So we need to make them dynamic. Each and every time that we refresh state, we are going to get a new set of categories. For now, I do have 5 categories, but just to, as a proof of concept, each and every the state changes or that we reload the page, then these categories are going to be reshuffled. Here, our first one is jackets. So if we go back, now the data is reshuffled. So we are using the same approach when it comes to our products as well. So here we have all products. That's a list of 20 random products that we're going to have on our screen. And for popular is going to be the same, but popular is going to be products which are rated, which has a higher rating, that's 4 to 5. And this is unisex, that's clothes or items that are for both genders, or women and males. And we also have male, but in our male section, we don't have anything as yet. So this is what our empty page is going to look like. So if we go to women, we have 1 product. If we go to kids, we only got 1 product. So that's how our page is going to look like. Okay. So if we go to popular, these products, they do have a high rating. So these are the products that are being shown here. If we go back to all, then our first product is Adidas Ultra Boost, right? So let's go to popular and go back. So our data is changing. Now our first product is Louis V trainers. So our data is changing. So this whole stuff is we're going to take care of it in our backend, and then we can just save the data dynamically to our front end. So this is all for our home page. Next, let's go ahead and introduce our wish list. So this is our empty wish list. We don't have anything in our wish list. So let's take, for example, we want to add these Louis Vuitton trainers to our wish list. So if we press here, this product is in our wish list already. So we come here, this is all the product that we have. And if we come to our dashboard wish list, this is the same product, right? So here we can remove the product by just clicking favorites again. So to be removed from our wish list. And if we refresh our dashboard over here, the product is gone. We can do it here. So Converse, we added Converse. Let's refresh our dashboard. After refreshing our dashboard, we can remove, right? So this is the Converse that we added. Since we removed from this page, from our wish list, it's gone in our dashboard as well. So that's how it's going to work. And we can as well add this product to our wish list from the product page. Okay, so now we added the product from our product page. It's here. And if we remove it and refresh, it's gone as well. Okay, so that's all when it comes to our wish list. Now we need to move on to our cart. Okay, so in our cart, we just need to go ahead and select the product that we want. Let's take, for example, we need this Adidas Boost size 10, and we're going to pick the gray color, right? So we're just going to add this product to cart. After adding the product to cart, our count will increment. Initially, the count was 3. Now the count is 4. If we come to the cart, let's see, we do have carts over here. So this is the product that we just added, the Ultra Boost, which is the one that is on top here. Okay, so let's press back over here. This is the product. So we need to delete the product. If we need to delete the product, we can just select the product and delete the product, or just go ahead and press delete. If we delete, the product would be gone. If we refresh our dashboard, that product is gone from our dashboard as well. So here from our cart, that's where we are eligible to check out. Okay, so let's take, for example, we want to check out these 4 Chuck Taylors, not 4 Chuck Taylors, but we need to select 2 items. This is the first item. If we select an item, then we are shown this checkout total. From this checkout total, if we click on it, we are eligible to go to the next page so that we can complete our checkout. So here we can able to check out multiple products. For example, I need to check out these 2 last products, and this is our total. And if we click on checkout, these are our products, the ones that we want to buy, is it? And right on top, we do have our shipping address. So we are eligible to change our shipping address, right? So if we press on change, then we'll see this bottom sheet showing up. And from this bottom sheet, we have to select the address that we need to ship the products to. In this instance, I need to change from Brooklyn to Union Square. Okay, so let's say I pick Union Square. If I pick Union Square, our bottom navigation bar is going to go down, and then it's going to close, and then that's the address that we're using. Okay, so from here we can continue to payment. Okay, so this is our Stripe checkout page. If we click on details, these are the details of the products that we push to check out, right? So we have this Boost, and we have the Louis V trainers, and down at the bottom we do have this delivery fee. This delivery fee is automatically assigned from the backend, so from the payment server. So our price will go up from 78 to 88. So over here, what we need to do, we need to enter the information. That's 888.com. Then here we need to put the test card. Let's go ahead and put the expiration, CVC, enter a name, and we enter the code, and then we can process our order. After order has been placed successfully, we are going to be redirected to success page like this one. So we are on the success page, and our notifications has been sent. When we started ordering, our count was 7, so now our count should be 8. So let's go to home. If we go to home, our count is 8. So if we click here, 24 seconds ago, we do have a notification that came in. And if we go to orders, right, this is the order that we just placed. We have the Ultra Boost, and we have this Louis V trainer. So here, from here, you can review the item that you just ordered, right? Like review. Okay, so if you're reviewing this Ultra Boost, we give it a 5. Let's give it a rating. Before we give it a rating, let's check it got a rating of 4. Okay, so here our rating should be 4.5. If we give it a rating of 5, let's write a review. Anything will do, and submit the review. So after submitting the review, then we won't be able to review the same product again, since we've reviewed the product. And if we go to rating Ultra Boost, we do have a rating. So probably this is the first rating of the Ultra Boost, so probably our rating is going to be 5 if I'm not mistaken. So if we go back and we go back to our products, Ultra Boost, our rating is 5, right? So that's okay. We go back. The next thing that we do have, we have a Louis V trainer, right? Louis V trainer. Here our rating is 5. So let's say we are going to rate this shoe that we just bought, and we're going to give it a rating of 4. So our rating is going to be 4.5 if I'm not mistaken, since we have 2 ratings. That would be this one and the next one that we're going to submit. Okay, so our product is rated. If we refresh, so we have another one for Louis V trainer here. And if we go back to our home page for Louis Vuitton, then here our rating is 4.5, right? So that's all when it comes to our orders and ratings, right? So if orders are reviewed, then you won't be able to review them again, okay? But if they're not, you can able to review the order, okay? So when it comes to our shipping address, we did illustrate a little bit, and we are able to delete the address. So let's take, for example, this address. It can be deleted, but for now, I cannot do that. So let's just go ahead and add another address. Give it a phone number. Just give a random address over here, and we're going to assign it, and we're going to submit. We're not going to make it a default address. Okay, so this is the address that we just added. So to delete, we can just press delete, and then our addresses gets refreshed. Okay, so and that's all for now. So most of the stuff we're going to be just taking a look at it when we're working on it. But for the introduction part, this is probably the important stuff that we're going to take a look at, right? So here we do have like sneakers in categories. This is the only category that got products. So products are showing here. So when it comes to pens, we don't have anything. So nothing is showing. So this is the basic introduction. Next, we're just going to go ahead, start a new project. And the approach that we're going to take, we're going to start by designing our front end, and then probably take care of the state management that we need to take care of before we jump into, that's the basic state management, which doesn't require REST APIs. And then we're going to work on our REST API. The third section, we're going to integrate the REST API to our front end. And then we can see like whether we can make any other adjustments that needs to be made with everything, all parts in place. Okay. So this is all. But for now, let's see. I'll come to this order. This order had 2 products, right? So if it has 2 products, these are the products. They're going to be shown in a list. And they're both reviewed, so we cannot review them again. Okay, so this is it. Let's jump in and start our new project and see how best we can work on it and how fast we can work on it. Okay, create our project. So I'm going to be using VS Code as my code editor, but I do have Android Studio open. So what I'm doing is to create a project inside of Android Studio, then I'll transfer the code to VS Code, where we are going to be doing most of our coding. Okay, so since I do have Android Studio open, we just need to go to File, New Flutter Project, press Next. Then we're going to give our project a name. So for this one, I'm just going to call it Fashion. Fashion app. You can choose the description that you want to give to your project, and you have to put your organization here. So my organization is going to be the best tech. And for this project, we're not going to be looking at Linux, Mac OS, web, and Windows. So we are only going to be focusing on Android and iOS. So let's go ahead and create our project. So after hitting create, it might take a little bit depending on the speed of your computer. So I'm going to open it in Android Studio first, then we'll open it as well in VS Code. So I have my VS Code open, but the project hasn't done creating, so we have to wait a little bit for it to finish so that we can migrate our code. So here I'm going to open it in this window. Okay, so this is our starter application. So in our starter application, we can just go ahead and remove all this junk that we don't want. Okay, let's get rid of that as well. Down at the bottom, get rid of that. So here, our code is a little bit clean. So here, we need to go ahead and pick project files, right? So this is our Flutter project, and I'm going to review this in Finder. Okay, so this is our project. So I'm just going to drag and drop the code to VS Code. Okay, like that. So this is our project. We can go ahead and close Android Studio. We don't need it anymore. Let's go ahead and close that as well. We can go ahead and close that. So what we need to do, we need to just run our application just to see whether everything is running. Then we can start importing our assets, our packages, and some other widgets that we need before we start writing our code. So before we go any further, you should go ahead and download the code from the link below. So it's going to be a zip file. I already have the zip file on my desktop. So you need to have the same zip file as well, so that you can have the same files as I have, the same assets and the same packages. Okay, so here, since this is our code, what we can do, we can just run the code to see how it looks. This is just the Flutter Start application, the counter application. So nothing fancy to see, but this is what we're going to start with. While you're waiting for our code to run, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and extract the files from our zip file that we just downloaded. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and click extract here. Okay, desktop, let's just create a new folder on the desktop and we call it files. Let's say confirm. Let's see whether we can bring up the simulator. Okay, our counter application is working fine. So if we increment, then everything is working fine. So we are done with creating our project. So let's leave the part of extracting files and importing them to the other section so that we won't have confusion. But as far as creating our application, this is it. We are done creating our new application. Process is to go ahead. So the next step to our process is to go ahead and open the zip file that you've downloaded, and we need to transfer the assets as well as our packages and other widgets that we might need before we start writing our code. So I'm going to open mine, is on desktop. Okay, so this is my folder. I'm just going to drag and drop it into this files folder. Okay, so it has got 3 files. The first folder is for assets, and the next one is lib, and the third one is for the packages. So what we're going to do first is going to drag and drop this package, the pubspec.yaml, inside of our application, right? So we're going to copy everything up until dependencies, that's line 10, and we go ahead and open our pubspec.yaml of our application. We need to get rid of these comments. Okay, just get rid of the comments just to keep the pubspec.yaml clean. Okay, so we're going to paste from line 10, line 11 up until the bottom. Okay, so you can just copy this, go back to your pubspec.yaml, and then from line 11 up until the last line, then you can paste. From over here, I'm going to remove line 56, icons, because we don't have icons. So I'm going to remove that. And these 2 files, they need to be created. So we are going to do it now. Okay, so here we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it .env.development. It's supposed to be development. So probably you're going to run into an error because some of the stuff that we do have don't exist, especially assets, and these 2 new files that we're creating. So we have our development.env, and we need to create a production.env. So we have to create a new file as well. .production. It's supposed to be production with a C over here. So we have these 2 files. We can close them for now. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to copy the assets folder to our root directory. Okay, so copying to our root directory is just dragging and dropping the folder to our root directory. Okay, let's just copy the folder. So these are the assets that we have, right? quite a few, but these are all the assets that we're going to need for this particular project. And when it comes to our lib folder, we do have common, and we also have constants. Okay, so we're going to copy these two, copy per se, but drag and drop to the lib folder. Okay, after dragging and dropping, we're going to have an error, probably, that we need to fix. So we need to fix these errors before we start programming. So let's go ahead and close this for a second. Here, what we need to do, let's get rid of that, the import, and we need to import the right colors. So for our constants, this is done. And for our assets, if you take a look, we have resources. This is where all our assets are. Okay, so we're going to access our assets using this class. Okay, we're not going to be writing the name of the asset, but we're going to access them through this class. Let's go to common. In common, we have utils. So here we have our routes, because we're going to be using Go router for this particular application. So let's go ahead and remove all the inputs that we have on top. And from there, we need to only keep these first two. Okay, so from line 19 up until the last route, we're just going to comment them out, and we're going to go ahead and just open them whenever we need them. Okay, so we need these two, the Splashscreen and the entry point. So for us to have these two, what we're going to do, we're going to create a new folder inside of our lib folder, and we're going to call it source src. And we need to create another folder. Let's call it Splashscreen. Okay, after creating the Splashscreen folder, we're going to create another folder, and we are going to call it, let's call it views. Okay, so inside of views, we need to create the Splashscreen file. Okay, that's splash. Okay, it's supposed to be Splashscreen page.dart. Okay, so here we can create a stateless widget, and let's call it Splashscreen. Like that. Right at the top, we need to import material. Let's leave it like that. If we go to our app routes, in our app routes, we need to import the Splashscreen. Okay, so we're done with that part. And we need to go back to source. Inside of source, we need to create a new folder as well. In this folder, we're going to call it entry point. Okay, so in our entry point, we're going to require views as well. So we're going to be using MVC with a little bit of hooks as well. So in our folders, we're going to have models, views, controllers, as well as hooks. Okay, that is if that particular page requires a hook to be in it. Okay, here it's supposed to be views. Inside of views, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it entry point. And let's create a stateless widget, and we call it app entry point, like that. Let's import material. Okay, that's all that we need to do. Going back to our app routes, we need to go ahead and import our app entry point. So here the name might be a little bit different from the one that we've written in our entry point. Okay, so what we can do, we can press F and F2, and then we paste the correct name, press enter, Now the name is correct. Let's save that. Go back to our app routes. In our app routes, we need to go ahead and import the page. Okay, so let's go ahead and consts. We might need to remove const a little bit later. So our entry point is our home page, and here we have our splash screen. So we are done with that part. So here, what we're just doing, we're initializing our routes as a private. Okay, and we need to pass the navigation key. Navigation key is going to be used probably a little bit later when it comes to notifications. And our initial route, each and every time that we open the route, is going to be the splash screen, and then the home page, right? It might be the home page or the onboarding screen, depending whether it's the first time or the second time the user has opened the application, right? And down at the bottom, we are going to create a getter to get our private route through this router. Okay, so that's it for our routing. Let's go to widgets. In widgets, we do have a little bit of changes that we need to make. That's going to be our imports. So for imports, we need to import colors, a cart model. Here we need to remove these two, and we need to import the app style, and we need to import the colors as well. So we are done with that. Change address model, we need to go ahead and import. Before we import, what we can do, we can get rid of the existing imports. We can import the border radius. Now we need to import reusable text widget, then app text. Okay, so we have app text class. Okay, so this is where we are going to keep our strings, the strings that we're going to use in our application. We're not going to be writing the strings as they are. So if we do have something that we need to write, we're going to write it in here, and whenever we need to use that particular string, then we're going to call this class, and we are going to access the particular string that we need to use whenever we need to use it. Okay, so all these are found in utils inside of case strings. Okay, and our colors are inside of kcolors. Okay, environments. Explain a little bit about environments when I'm connecting the .env. For now, we can leave this, and we have enums as well. So in our enums, we're going to be using enums for to refresh data. They're going to go hand in hand with hooks, with Flutter hooks. So we're going to be using provider and Flutter hooks together so that we can achieve a flawless state management. Okay, so here let's come to our schema. For our schema, we just need to import and delete the existing imports which are not correct. Okay, so these are the changes that you need to make. Same for all these other widgets. Okay, so it is just importing checkout. So this one, we need to comment it out, and we need to add a to do. That's supposed to be to do. Okay, so if we add a to do, it will come over here. Okay, so this is our to do. That's something that we'll take care of a little bit later. In our custom bar, we do have fetch default address, so we don't have the hook as yet. So what we can do, we can comment this out and get rid of these. And this one is not that important. We can write it from we can write it from ground up. So what I advise you to do is to just get rid of this custom AppBar. That's something that we need to create inside of the application. We don't need to have it beforehand. Okay, but for our custom button, we need to make the correct imports. And for our text fields, we do have a custom text field, and we also have a password text field, if I'm not mistaken. So those are going to be different. The one that we're going to use to handle the password and the one that we're going to use to handle regular text, as well as for our email. So there are three different text fields. So you have to take note. Okay, so for email, we are done as well. Empty screen. So as I was saying before, when we're accessing our assets, we are going to access them using the resources. Okay, using this class, the R class inside of our resources. So if we take a look at our empty screen, right? So you need to import this resources package, the library, in order for you to have this screen. Okay. Then we do have an error model, so we need to just do the same. Okay. So for that one, it's done. And for the help center, we might need to take a look at it a little bit later, but for now, we just correct the imports. Login bottom sheet, we need the correct imports. We need the reusable text, and we need the app text. So the goal is to go ahead and explain like a little bit further before we use these ones, especially the common widgets that we're going to be using. You need to have a little bit of knowledge of how they're created and how they work. So that's something that I'm going to do. But for constants are self-explanatory. Probably a little bit of guidance will help, but the goal is to just have everyone have like a flawless development experience. Okay. So for this one, we're going to comment them out and we're going to write them whenever we need them. Okay. That's going to be in logout bottom sheet. Okay. For this one, we need to go ahead, get rid of that offline page. We do have it. So this is for network sensitive UI. So we're going to be using cross connectivity. Okay, that's something. So all our widgets, especially the home page, all the widgets that we have on our bottom navigation bar, they're going to be network sensitive. If you don't have network, you can't access them. If you do, then you have them. So the basic logic behind it is to pass whatever we are going to display on the screen as the child of this connectivity builder. So if you don't have network, then we're going to display the offline page. If we do have network, then we are going to display the widget that you're supposed to see. Probably that's something that needs a little bit of explaining when we start working on our project. So for this particular password field, we're going to probably comment it out, since it's going to have an error because we don't have the password notifier as yet, right? We don't have this password notifier. We don't have providers as yet. So what I can do, I can comment it out. It's not going to affect anything. We're going to go ahead and open it up whenever we need it. Okay, so when it comes to our search, let's get rid of these two imports. After getting rid of the imports, we need to come to the inputs that we need. We need to go ahead and just import like that. Okay, so for this submit, let's make the relevant imports. After making the relevant imports, then we go ahead and get rid of the unwanted imports right on top. Okay, so everything is clean. Everything doesn't have an error. So this is everything that we need to do to set up our starter application. So we are done. The next thing, now we need to go ahead and start working on our project. So first, we're going to start with the Splashscreen. From the Splashscreen, we move on to the onboarding screen. From the onboarding screen, then we move on to the entry point. So we just need to take step by step until everything is done. Okay. But on the way, we need to also configure our routing. So that's the other thing. Probably is going to be the first thing before we move on to creating these pages. Okay. So let's go ahead, go to our main.dart. In our main.dart, we're going to leave everything like this. When we start the next section, we're going to just get rid of everything and start from let's jump right back into it. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to take care of our development environment, just setting up our environments in general. So in order for us to do that, we're going to be using flutter.env. So if we go to our pubspec YAML, we have this package that we installed alongside with the packages that we installed when we were setting up the application. So this is what we are going to use. We're going to use it to secure our app base URL and our API keys. So coming back to our main.dart, so let me just close everything here so that we can start from scratch. Coming back to our app, that's main.dart. In our main.dart, in our main function, we need to go ahead and call that's supposed to be widgets flutter binding. That's supposed to be widgets flutter binding dot initialize. Okay, like that. And let's go ahead and close that. And right after that, we need to await for the correct file to be loaded. So here we need to go ahead and load the correct environment. Okay, so I'm just going to write a comment because I need to do a little bit of explaining before we get right into it. Okay, like that. So here, that's where we are loading our environment. So here, these are the two files that we're going to use. We have env.development and env.production. So we have to visit our lib folder. In lib folder, we have to go to common and we have to open utils. In utils, we need to go ahead and open environment. Okay. So this is how we are going to get our environment, because we need to determine whether we are in a production environment or we are in a development environment. So here we're going to use this Boolean value, k release mode. This comes from Flutter Foundation, okay? The Flutter Foundation package, okay? So here you can either use k release mode or k debug mode, okay? So if you put k debug mode right here on top, then your return value should be the development environment. If you put k release mode over here, then your return value in here should be the production environment. Okay, so this is the class that we are going to use to access the right files. So whenever we want to access these particular keys, we're going to access the class first, and then we're going to access the key from our environment variable. So here we need to go ahead and open our environment environment files. So if we take a look in our development, we don't have anything as yet. So we need to go ahead and copy this in a API key, paste it over there, API base URL, paste it over there, and maps. Probably we're not going to use it, but let's just put it down there. Okay, so here, whenever we are going to get the API key, we're going to go ahead and load our .env. We're going to load the API key from .env.environment, and then we get the particular key that we are looking for. Okay, so the same name, this name has to be the same as the one that we have in our environment file. Okay, so here let's take, for example, we just need to write something. Let's put it like that, just as an example. These ain't the finals. We're going to change it a little bit later. Okay, so just for illustration, so here we can call it maps API key. This one is API the base URL, like that, and this is the API key. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So now that we got this out of the way, we need to go back to our main.dart. But still, before we go to our main.dart, we need to copy these keys and paste them in our production.env file. Okay, so you need to put the right keys here. Okay, so probably mine I'm going to put later, but since you know how we do it, you need to put the right keys and the right strings. So let's go ahead, close that one, go back to main.dart. So here, that's where we're supposed to load our environment. Okay, so to load our environment, we're going to await .env. That's supposed to be .env.load. Okay, the spelling is wrong. It's supposed to be .env.load. So here we are loading a file, right? So we need to provide the file name. Okay, but before we get to that, since we are using await here, that means this has to be asynchronous. Okay, so let's put async over here, then our error is gone. And here inside of our load, if we hover over, we have this string, which is the file name, right? So we need to use file name, and we need to provide the file name. So our file name is going to come from environment dot file name. Okay, so if we click on our class, this is the file name. Okay, this is how we are getting the file name, as we explained before. We need to check whether it's release mode, the application is in release mode or in debug mode. If it is in release mode, we return the production environment. If it is in development mode, then we're just going to return the development environment. Okay, so here we've successfully loaded our environment. The next thing that we can do, just to test whether our environments are loaded or not, let's just go ahead, get rid of this string that we have over here. So what we're going to do, we're going to just print something from the environment. Okay, let's print the API key. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so here we do have an error. So probably what we should do is to go ahead and stop our application and run it again. So whenever we come back, our application should load the environment variables without any problem. Let's see. Okay, so here we have maps. So what we can do over here, let's go ahead and go to .env, not .env, but pubspec.yaml. Pubspec.yaml, let's go ahead and remove maps. We can just comment it out. Okay, after commenting maps out, probably we won't have a problem. So this might take a little bit because now the application is installing pods. After it's done installing pods, then we can go ahead. But we do have some kind of an error. Okay, so if you're facing this same issue, what I urge you to do, you need to come in cd irs. That's supposed to be cd irs. And then here you are going to say pod install. Okay, like that. So you have to wait for your pods to install, and then you can run the application. So I'm going to wait for this to finish and then run the application. So right now the application is running, and here we're seeing the text API key, which is the same key that we have in our environment, this text. Okay, so let's take, for example, let's change the text to something else. Base URL. So this is API base URL. This is how we are going to get our environment variables. Okay, so here when you want to exclude these ones from your GitHub, what you need to do, you just need to go ahead and add .env .development. And you can do the same for production. Okay, so they won't be pushed with the repo won't be pushed with your keys. Okay, so here this is it. Just for the sake of the people who are going to get this code somehow, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy paste. Here we do have a copy development, and we're going to call it example. Like that. So this is the example. This is the file that you get if you're getting this code from my GitHub. Okay, and we can do the same for the production. So here we're going to call this example as well, like that. So these two files, the original files, won't be uploaded to GitHub if we initialize. So let's take, for example, over here, we come and initialize our Git repository. Okay, we have these two files. So let's go ahead, visit our gitignore file. This is our gitignore file. In our gitignore file, .env .production. So when we put .development, you see the number of the files that we have in our the number of changes will go down. So here we only have examples. We are no longer pushing the current files that we're storing our keys in. Okay, so this is it. And then you can just stage the changes and you can commit. So here, this one is going to be the first commit. We can just call it first commit, which is .env. Okay. Then we can publish the repo. So I'm going to publish it as it is. So you can publish your repo with the name that you want. Either way, it's all up to you. Okay. But this is all that we need to do to load the environment variables in our Flutter application. We need to go ahead and move on to hooking our application to ScreenUtils, because we're going to be using ScreenUtils to just work with the adaptability of our screen to different sizes and stuff. So we need to initialize ScreenUtils, and after that we need to hook up our router. Then we can work on our Splashscreen. So here, coming back to our main dot, first we need to go to my app. Okay, so my app, we can change the name. You can put the name of your application per se. So this application name, yeah, we're going to call it fashion app, right? So here I can access this app text. Okay, and then that's the name that I'm going to put over here. But I don't have the name. I don't have the app name here. So what I'm going to do is to copy one of the strings, and I'm going to adjust, and I'm going to say app name over here. Okay, so for the app name is going to be the fashion app. Okay, fashion app with an N. Okay, so that's going to be the name that we're going to put over here. So we're done with that. So here, let's go ahead and hook our ScreenUtils. So what I'm going to do over here is to go ahead and hook this into a builder first. Okay, a builder. After putting it in a builder, need to replace the builder with ScreenUtils. Okay, so for ScreenUtils, we're going to require, the first thing that we're going to require is the design size. So for design size, we have to set it to media query.size. So what I'm going to do over here is to go ahead and create an instance of size, and the size is going to be screen size. So our screen size is going to require us to access our media query. That's supposed to be media query of context, media query dot of context. So here it's supposed to be context.size, like that, and then we close that, and this screen size is going to be the one that we're going to put over here as our design size. Okay, so now that we get that out of the way, we have to have the min text adapts, which is going to be a boolean, and this boolean we have to set it to true. After that, let's go ahead, split screen mode, let's go ahead and set it to false. And down at the bottom, we're going to use inheritance media query, and we are going to set it to true. Okay, that's right about it. So in our builder, we're going to require context and a child. Okay, but for context, we need to pass empty context, and we're going to require a child over here. Okay, so instead of passing this home page we're going to pass a child. All right. So let's go ahead and change this to a child. Probably it's not placed in the right position. So this child should be outside, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Okay. Let's handle that a little bit later, but first let's hook our router. Okay, so we're going to be using material app dot router. So if you're using this router, we need to go ahead and have our router config. So for router config, we're going to need to access the router. So this router is the router that we're getting from this getter, right? So this getter, we're getting the private routes that we have created right here. Okay. So we're using this getter in our main.dart. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove the breaking point. Okay, let's remove this child from here. Let's see. Okay, it's supposed to be here, and we need to put a comma over here. Okay. Okay. So here, our screen is now black. That means everything that we've set up is working fine. But our initial route is just an empty container. This is why we do have this screen. But before we continue, let's go ahead and set debug banner to false. So instead of returning this home page over here, what we're going to do, we're going to return the Splashscreen. Okay. So we need to head into our Splashscreen, and let's just go ahead and return a scaffold. So this is going to be a scaffold. Okay. So if we return a scaffold, then we have an empty screen. So this is where we're going to just design our Splashscreen, how it's going to look. And then after we're done designing, then we can go on to the next page. Okay. So this is all for setting up the ScreenUtils and setting up the routers. For routers, we've already introduced them a little bit earlier on. So we're not going to run it through again, but most probably whenever we're adding more routes, we're going to talk about it a little bit more. And for Splashscreen, the one that we're returning here, this is our initial route. That's the route that we get to the first time that we open our application. So we need to design it, and then we can go on to our onboarding screen, then our entry point. In our scaffold, the first thing that we need to take care of is the background color. We need to give it a background color, and to access our colors, we need to access our colors class. So here, if we say colors.dark and save, our color is going to change to dark. So the color that we want over here is going to be white. Okay. So if we save, that's going to be our scaffold background color. Right after that, we're going to require a body. Since this is a Splashscreen, what we're going to do, we're just going to have a container, and our container is going to have width and height. So over here, we're going to have a width. Our width is going to be media query dot of contexts dot size dot width. Okay, contexts dot size dot width. Okay, the same as for our height is going to be the same. So we need to just change this name to height, and over here we need to change this to height. Okay, so that's it for that part. Next, we need to have a decoration for our container. So here in our decoration text box decoration, in our box decoration, we're going to require an image, and this image has to be a decoration image, right? So we need to get this image and save it. So this image has to be an asset image. Okay, so let's go ahead and check whether we do have the image inside of our resources. Okay, so here we do have this assets image splashscreen.png. That's the one that we need. So instead of writing the path like this, we're going to use this particular string. Okay, so we need to access this class, and then we need to access this string name so that we can access the file. So instead of putting a string like this and write the name, what we're going to do is to just put R, and we need to import that R from resources, and here it's supposed to be Splashscreen, is it? So that's going to be our Splashscreen. So we're done with that part. Let's add const over here. After adding const, we need to take care of the duration with which this page is going to stay before we move on to the next route. Okay, so we have to change this from a stateless widget to a stateful widget. Okay, then on init, when we're initializing the page, we need to have a counter, a duration per se, not a counter, duration. So here we're just going to have something, but we need to create the function that we're going to use. So here the function name is going to be, we're going to give it a name navigator. Okay, and it has to be asynchronous. My bad. It's going to be async. For here we need to use delay. Okay, so we're going to await, and here we're going to use future.delay. So we're going to delay for a duration. So here we need to add consts, and we need to add duration. So our duration is going to be in milliseconds. So over here we need to just say 3000 milliseconds. Okay, and after 3000 milliseconds we need to do something. Okay, so that's when we determine where the next route that we're supposed to go to. Okay, after 3000 milliseconds. So here we're going to have a condition. If the condition is true, then we're going to do something here. Else, we're going to go ahead and do something else. So let's take, for example, it is the first time that the user has opened the application, right? So if it is the first time, we need to show the user the onboarding screen. If it is not the first time, then we need to just send the user to the home screen. Okay, so this is our condition. So for our condition to work, we need to access our local storage. So for local storage, we're going to be using GetStorage. So if we visit pubspec YAML, pubspec YAML, we do have GetStorage over here. So we need to initialize GetStorage first. After initializing GetStorage, let's see. In our services, we do have this file with the name storage. That's the one that we're going to use to access our methods that we're going to use to store the data in our local storage. Okay, but before that, let's go ahead to our main.dart. In our main.dart, we're going to initialize GetStorage first. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So here it's supposed to be GetStorage dot init. Okay, so we have to await. Whenever it's initialized, then we can go ahead and do whatever we want to do with it. So going back to our Splashscreen, so here we need to access our storage through the storage class that we have in our common. So we need to visit common services storage. Okay, so this is the class that we need to access. Find whether it's first time or not, we're going to use a Boolean value, right? So here we have set bool, get bool. Okay, so this one will return a Boolean value. We just need to provide the key that we stored the Boolean with. All right, and then we're going to use GetStorage to read that key from the local storage. Okay, so over here, let's go back to our condition. So storage get bool, and our bool name is going to be first time. Okay, let's say first open, not first time. So if this boolean is equals to now, that means the user hasn't opened the application as yet. It's their first time, right? So if it is now, then we need to use go router dot of contexts, and here we're going to go to a particular page. So this is the page that we are going to go to if the user is opening the application for the first time. Okay, so let's add a comment over here. It go to the onboarding screen. Onboarding screen. Else we're going to send this user to the home page, right? Go to the home page like that. Okay, so this one we have to change it to something else. So we need to make sure that we have these routes first before we initialize this thing inside of our init state. Okay, so we need to go back to our routes. That's going to be utils lib common utils app routes. Okay, so here we have our initial route, which is the Splashscreen, our home, which is the entry point, and we also have our onboarding screen. So we are going to uncomment our onboarding screen. Let's go ahead and copy the title over here, and in our lib folder source, we need to go ahead and create a new folder, and we're going to call it onboarding. in onboarding, we're going to create a new folder as well, and we're going to call it views. So in views, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it onboarding. And let's just call it page.dart. It's supposed to be a screen, but I'm just going to go with page. So here we're going to create probably, let's start with the stateless widget. If we need to change it, we'll change it later. And we're going to paste the name that we copy from our router file. And we need to import material. After importing material, let's change this to a scaffold. After changing to a scaffold, we need to let's just give it a body. And in our body, we need to give it a center. And for center, we need to give it a child. And for the child, let's just have texts. And let's say this is the onboarding screen. Something like that. Okay. So let's save that. So we need to go back to our app routes. In our app routes, we need to go ahead and import onboarding. Okay. So this is the name that we're going to use if we want to navigate to onboarding screen. So going back to our Splashscreen. So if this boolean is now, then we're going to go ahead and visit the onboarding screen. It has to be a string over here. So let's put it like that. Else we need to go to the home page. So here it's supposed to be home. Okay. Like that. And that's all that we need to do. So now that we got this out of the way, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and just initialize this in our init state. Like that. Okay, so it's already saved. So let me just hot restart the application. Okay, so each and every time that we hot restart the application for now, because we're not setting anything here as yet. So to determine whether the user has gone through the onboarding screen, we're going to trigger this boolean. We're going to change the value of this boolean in this page that we have over here. Okay. So now if we just restart, we're going to go back to the Splashscreen and then we go back to the onboarding screen. Okay. So that's going to be the way it's going to work for now. But as soon as we finish working on our onboarding screen and tested everything, probably we're just going to make sure that each and every time not each and every time, if it's not the first time, we're going to be sent straight to the home page. If it is the first time, then we're going to be sent to the onboarding screen after the Splashscreen. Okay, so this is all for the Splashscreen. Next, we're going to be focusing on our onboarding screen. Okay, and we've introduced a little bit about how we can get the boolean value from our storage. Next, probably we'll look at how we can set strings. Probably because get strings, set strings, the process is the same. This is just a different in data types that we're going to set into our local storage. Okay. We need to go ahead and work on our onboarding screen. But the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to our lib folder, source, and then we go to our onboarding directory and we need to create a new file, not a file, but a folder. In this folder, we're going to call it controllers. Okay, so in this folder, we're going to create a new controller and we're going to call it onboarding underscore notifier. Okay, and it has to be a .dot file. Since we're using provider, we need to also go ahead and take care of our provider. We need to initialize our providers inside of our main.dart. That's something that we need to do. So we'll go back and do that. But for the meantime, what we're going to do, we're just going to create a class here. And the class name is going to be Onboarding Notifier. It's supposed to be Notifier. And it's supposed to be with change notifier with change notifier. Okay, so in our notifier, what we're going to require is an integer. So this integer is going to be the selected page or the selected index of our onboarding screen. Initially is going to be 0. That's going to be our initial page. Whenever we open the onboarding screen, our initial page is going to be 0. And we need a getter. Since this is a private variable, we need to create a getter to get the private variable so that we can access it inside of our UI. So here we're going to get, and we need to paste the name. It's going to be selected page. And this is going to access this private variable that we have here. So we can just copy the private variable and we put it here. Okay, that's all that we need to do. And down at the bottom, we're going to require a setter. So we're going to set. So let's give our setter name, set selected page. So for our selected page, we're going to require an integer. So our integer, we can call it page, or you can call it whatever you want to call it. But I'm going to go with page for this instance. And we need to set the selected page to the page that we are getting from wherever we are using this setter from. Okay. And let's close that. And down at the bottom, we need to have a notifier listener so that we can rebuild our UI each and every time that we do have a change in our private variable. Okay, so this is our first provider, and we need to go ahead and hook it up in our main.dart. Okay, so in main.dart, we need to hook multiple providers, and then our first provider, which is the onboarding notifier, we're going to put it first. And then we go ahead, each and every time that we create a new provider, we're going to come back, initialize it, and then we can continue working on our project. Hook our providers to our app. So here, what I'm going to do is a little bit tricky, but let me just put it in a column. Okay. So I'm just going to use a column and change the column to the requirements of our provider. So here we need multi-provider. Okay, so if it is multiple providers, it takes in providers like that. And here, that's where we're going to have a list of our providers, and outside of that, we're going to have a child, right? And our child is going to be my app. Okay, so let's add const over here. So since we have one provider already, what we're going to do, we're going to initialize that provider. It's going to be a change notifier provider. And here we're going to pass context. Here in our context, we're passing nothing. And we need to map the change notifier provider to the correct provider in this instance, which is the onboarding notifier. So we've initialized our provider. We can use it anytime. So let's take, for example, over here in our, let's just restart the application so that we won't have any problems. Okay. So let's go back to our onboarding page. This is our onboarding page. So let's take, for example, over here, we want to print the value that we have inside of our onboarding provider. So there are different ways we can go about it, but here I'm going to use all approaches depending on where we are and how we want to use it. So here I'm going to access the provider using context. So it's supposed to be context.read, and here we are reading an onboarding notifier, and from that onboarding notifier we want to read the selected page. So our selected page is an integer. This is why we do have this error. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to convert it to string. So if I convert it to string, this is the number that we have over here, right? So if I go ahead to our notifier and change this to 3 and save, here our UI is not building because we are not using the change notifier. But if I just go ahead and hot restart over here, the value will come back as 3. Okay, so let's say we want to read the changes. What we can do, we can have, let's have a column over here. So in this column, let's just have a text button. On press, we're going to do something, and the child is going to be a text. So for this text, we're going to say increment, right? Oh, that's the wrong spelling of increment, but let's just say increment over here. Okay, so here we can remove this center, and let's put main axis alignment. Our main axis alignment here is supposed to be center. Let's put cross X alignment. Let's put everything to the center like that. It's weird, but anywho, that's okay. So here we want to set a new value to our selected value. So here we're going to use the same approach. Let's go ahead, context dot read, and here we're reading the onboarding notifier, right? And from our onboarding notifier, we're going to set selected page. So here we need to put a value, okay? So let's say 7. So this might not be correct. What we have to do, let's say 7 over here, okay? So even if we press, changes might not show, okay? Why? Because here we're reading, we're not watching, but if we use watch over here, and then our changes will show instantly. So let's say I change this to F4. Let's save, click, then here, whatever change that we do make to our selected page private variable, it will be read here. Okay, so this is another way to go about it. The first way, the first illustration on how to read providers. The next thing that we can do, or the next strategy that we can use to access providers, let's take, for example, here, this column, that's where we want to use our provider, right? So here we need to have a consumer, okay? So our consumer is going to consume a onboarding notifier. So we need to go ahead and have our onboarding here. So you can call it whatever you want, but I'm going to just go ahead with a consistent naming convention. So I'm just going to go with onboarding notifier, and we paste our container over here. See, we don't have an error. So instead of using context.read, what we're going to use this notifier to access the provider. Okay, so let's take, for example, here I'm using notifier, and over here I'm going to use notifier as well. So that's the other way we can go about it. So let's say we change this number to a 9. Let's save and let's click. So that's the other way you can go about it. So depending on where you want to use it. So let's say you already wrapped your parent widget inside of a consumer, but you want to access another provider inside of that particular widget. What you can do, you can have your consumer, then you can use context of that particular provider that you want to use in that particular page, the additional provider. So the other one is when you can initialize the provider first. All right, so let's say right here on top we can have final provider. Let's just call it provider. Okay, let's just call it pro is equals to provider of. So here we need to do the same, put the name of the provider that we're consuming, and we close it here. Okay, so we initialized our provider. So here, instead of using onboarding, we can use pro. So these are the 3 ways that we can access our providers and use them. But the best way be consumers and followed with context of, because you can use it without initializing too many providers whenever you're opening the page. So let's say here we want to change this number to a 10. We save, we add, that's a 10 right there. Even if we don't have this consumer to wrap the column, the results are going to be the same. Okay, let's see. Scaffold probably did something wrong. Okay, let's go ahead, cut this. We want to remove the consumer. Okay, so it's going to be like that. Okay, so let's say we change this to 2, save, click. Okay, so these are the 3 ways that we can access our providers and the way that we can use them. So you can choose the way that you see fit when you're making your application. It's not like you have to stick to one type of way. So you can combine the 3 given the situation that you're in, so that you can attain the best results as possible in less number of code. And work on our onboarding screen. Since we are done explaining how we are going to use our providers, let's just go ahead and clear everything from here. We don't need that, and let's get rid of this widget that we have in our body. So in our body, we're going to return a stack. Okay, so a stack takes in children. Let's go ahead, have a stack over here, and the stack return children. Okay, so our first child is going to be a page view. We need a page view over here. So our page view is going to take in a controller. So we need to have a controller. That's something that we need to take care of. So since we do have a controller, we need to initialize it. So we need to convert our stateless widget to a stateful widget. So this stateless widget, we have to convert it to a stateful widget. Okay, that's something that we'll do a little bit later. So here we're going to have on page changed, and we're going to change the state of our page inside of our controller. So here we're just going to say page. So whenever we we have the page number. We're going to go ahead and have here we're going to use context.read. So here we are reading the onboarding notifier, and from onboarding notifier we need to go ahead and set page index to the current page that we're in. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close it. After that, we need to go ahead and have children. So our controller is going to have a couple of children. So we're going to have 3 screens. For now, let's just go ahead and have, okay, page 1, page 2. And that will do. Okay, so let's get rid of this controller for now. So here we have page 1 right on top. So we can just cover this. We can wrap this in a center widget. Okay, so let's wrap this in a center widget as well. Okay, so if we slide, we're sliding to the next page. If we slide back, we're sliding to the previous page. So here, whenever we're changing the page, we're setting state, right? So what we can do to see whether our state is changing, we're going to go ahead and print the page, right? This is the page that we're getting from our parent widget. So let's go to debug console. Just bring this a little bit up. Page 1. Then we're back to 0. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so we can get rid of this. Our function is working fine, and we're setting our page without any problem. Okay, so here we need to change this to 0. Our initial page index is going to be 0. So let's close this. Here we need the onboarding page. Onboarding page, what we can do, we have to convert this to a stateful widget. So convert it to a stateful widget. After converting it to a stateful widget, we want to have a controller. So we're going to have a let final. And the controller that we're going to have is a page controller, since we are dealing with a page view. Okay, so here it's supposed to be a page controller, and it's going to be a private page controller. Okay, so let's go ahead and close it. So we need to initialize it. So on init, we need to have an init state. Let's get rid of this as well. So on init, what we're going to do, we're going to set our initial page to the page that we have in our controller. Okay, so page controller is equals to page controller. So in our page controller, we need to set our initial page. So our initial page is supposed to be context.read. So here we are reading our onboarding notifier, and here we're going to get selected page. Okay, that's all that we need to do. Okay, so this one is supposed to be closed over here. So after that, we need to have a controller here. Our controller is going to be our page controller. So we are done setting up our controllers. The next thing that we need to do is to set up these widgets that we have over here. But we are not going to design these widgets in here. What we're going to do, we're going to go back to our pages. Not pages per se, views, right? But here we need to go to onboarding. In onboarding, we need to create a new folder with the name widgets. So in widgets, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it, we are going to have onboarding, that's supposed to be onboarding page one dot. Okay, so let's just copy paste, and we're going to have page 2 as well. And down at the bottom, we're going to create another file, and we're going to call it welcome screen. Welcome screen dot. Let's see. What's going on? Welcome screen dot. Okay, like that. So here, what we can do, let's just add an underscore over here. So here we just need to have some stateless widgets. Okay, so for this one, it's going to be onboarding page 1. Page 1. Onboarding screen. Not page, but let's say screen. Screen 1. Let's copy the title. And let's go ahead and add material over here. Copy the stateless widget that we just created. And here we just need to press Command D so that we can select. Then over here is going to be page 2. And on third page, we need to do the same, paste Control D, and we're going to say welcome screen. Okay, like that. Okay, so in these pages, what we're going to do, we're going to have not scaffolds per se, but size box. So let's go to page 1. We need to work page by page. But before we start working on page by page, what we can do, we can go back to our views inside of onboarding screen. Then we go to onboarding. It's supposed to be onboarding screen over here. It's not like we're working on web. Okay, it's supposed to be a screen. So instead of having page 1 over here, what we're going to have is to have onboarding screen 1. Okay, and we're going to have onboarding screen 2. But let's add a comma over here first. Onboarding screen 2. And down at the bottom, we're going to have our welcome screen. Like that. So that's how it's going to be. Let's add consts to get rid of the complaining lint. So we don't have, our lint is no longer complaining. So now if we save, let's see. Okay, let's just restart the application. Our containers are going to be empty. So this is an empty container, right? So we are going to go to screen 1. So in screen 1, what we need to do, we can change this to a size box. So that's something that we can do a little bit later. But anyways, what we need here is the width and the height. So here we have our width. So our width, we're going to use ScreenUtils dot screen width. Okay, for the height is going to be the same. So we just need to specify height, and here is supposed to be screen height, something like that. After that, let's go ahead and have a child. So our child is going to be a stack as well. So our stack takes in children. So our first child is going to be an image.asset, and we need to provide the path with which we're getting the image. So our image is going to come from our resources. So r dot, so this one is going to be experience. Okay, like that, experience.png. And for our fit, fit should be inside the image widget. Fit For fit, we're going to go with boxfit.cover, like that. So that's going to be our page 1. Okay. So in page 1, we still need to add a little bit of text under seamless shopping experience. So what we're going to do is going to have a positioned widget. This positioned widget, it should be a text widget. Okay. So before, we need to add some properties here. So at the bottom, we're going to give it a bottom of 200. And as for the left and right, we're going to give it 30 each side, right? Like that. Okay. And now we have to go ahead and handle the child. Okay. So for the child, we're going to have a text widget. Okay. So let's just pass an empty string. Let's save. Okay. So this is our text right here. And let's convert this container to a size box. And for this one, we don't have to add constants yet, but this text that we're going to have over here, we're going to get it from our appText class. Okay, so it's supposed to be appText dot. Okay, let's go ahead, import it first. Dot k onboarding. So it's supposed to be onboarding home. Okay, like that. We need to add a little bit of style. So we're going to have text align. So our text align is going to be text align dot center. That's the first. So let's format this. So that's going to be our text. Okay. So here our text is even closer. It's closer to this image. So what we can do, we have to bring it a little bit down. Bottom, instead of 200, let's go with 180, something like that. Okay. 180 will do. So here we're going to give our text style. Okay. So for the style, we already have the app style prepared. So we're going to call the app style. The app style takes in size. For the size, we're going to go with 11. For the color, we need to give our text the grayish color. So we're going to access our colors class. And we're going to choose K gray. Okay. And for our font weight, we're going to make it normal. Font weight dot normal over here. Okay, so that's going to be our text. It's going to be a little bit small. So here, if you bring it back to 200, that would work. Okay. But this bigger this text, then you need to reduce the bottom. Okay. So that's all that we need to do for this page. Primarily, if we copy whatever we have in this page and paste it to the next page, it will work out okay without any problem. We just need to change the image and the text. Okay, so this is our page. What we can do, we can copy this widget from build context to the bottom part. We go to page 2 and then we replace everything here. Okay, we need to make necessary imports, starting with the ScreenUtils, our resources, the app texts, the style, and the color. Okay, like that. So our second page, we need to map it to the correct image, which is going to be wish list. Okay, like that. Okay, so if we scroll to the next page, we have a different page. So the designs, you can change the images and everything. You can put whatever you want, but as for me, I'm going with this design. Okay, and as for our texts, we can have K onboarding wishlist message. Okay, so that's a different message. This message is the message that we're going to get over here. So we are done with page 2. We are going to page 3. So page 3, which is the welcome screen, it is on to page 3, which is our welcome screen. So in our welcome screen, what we need to do here, we are returning a container. Instead of returning a container, we're going to return a scaffold. So let's just go ahead and wrap this in another container or any other widget, and we just call it scaffold. Okay, so if you're returning a scaffold takes in a body. So our body is going to be a container. So the first thing that we need to do is to change the color. So the container comes with color property. So for the color, we're going to access our colors. So we need white. Okay, and let's give it a width. Well, width is going to be ScreenUtils.screenWidth. It's supposed to be screen width. And for the height, it's going to be screen height. Okay, over here, it's just going to occupy the whole screen. So here, our container takes in a child, and our child is going to be a column. So in this column, we're going to have children. So our first child is going to be a size box. We need to create a little bit of space on top. So let's have a size box. And for this size box, we have to give it a height. And the height that we're going to give it is going to be 100.h. Okay. So down at the bottom, we're going to require an image.assets. So here for our assets, we're getting them from resources. So it's going to be r dot. So here you just say get started. So that's going to be the get started image. So let's save. If we scroll, this is what we're going to get on our third page. Okay. So we don't need to do anything else. We just need to have this image. We don't need to put box fit. Okay. So down at the bottom, we need to add another size box. So this is our size box. We need to decrease the size a little bit, make it 30. After that, we need to have a text widget. Okay. So here we're going to have text. So for the text, we're going to have app text. And here it's supposed to be welcome header. Okay, welcome header. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our welcome screen. So our welcome header, we need to give it a style. So for style, we're going to utilize if style. We need to give it a size. So the size that we're going to give it is 24. After giving it a size, we need to go ahead and give it a color. So for the color, it's going to be primary. And for the font weight, it's going to be bold. So we're going to go with fw.bold, like that. Okay. So that's what it is going to look like, but we need to align it to the center a little bit. We need to adjust the text so that it can be centered. Okay. So to do that, we need to use text align. So I'm going to do it right on top. So here, text align. So we're going to say text align dot center. Okay, so it has to be like that. So we're done with the text. We need to add another size box, but before we do that, we need to add a comma. And let's copy this and let's paste it down. Okay, after pasting it down, we need to reduce the size to 20. After reducing the size, we need to add another size box right at the bottom. So this size box, it has to have a width, not a height. So here we're going to have a width. Our width is going to be ScreenUtils.screenWidth. Okay, not scale width, but screen width. Okay, so for screen width, we're going to subtract 100. Okay, after that, our size box takes in a child. So our child is going to be a text widget as well. So here we're going to have text in the string and then the styles. So our string is going to be welcome message. Okay, so it's going to come from app text. Here it's supposed to be welcome message like that. Okay, so let's save that, and we need to add style to it. So first, let's have our style, and our style is coming from app style. We're going to give it a size of 11, and as for the color, it's going to be gray, just the same as the others. And for our font weight, is going to be normal, like that. Okay, so we're done with that part, and we need to have text align. So text align is going to be inside of the text widget, so we can put it in between the string and the style. So you can put it wherever you want, but I prefer to put it right on top of the style. So here it's supposed to be text align dot center. Okay, like that. So for the fonts, you can either increase to 12, that's okay if you want, but I'm just going to go with 11. Okay, so we're done with this part. Next, we're going to go ahead and have another size box. And this size box is just going to create a space. So we need to keep it at 20. After that, we need to have a button. So here our button is I give it a name, gradient button. It's supposed to be gradient btn. So it requires a text. So our text is let's get started. Okay. So for this one, let's write it first. Let's get started like that. Okay, so that's going to be our text. All right. So this is the button, but we need to adjust it a little bit. But before, we just need to cut this. After cutting, we need to go to our app text. Okay, we need to go to our app text. App text. Okay, let's go ahead, paste it over here. Let's say get started like that. Okay, so this is going to be our text on get started. So instead of having this category, we're going to have the get started text. So we're going to just copy this, and that's what we're going to put here. So we're going to have app text dot. So that's how we're going to pass our text. So our button takes in a few props. So these are the props that we're going to use to manipulate how our button is going to look. So here, if we take a look, we have on tap. This is what's going to happen if we tap on the button. We have the button width, button height. We have a radius, string, that's the text. And we have the text size, border color, and we have the button color. Okay, so going back to our screen here, we can just put on tab so that we can get rid of the complaining lint. So our lint is no longer complaining. After that, we're going to have our btn height. So our btn height, we give it a height of 35. And let's go ahead and give it a radius. So for radius, we're going to give it a radius of 20. After giving it a radius, we're going to give it a btn width. That's a button width. Okay. So our button width, we're going to utilize ScreenUtils. And here we're going to require screen width. And from our screen width, we need to subtract 100 like that. Okay. So that's going to be our button. But here we ran into an error before. So what we need to do, we just need to restart. Okay. So hot restart our application. After hot restarting, we're back to the onboarding screen. This is what our button is going to look like. So that's all for the button. So inside of our on tap, I prefer it to go right at the bottom or right at the top, so you can put it wherever you want. On tap, we're going to go ahead and call here, we are going to call, what we call it, storage. Okay, dot set. We're going to set bool. The key that we're going to use is the key that we used in our Splashscreen. So we need to visit our Splashscreen. But before we do that, let's change this page to screen. Okay, the page to screen. In our screen, we need to take this key. That's the key that we're using, okay? And go to our welcome screen. And that's the key that we're going to put here. And the value that we're going to put is going to be true. Okay, but for now, we're going to just close it because we don't want to use it as yet. So if a person clicks, then we're going to navigate to the home page. So it's supposed to be context.go. Then we need to specify where we are going. Okay, so we're going to the home page. So here we just need to write the name of the route, which is home page, right? Like that. So if we go back to our app routes, here we do have a home page, which is the app entry point, right? Even now, with the current state of the screen, if you press, we're going to go to that page. It's just blank because it's encapsulated in a container. So if we revisit the page, which is the entry point, if we set it as a scaffold, it's going to be white. Okay, so here let's hot restart so that we can come back to our onboarding screen. So probably we're done with setting up our onboarding screen, but we need to set buttons right at the bottom, right? So to set buttons, we need to go back to our onboarding screen. That's the main screen, not the widgets, because now we were working on the widgets, but we need to work on the screen. But before we go to the screen, we have to go ahead. Let's just have a to do over here. So to do, so our to do is going to be, we can uncomment the boolean storage when the app is ready, like that. Okay, so that's going to be our to do. So I said it before, if you don't have this tree, to do tree, you can go ahead and install it. And then here you can see all the to-dos that you have. So this is the to-do that we just written. If we come to the widget, we also we've written this one before, like when we're setting up the application. So this is how we are going to keep track of the things that we need to do, or things that we need to just uncomment so that the app can be functional. Okay, so that's all for the welcome screen. We're going to jump back to our page, which is the onboarding screen. So since we encapsulated this onboarding screen inside of a stack, we need to have a positioned widget after this particular page view. Okay, so if we add a comma over here, then we're going to have a positioned widget, right? Okay, so this is where we're going to have our positioned widget. Our positioned widget will show the indicator and the buttons that we are going to use to press to go to the next page. It's either you can slide or you can use sliders, right? Okay. So let's just go ahead and comment this in comment it out, and then we can work on it in a widget. So we're just going to uncomment it. So first, we need to give it a child. So our child is going to be a container. Okay. Let's use a container over here. So first on top, we need to add a little bit. A bottom, we need to give it a 50 like that. So in this container, the first thing that we're going to require is padding. So padding, we need to give it a padding of at least 20, a symmetric padding on the horizontal axis of 20. So it's supposed to be 20.w over here. And let's go ahead, give it a width. So our width is going to be ScreenUtils.screen width. Okay. Not height, but screen width. Okay. So that's all that we need to do for that. And for container, takes in a child, and for our child, we're going to return a raw widget. So in our raw widget, a raw widget takes in children. Okay. So we have our children in here, and that's going to be a button over here, page view indicator, not page view indicator, but it's just a page indicator, and another button right on the other end. But before, we need to have main axis alignment, and we're going to put it to space between, and we're going to have cross-axis alignment. Cross-axis alignment, we're going to make it center over here. Okay, so that's what that we need to do. Now we need to focus on our children. So our first child is going to be, let's put it as an icon. So this icon is going to come from Design. So we've already installed these Flutter vector icons when we installed the packages the first time. So now we just need to use them. So it's supposed to be left circle O. So if we save, then now we do have a circle over here. Okay, so we need to change the color and the size. Okay, so for the color, we're going to go with the primary color. So here it's supposed to be colors.primary, and for the size, we need to give it a size of 30. Okay, so let's just go ahead, get rid of that. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this, add a comma, and we paste it here. So this is supposed to be right circle. Okay, so we have 2. And right in the middle, that's where we're going to have our page indicator or indicator. Okay, so our indicator, we're going to wrap it in a size box first. So we need to have a size box over here, and our size box, it'll come with a width, and our width is going to be width ScreenUtils dot screen width, and we need to multiply screen width by 0.7. Okay, so let's go ahead and give it a height, and for the height, we're going to give it a height of 50, and we need to give it a child. So the child is going to be a page view dot indicator. A page view dot indicator comes from the package that we've also installed when we installed our packages. Okay, so it is not native to Flutter. So you might ask where it is coming from. It is coming from a package. So before we proceed any further, let's just go ahead and show the package itself. So the package should be right here. Okay, this is the package that we're using to show our indicators. So here we're going to have page view a dot indicator, a dot indicator. So here with the page indicator, you might run into a little bit of trouble because it might not import. Okay. It might not import automatically. So what you need to do, you need to go right to the top and import it manually. Okay, so you're going to have package. So here it's supposed to be page view dot indicator like that. Okay, so we have our page view dot indicator. So now we need to deal with the properties that comes with our page view. Okay, or page view dot indicator. So first we need to put current item. So our current item is going to be coming from our provider. So it's supposed to be context.read, not read. So here we're going to be watching. Okay, we're going to be watching our onboarding notifier, and from the notifier we're going to get the selected index. Okay, down at the bottom we're going to require count. So the count of dots that we need 3 dots, and after that unselected color. So for unselected color we're going to go with a grayish color, so let's go with black 26. Okay, and then selected color we're going to go with primary, and down at the bottom we're going to have the duration of the transition. Okay, when we transition from one dot to another, so we need duration in milliseconds. We're going to give it a 200 millisecond duration, and here we need to add const so that we can get rid of our complaining lint. Let's add a comma over here. Let's just save. So we do have our indicators over here. So if we slide, then it's working fine. Okay, so coming back to our page view dot indicator, let's just format the code a little bit, and let's get rid of the sidebar. The shape is okay. We're not going to take care of it. On item clicked, we need to go ahead and do something. So here we're going to go ahead and access our page controller, and from our page controller we need to animate to, not animate to, but animate to page. Then we specify the number of page that we want to go to. So this is going to be the number of the page that we want to go to, the index that we clicked. And here duration, it has to be the same, so we're going to give it milliseconds, 200 milliseconds. So we can as well just copy this over here and paste it here. And the curve, we're going to use curves dot is in. Okay, let's go ahead and close that. So if we click on this, we're supposed to go to the next page. If we click on this, we're supposed to go to the third page. But what we need to do over here, we need to just set our logic correct. Like if we are on the last page, probably we shouldn't show this button or both. Okay, that's the logic. And if we are on the first page, we shouldn't show the back button. That's how it's supposed to work. So that's some of the logic that we should set on our onboarding screen before we proceed. Okay, but for our page indicator, that's all that we need to do. So now we need to deal with these two icons. So first, let's go ahead and wrap this icon in a gesture detector. Okay, so here it's supposed to be gesture detector. Then on tap, we're supposed to do something, right? Here let's add consts, so that we can get rid of the complaining lint. And we're going to do the same for this one. We wrap it in a gesture detector first, and then on tap, we're going to do something. Let's add const so that we can get rid of the complaining lint as well. Let's just press enter over here. Since we're done with this part, we can as well close it. Okay, so our main focus are these two and this positioned widget as well. So what we need to do to the positioned widget is to have a logic. Okay, so here for our logic, we can go ahead and say context, supposed to be context over here, dot watch, right? And we are watching the onboarding notifier. This is going to be selected page. If the selected page is equals to 2, then we're going to display a size box dot shrink. Else we're going to display a else we're going to display it. So if you're on the last page, then we are not going to show any buttons. Okay, so if you're on the second page, then we can show something. Last, we don't show. On the first page, we should set the logic that we don't have this back button as well. So we are coming back, doing that, and then we can finish up on our onboarding screen. After that, we might need to start working on our, that's going to be our home screen. Probably we have a few additions that we need to make. So if we on get started, probably let's take it in this way, like you had the application before you have an account. If you uninstalled or changed your phone, you're coming back to the application, right? So you should be able to just have an option to log in before you go into the application. So that's something that we have to take care of here. We have to put like a text button to be able to navigate the user to a login page, okay, if they have an existing account. Okay, so right now let's go ahead and work on the logic of our first button. So what we can do, we can go to the first button. So we don't need to our first page, not our first button. In our first page, we don't need to show the first button, right? Because we ain't going nowhere from this page. So what we can do, we can go ahead and have a logic. The logic is similar to this. So we can copy the logic that we put on the positioned widget and we paste it over here. So here it's supposed to be 0. If the selected page is the initial page, then we're going to have a size box, and our size box has to have a width, and this width is going to be a width of 25, like that. So let's just go ahead, save like that. So if it is the first page, then we're not going to have a back button. If it is the second, then we're going to have the back button. So if you press back, then we're supposed to be taken to the previous page. So here we need to handle our on tap function. So the logic is going to be the same. We're going to say page controller dot animate to page. So here the page that we're animating to is going to be coming from our provider, context dot read here onboarding notifier. Here is supposed to be selected page -1. Duration is going to be the same. So what we can do, let's just open up this size box, and from this size box we can copy the duration, and we are going to paste it in here. And here the transition is supposed to be curve is in. Okay, let's go ahead, close it. So if we press back, now we're taken to the previous page. So we need to use the same logic on this page. So instead of -1 is going to be +1. Okay, so here it's going to be +1. So whenever we click, we're taken to the next page. So now we're on page 2, right? So from page 2 we can go to page 1. From page 1 we can go to page 3, and on page 3 all the indicators will disappear. Okay, so that's what that we need to do for this particular page. So let's focus on the text that we need to put right underneath our welcome screen. Okay, so we need to visit our welcome screen, onboarding, widgets, then welcome screen. On our welcome screen we need to go underneath the gradient. So underneath the gradient we're going to have a row. Okay, so for our row text in children. So our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. So the reusable text widget is within our widgets, the widgets that we have in our common. Okay, so if we take a look at it, it's just a stateless widget which takes in a string and a text style Okay, so here the max lines is 1. That's why when I was using it, that's why, like, when we were writing for onboarding screen, our max lines are more than 1, so we don't need to use the reusable text widgets if our max lines are exceeding 1. Okay, for reusable text widget we can only use it for items which has the text that only covers 1 line, not more than 1. And we have texts a line which is assigned to the left by default. Overflow, we're going to fade. In the style, we are putting the style through through our required parameters, not within the text style, because text styles varies with the widget that we're using them in. Okay, so that's why we need to have a style, reusable styles. Okay, so let's just go ahead, close that one. Over here we need to have a text. So our text is supposed to be already have an account, supposed to be account over here, and then the style we're going to use if style. So for our style, let's go ahead, give it 12, and for the color for this one we're going to go with kdark. So it's supposed to be colors.dark. And for the font weight we're going to go with normal. Okay, so we have it, but we need to align it to the center. So what we need to do, since we're in a row, we're going to use main axis alignment. So for main axis alignment, we're going to align it to the center. We need to add a little bit of size in between the button and the row. Okay, so we're going to place it over here, and in our row we need to go ahead and have a text button, right? So for a text button we're going to have on press, and for the child we're going to have a text. Okay, so here we're just going to have a text, and for a text we're going to say, give it a string. The string is supposed to be sign in. Let's go ahead, give it a style. So for the style, let's go ahead and give it a font size. Okay, so here we need to use textile object. So here font size, we need to give it a 12. So here we do have an error. This error is coming from line 69. We didn't add a comma. So if we add a comma, then that's what it is going to look like. So for this one, we can add a color. So for the color, we can go with colors.blue, since it's a link, like that. Okay, so if we press on it, then we're bound to go to the auth. Okay, so here what we're going to do, just to say navigate to login, a login page, like that. Let's add const over here. Okay, that's all for this part. If we press get started, we're going to go to a home screen. So the next thing that we're going to do is to work on our home screen. So for home screen, we have a little more things to do. So probably we're gonna start with the AppBar. Then we go down working on each and every component that's required from our home page. Okay. But for now, this is all for our onboarding screen. But before we leave this like this, let's go ahead, create a new folder inside of our source, and we're going to call it Auth. So inside of Auth, we're going to have views. Okay. So inside of views, we're going to have a new file, and we're going to call it login screen .dart. Okay, so here let's go ahead, create a stateful widget. This one has to be a stateful widget. Login screen, like that. Let's import material. That's importing material. Let's go ahead and have a scaffold over here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for this part. We go to our app routes. We need to hook it up to our app routes so that we can be able to navigate to it. So I'm going to lib common utils app routes, and we need to find it, login. Okay, so here I use login page instead of login screen. Okay, so my fault, screen F2. Let's go ahead and call it a page, and we need to import it. And here we just need to, let's copy the path. After copying the path, we need to go to our onboarding screen. And in our onboarding screen, no, that's not onboarding, but that's going to be widgets. Welcome. So here we need to navigate to this path, right? So we can just copy this, paste it here, and we cut the login part. We paste it here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. If we press on sign in, then we're taken to the page, but anyhow we don't have the pages yet. So let's try. So what we can do, try to hot restart the application. Okay, next. Okay, so our page is now showing. So that's all. Next, let's focus on our home page, and then we just deal with everything as it comes. So our application is coming out okay. we have quite a little bit of folders now. So we're going to have more folders in our source, but so far so good. In this section, we're going to be focusing on our app entry point. So our app entry point is where we're going to put our bottom navigation bar and display all the pages of the bottom navigation bar, as well as that's going to be our home page, wish list, cart, and then the profile. Okay, so we need all these directories to be created. So that's what we're going to do first. So in our source, we're going to create a new folder. So the first one that we're going to create is for the profile. And in the profile, first, let's go ahead and create views. So inside of views, we're going to create a file. In this file, we're going to call it profile. It's supposed to be a profile screen.dart. Okay, like that. So here, let's make this a stateless widget, and we're going to call it profile page, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just go ahead and import the material. After importing material, let's just add a scaffold over here. Okay, so let's copy the code that we have in here. Next, let's go ahead and create a directory for the cart. Inside of our directory, we are going to create views. In views, create a new file, and we're going to call it cart. It's supposed to be cart screen. The spelling is wrong, but this is the correct one. Dart. Let's paste the code that we copied from the other page. So over here, we just need to change the name to cut page. Okay, so we're done with the cart. So let's create another one for the wish list. It's supposed to be wish list. So in our wish list, we need to create a new folder. Views. It's supposed to be views, but anywho, we can rename it, create a new file, and we're going to call it wishlists screen. Dart. One underscore, not two. Dart. Yeah, okay. Paste the code, and then we change the name of the page. So here it's supposed to be wish lists. Okay. Now we have all the pages that we need. What we're going to do next, we're going to focus on our app entry point, views. Okay, so in here, what we need to go ahead and create a list of widgets. Our pages are going to be a list of widgets. This list has to be right here on top. So it's going to be lists, and the type of the things that we're going to have in the list is going to be widgets. Okay, widget, and we have to give it a name. So let's give it a name, page lists. Okay, so let's go ahead, close it. Over here, let's go ahead, remove const. Probably we're going to have an error somewhere in our app routes. So in our app routes, we have to remove const here as well. So in our lists, what we can do, we're going to have consts. We don't have homepage. Okay, we don't have homepage over here. So we need to create another directory. Here is supposed to be home. So in home, we're going to create views. Okay. So we have views, and here in views, we need to create a new file. The file is supposed to be home screen. Dart. Okay. Let's just go ahead and have the name change. Okay, so here it's supposed to be home page like that. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. We go back to our entry point. So first, our first page is going to be the home page. Let's add a comma. So we need 4. The next one is going to be the wish list page. After that, we're going to have the card page, and we're going to have the profile page over here. Okay, so that's it. That's all that we need. So next, we need to go ahead and focus on our bottom navigation bar. Okay, so for us to have a bottom navigation bar, first, what we need to do, we just need to have a body to our scaffold. So our body is going to take in a stack widget. So a stack takes in children. So for the children are going to be the widgets that we listed right here on top. Okay, so it's supposed to be page lists, and then we need to access the index to get the correct page. So now let's just go with index 0, which is the home page. So if we go to the home page and not change per se, but have a body over here, and in our body we can have a center. So center, we're going to have a child text, and we are going to call it home. Okay, home page like that. Let's see whether we okay, home page, that's the correct page. So if you go to page 2, it's going to be the same, page 3, page 4. So just as an illustration, so what we can do, we can copy the widget from the build context, and then we revisit these widgets, and then we paste. So this one is going to be wish lists. The next one is going to be something different. That's going to be the cart. Okay, let's close this so that we won't have a confusion. This one is going to be a cart page. And the last one is going to be the profile. Okay, so let's just go ahead, paste this, and we're going to have a profile over here. And let's just say profile page. Okay, so those are all pages. We can close them for now. The main focus is going to be the entry point. Oh, nope. Did I? Okay, let's see. Okay, that's supposed to be 0, so that's okay. So if we put 1 over here and save, our page changes. Okay, so that's exactly what we need. So let's go down a little bit. Under our pages, we're going to require align. So align takes in alignment. Okay, and from our alignment, we're going to take alignment.bottom center. Okay, we need our bottom navigation bar to be at the bottom but at the center. So we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be here. We need to take in a theme. Okay, so theme takes in data. So our data is going to be supposed to be theme of contexts, copy with, then we need to change the canvas color, supposed to be dot copy with, supposed to be theme, dot of context. Okay, I'm confusing myself. Dot copy with. Okay, so here we're going to have canvas color. So for the canvas color, we need to change it to colors dot off white. Okay, like that. And for the child of this particular alignment is going to be a bottom navigation bar. Okay, so here we're just going to have bottom navigation bar. So our bottom navigation bar takes in items. Okay, items. And so here, if we save, we don't have anything as yet. So we're bound to run into an error. So let's go ahead and deal with our items. Before the items, let's format the code, deal with other props, and then we can get to the items. Okay, so first we're going to have selected font size. We're going to make it 12. After that, let's give it an elevation of 0. After the elevation, we're going to give it a background color. We don't need the background color anyway, but let's go ahead and put it. It's going to be colors.off-white since we're copying with the off-white color over here. Show selected label, we're going to set it to true. Show unselected label, we're going to set it to false. Okay. And so for now, let's go ahead and select it. And let's go ahead and have unselected icon theme. So for the icon theme, we're going to have theme data. So let's just go ahead, const icon theme data. So for icon theme data, we're going to have the color over here. So for our color, it has to be black 38, like that. Okay, so now we need to deal with the items. So the items are going to be a bottom navigation bar. It's not bottom navigation bar item. Okay, so it takes in an icon. So first we're going to have an icon, and this icon is going to come from Design.Home. And that's going to be our first. Okay, so we need at least 2. So what we can do over here, home, let's set the color, and the color is going to be colors.k primary. Size, we need to set the size to 24. Okay, it's supposed to be size over here. We set the size to 24. Let's go ahead and save, format the code, make the code visible. So here, this is our first item, right? Let's close it and let's copy the item. We're going to paste another one, paste another one. So we have 4 items. But before we even do it, this is the icon. After the icon, we need to show the label. Okay, the label of that particular bottom navigation bar item. So our label is going to be a string. So here, our first string is going to be home. Let's just copy this string, add a comma, enter, and then next one is going to be wish lists. After wish list, we're going to have the cart. And after the cart, then we're going to have our profile. Okay. So like that, let's change this to profile. Okay. So here, if we hot reset we're going to go back to our onboarding screen, and then we go back to our home. Okay, so that's our bottom navigation bar. Here something is a little bit off. It needs to be at the bottom. Okay, center. Okay, so here is supposed to be bottom center. Okay, so that's what it is going to look like. So if we select, then here we see the title, but we need to change the name, not the name, the color of the label. Okay, more props so that our bottom navigation bar can be up to our standard. So first we're going to have current index. So current index here, we just put it at 0 since we don't have a controller to control it as yet, but that's something that we're going to change in a little bit. We have a selected label style. For the label style, let's see, selected label style, we already have it. Selected item color. And so here, let's go ahead and give it the primary color. So that's going to be the primary color. So here we're going to also add unselected. That's supposed to be unselected item color. So for unselected item color, we're going to go with gray. So if items are unselected, then we're going to show a different color over here. Okay. And we also need to add on tap. So on tap, that's where we're supposed to change the index. All right. So here it's going to be on tap is going to take an int. So I'm just going to call it I. That's the index of the item that we are on, the index that we're on. So let's take, for example, over here, we're going to print I. Okay. So if I tap, then we're on 1. If we tap here, we're on 2. We're on 3. If we tap here, we're on 0. Okay. So here, that's where we're going to push the current index that we're on to our controller. Okay. So that controller is the one that we're going to use to even render the correct page. So let's put the correct icons, deal with the controller, and then we can finish up. We need to decrease the size of this a little bit. So instead of making it 12, let's go with 9. 9 is a little bit smaller, so that's okay. So for favorites, we're going to go with that's home. So this is okay. The next one that we have, we're going to have that's supposed to be ion icons dots, not icon data. Icons dots heart. Okay, so here is supposed to be a heart outline. It's just heart outline underscore outline. Yeah, okay, like that. So when we select, it's supposed to be a hard field. That's something that we can handle. Something that we can handle when we have our state, but for now we don't. Let's add const over here so that we can get rid of the complaining lint. Add a little bit of space so that we can see which part we're dealing with. And as for our cart, we're going to use material community. So from material community, we're going to take the shopping bag. It's supposed to be shopping bag, a shopping outline, okay? Like that. And for our profile, we're going to use a different one, a different set of icons. We're going to use Evo icons. And from Evo icons, we're going to take, what do we call it? User. Like that. But for this one now, we need to increase the size to 34 so that it can be on par with the other icons. Like that. Okay, so this is what we got. So here we need to go ahead and create the controller that we're going to use to change the state of our bottom navigation bar. So instead of entry point, we're going to have another folder and we're going to call it controllers. So inside of this folder, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it, let's call it bottom tab notifier, so that we won't have some kind of confusion, and it has to be a dot file over here. Okay, so this one is going to be the same as the one that we created before, since we're going to be taking in an index, not an index, but an integer. Okay, so if we just come in here, we're going to create a class. So let's call it tab index. It's supposed to be tab index notifier. And notifier. This is going to be with change notifier. Like that. Okay, so first we're going to have an integer, which is going to be our index. Initially, our index is going to be 0, and we need to create a getter. So int get index, and we need a setter. Okay, and we're getting the private value, the private variable that we created on top. Okay, so set index is going to take in an index of type int. It's going to take a value of type int, and that value that we get from the parent component that we're using, this setter, and then we're going to set it to a private, and then we're just going to notify the UI that there's a change in state. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. So next, let's go ahead, go back, let's copy this name, we need it, go back to our main.dart. In our main.dart, let's paste the name first. Okay, that's not it, but still, let's bring it down and comment this, hit a comma, and here we need to import the tab index notifier. Okay, so let's just hot restart our application. After hot restarting our application, the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our our entry point. In our entry point views, and then we just need to cut everything. The scaffold, we need to cut the scaffold, and we need to have a consumer. Okay, so our consumer is going to consume a tab index notifier. Okay, so we need to import the notifier, and over here we need to import provider as well. So let's give it a name. So here it's supposed to be tab index notifier, and then here we're going to paste the code that we cut, and here let's remove the dead code. Let's close this code here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Over here we need to use this tab index notifier here, and we're going to access the index. Okay, so we're on the home page. If we click here, we're supposed to change this page to the new page, but if we click, we're not doing anything as yet. So we need to go here to our onTap function, right? So from our onTap function, we're going to call our tab index notifier, and we're going to call our setter, and we need to push I. Okay, I, that's our index. Let's go ahead, close it. Okay, so if we click now, then this page should change as well. Okay, so here this is not changing. Why? Because the value that we set here is 0. So we need to go ahead and use tab index notifier.index. That's going to be our current value. So we're actually reading, not reading, but we're watching the value. Okay, now everything is going accordingly. We just need to make a few tweaks, and then we'll be done with that particular section. Okay, so here we need to set how our icons are going to change, probably when it comes to to the color. Okay, so here we do have this icon. Let's copy the icon, and here we're going to call tab notifier, not tab notifier per se, but it's going to be tab index notifier. Notifier dot. Yeah, I'm doing something wrong. Not necessarily. Let's see. This name has to be the same as this one. Is equals to 0. Then we're going to show this, else we're just going to show another icon, but this icon is going to have the same size, but probably the color is going to be different. It's not going to have a color change. Okay, so here we need to get rid of the color. Okay, so now it's unselected. Okay, so if we select, it's going to change the color. If you select this one, this icon should change as well. The heart should be filled, and when it's selected, the heart should be filled. When it's not, it should be outline. Okay, so we're using the same logic. Let's paste. So here it's supposed to be 1. Here it's supposed to be 2, and at the bottom is supposed to be 3. Okay, like that. Okay, so let's just take care of our of our icons. So here, this should be the icon that's going to be displayed if it's unselected. If it is selected, then we're going to display the heart. Okay, let's get rid of the color from over here, and let's get rid of the size as well. So for wish lists, shopping outline, I doubt that we do have a shopping field, but let's see how it goes. So probably we don't. It's supposed to be outline. Okay, so we don't. So what we can do, we can just copy this. Let's paste it over here. And let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of the size. Okay, so if it is wish list, and then it's supposed to be filled. When we come to this, let's see whether we do have only shopping. Yeah, we do. So that's exactly what we need. Then profile is a little bit different. Let's get rid of the color over here, but we need the size. So we're going to leave the size like that. And let's go ahead and add consts. Oh, so we're not supposed to add const over here. Let's go ahead and just add const ever in the file, ever necessary. Okay, so that's going to be our bottom navigation bar, wish lists, home, profile. So let's see whether we have. We only got user. Okay, so for this one, it can remain like that. So that's all for our bottom navigation bar. Next, let's go ahead and focus on our home page. Okay, so go to our home page. There's one thing that we need to take care of. That's going to be our cart count. We need to show a badge on the cart. Okay, that's important because a badge is going to show us the count of the items that we do have in our cart. So here we're going to just wrap this in a widget, and this widget has to be a badge. So a badge takes in a label. So our label is going to be a text. For this text, we are going to have, let's just have a number for now. Let's put it as 9. And let's save. So that's going to be our badge. It has to appear on both when it's selected and when it's not selected, because if we select here, the badge won't show. So we need to put it on this particular icon as well. So here we need to have a badge as well. So for badge, we're going to have label the same, text, and for text we put a number 9. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So that's how we can have a badge. So we can take care of this a little bit later after we not integrated, but after we worked on our backend and when it's time to integrate our backend to our frontend. Okay, but for now, this is all. Let's go ahead and add consts everywhere in the file, and then that's all for the AppBar. Next, let's move on to the home page. Now, let's go ahead and open our home page. In our home page, we need to start by creating in our home folder, not home page, my bad. We need to create a new folder and we need to call it widgets. Okay, so the first widget that we're going to create is going to be a custom AppBar. Custom AppBar, and it has to be a .dot file. Okay, and so it has to be a stateless widget. Let's give it a name, custom AppBar. It's AppBar with double P. Okay. Let's import material. After that, let's just go ahead and save it. So we go back to our home page. Instead of returning, we can return the body for now. That's okay. But we need an AppBar. So for AppBar, we're going to use preferred size. The preferred size first. After preferred size takes in preferred size. So here we're going to take size from height, and we're going to give it a size of 110. Okay, like that. And down at the bottom, we need to give it a child. So the child has to be the custom AppBar that we created. So here it's supposed to be custom AppBar, like that. Okay, so we don't have anything showing as yet because our custom AppBar is literally like in an empty container. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead, design our custom AppBar. So now that we've hooked it, so everything should be fine. Each and every step that we design, then we're going to be seeing the changes in our custom AppBar. So let's open our custom AppBar. The first thing that we need in our custom AppBar is going to be, it's not, we're not going to return a container here. We're going to return an AppBar. Okay, so elevation, we give it an elevation of 0. Let's give it leading, not leading. We should turn off automatically impel leading. We need to set it to false since we are in the home page. And for our title, we're going to have a column. So for the column takes in children, and we need to set cross-axis alignment first. So that's before the children. Okay. So in here, we're going to have cross-axis alignment, and we need to set it to start. Okay. So let's have our first widget in our children's list. So the first one, we're going to have a reusable text widget. It's supposed to be a reusable text widget over here. Okay, so for reusable text widget, we're going to have location, and we need to give it a style. So app style, that's going to be our style. Let's give it 12 over here. And here, the color is supposed to be colors.gray, and for our font weight is supposed to be font weight.normal. Okay, so that's going to be this particular title. So we need to add a little bit of height. So we need a size box. Let's give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of 5. Okay, so it's supposed to be 5.h. Down at the bottom, let's add a comma, and we're going to have a row. Okay, a row widget. A row widget takes in children. So our first, our first child in our row widget is going to be an icon. So let's go ahead and have an icon. This icon is going to come from Ion icons. Let's just save it like that. It's not supposed to be an ice cream, but it's going to be, what do you call it? A location pointer. A location pin is supposed to be a location over here, like that. And since we're in a row, what we need to do, And let's go ahead and style it a little bit. So here, what we can do, we can have size. We can give it a size of 16. And that's a little bit small, but that's okay according to our design. After giving it a size of 16, we need to give it a color. So the color that we're going to go with is colors that carry primary. Okay, so now it's brown. Let's push this a little bit to the left, the text. So we need to wrap the text inside of a padding. And here we're going to have only left, and here is supposed to be 3. Okay, so that it can be aligned with our icon. So we're done with that part, and here we need to display our location, and then we need to display our notification bell. So probably it ain't gonna be a bell, but we're going to just create a widget because we need to have a counter. Counter requires us to have hooks, so it's better to have it in a separate widget. Okay, so here let's go ahead and have a size box. So in our size box, we're going to have width. Okay, so for width, we're going to use ScreenUtils dot screen width, and we need to multiply it by 0.7. So in here we need a child. So for this child, it's going to be a text. Okay, so this text is going to be the address, but since we don't have the address, now what we can say please select a location, like that, but we need to give it a style, right? So that it can be in sync with the other items that we have, with the other text widgets that we have. So here, style is supposed to be if style, and for the size, we're going to give it a size of 14. As for the color, we're going to give it a dark color, so it's supposed to be colors.dark. As for the font weight, we're going to give it W500. So let's go like that. So we need to push it a little bit to the side, but anyhow, let's have max lines. We need our text to have a max line of 1. Okay. Let's check our icon primary. The color is okay. Let's add const everywhere. Okay, let's add const here. Okay, that'll do. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and push this a little bit to the left. Only left. Let's give it not 2. 2, that's too much. So let's go ahead with 6. Okay, 6 will do. So that's going to be our location. After the location, what we're going to do, we're going to have a notification on the other end. So that's going to be an action. Since we are in an AppBar, this was our title. We was working on our title, so we're done with the title. So here we need to go ahead and have actions. In actions, that's where we're going to put our notification. So like here, we just put a search, but it's white. So if you make it black, it'll be visible. Okay. So what we need to do over here, we need to just go ahead and create a new widget, and we're going to call it notification underscore widget. Okay, and it has to be a file. Wow. Okay, my bad. It's widget without a G. In here, it has to be a stateless widget. Let's give it a name. Notification widget. Okay, let's import material. After importing material, now we need to work on our notification widget. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to change this to a gesture detector. Okay, so a gesture detector, we're going to have on tap. So on tap, then we need to do something. So here, that's navigating to notifications page. Okay. So to do, navigate to not navigation, but notifications. Okay, notifications page like that. So let's leave it like that, and let's give our gesture detector a child. So the child that we're going to have in here is going to be let's give it a padding. So we need to give it a padding to the right so that we can push everything right inside. So over here, let's go ahead and have edge inserts dot only. So it's supposed to be right. We give it 12 over here. So our padding takes in a child. So for the child of this padding, we're going to put a circular avatar. And for the circular avatar, we need to give it a background color. So for the background color, we're going to go with this colors dot gray light with an opacity of 0.3. Okay, so let's give it an opacity of 0.3. Okay, so what we can do at this point is to go ahead and hook this notification widget to our AppBar. So let's put it in there and then import it. Okay, so this is our notification widget. So let's add const over here so that we can get rid of the complaining lint. Let's go back to our notifications widget. Here, let's add .w. Okay, so we are working inside of our circle avatar. So in here, what we need a badge first, okay, as our child. That's supposed to be a badge. Okay, so the badge takes in a label. So this label is going to be the notification count, all right? So here it's supposed to be text. Let's just put a random number 4, but it has to be a string first. Okay, so we have our number, but we need a child. We need to attach the badge to a child, and our child is going to be an icon, and our icon is going to be a notifications icon, but it's going to come from, that's supposed to be eon icons dot notifications. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our notifications. So we need to, the size is quite okay. It's quite okay, not bad. But what we can adjust is the color. So for the color, we have to go with the primary color like that, so that our application can be uniform everywhere. So that brown color and the red color over there. So this red color is just uniform when it comes to counters. Okay, so that's it. If we click, we're supposed to go to the navigation, not to the navigation, but we're supposed to navigate to the notifications page. So the best thing that we can do is to go ahead and create a new folder, and we're going to call it notifications. And in notifications, we're going to create views. In views, then we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it notification underscore, let's call it a screen. But you can go with a page. You can use them interchangeably. That's all up to you. Up here, we can create a stateless widget. Let's call it notifications page. It's supposed to be notifications page. Okay, let's import material. Let's make it a scaffold over here. So in here, we can just have our AppBar. AppBar is going to be an empty AppBar for now. Let's just leave it like that. So now that we have this page, we have to go to our app routes. In our app routes, we need to hook it up. After hooking it up, we need to go ahead and put it, we need to make it functional when we click this particular widget. Okay, so let's see whether we have notifications. Yes, we do. So let's comment that. Uncomment is supposed to be notifications page over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and import notifications page. Now we have them. What we can do, we can just copy the path. After copying the path, we're going to go to notifications widget. So here we're going to say, not, is it context? It's supposed to be context dot push. Okay, then we paste the path. Okay, so what we're going to do here, even though we are not logged in, we should set the logic. So here, let's have a condition. If storage dot get string, and the name of our string is going to be access token. Access token determines whether a user is logged in or not. If we don't have an access token, then a user is not logged in. Okay. Else, so if the access token is now, what we're going to do over here, let's go ahead and just print something to begin with. We can say user not logged in. Okay, that's the first. Else we can navigate to this particular page. So let's go ahead and put it here. Okay, so let's get rid of the to do. Okay, something is off. Okay. Okay, so over here, if we click, we're supposed to get a print statement. If this particular string is found in our local storage, then we are going to go ahead and go to this page. Okay, so here we have something. We have a bottom sheet, which is the name. It's supposed to be show. Okay, I have to go ahead and check inside of our widgets. It's supposed to be a login bottom sheet. Okay. That's the name. So if it is a bottom sheet, it's always going to require context. So let's import it. So instead of printing, we do have this bottom sheet. Okay. Proceed to log in. You're not logged in, proceed to log in. So let's go ahead and give it a try. Okay, you're restricted to proceed. To proceed, please log in into your account or register. So then you can go to the login. So our routing and everything else is working fine. So even this part, we are done setting it up. When it's time, then we can be able to use it without any problem. Okay, so this is all that we need to do for our notification widget. Next, let's go ahead and work on the search section, and then we can move on to the rest. Okay, let's close this as well. The customer bar, we're almost done with it, but we still have quite a little bit to add to it. So since we're done with the top part of it, we need the bottom part. So the bottom part, that's where we're going to put the search panel. Okay, so let's go ahead and just jump right into it, and then we can get done with the AppBar. Continue. So right now we need to have a bottom. So at the bottom, what we're going to have a preferred size, and our preferred size is going to take in preferred size as usual. That's supposed to be preferred size. Dang. Preferred size, and our size is going to be 55. That's going to be size from height. And it's supposed to be 55 over here. And we need to give it a child so that we can get rid of the error. So our child is going to be a gesture detector. So our gesture detector takes in on tap. And on tap, we're supposed to navigate to the search page, since this is the search section, but we're going to handle it a little bit later. For now, let's give it a child. And in the child, we're going to have now padding. It's supposed to be padding over here. Okay, and our padding has to be agencies.symmetric. Symmetric, we're going to have horizontal, and horizontally we're going to give it a 12, and symmetric we're going to give it an, not symmetric but vertical, we're going to give it an 8. Okay, so 8.w, it's supposed to be 8.h, and either way, let's see. Okay, here let's give our padding a child. Okay, and for the child, we're going to have a raw widget. So a raw widget takes in children, but before the children, what we need to do, we need to have main axis alignment. So we're going to have main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, so let's go ahead and give it children. So inside of children, we're going to have a container. And that's going to be container over here. So our container, we need to give it a height. So let's give it a height of 40. It's supposed to be 40.h. And after that, we are going to give it a width. Okay, so this width, it has to be occupying almost the whole screen. So we need to utilize ScreenUtils. So it's supposed to be ScreenUtils dot screen width times, not times per se, we're just going to subtract. So here we're going to subtract 80 from our screen width. Okay, so it's supposed to be 80.w anyways. Either way, the difference is the same. So decoration, as for decoration, text box decoration. And in our box decoration, the first property that we need to take care of is the border. And border takes in border. So we're going to have border.o. So in our border.o, we're going to take care of the width. That's the first, and our width is going to be 0.5. After that, we need to give it a color. So for color, we're going to go with gray, but not this gray per se. We need to give it a light gray. Okay, so that's going to be our search panel. So we need to give it a little bit of border radius. So what we can do over here, we can give it a border radius. So border radius is going to be secular. So what we can do, const, it's supposed to be border radius dot secular. Not secular. Let's go ahead with secular per se. Let's give it a 12 over here. Let's get rid of this. Okay, that would work. And so here, let's go ahead. We're going to give this container, a child. And the child is going to be a row widget. Okay. So in our row widgets, we're going to have children. So our first child is going to be an icon. So our icon is going to be Eon icons dot search. Okay, so for search, we're going to give it a size. It has to be a little bit smaller, so we're going to give it a size of 20. After that, we need to give it a color. So the color that we're going to go with K primary light. So we need to access colors dot K primary light. Okay, like that. Okay. So far so good. What we can do over here is to add a comma. After adding a comma, we can put a reusable text widget. And our text is going to be search. Okay, we can just go with products over here. Let's give it a style. For style, we're going to use our app style. And let's give it a size of 14. Let's change the color. So it's supposed to be colors.gray. And for the font weight, let's go ahead and give it a W400 like that. Okay, so we need to add a little bit of spacing between the two. So we're going to use sizebox dot width, and let's give it a width of 20 over here. So it's supposed to be 20.w. And down at the bottom, let's add a comma so that we can get rid of the complaining lint. Over here, we're going to add consts. Let's just space them out so that we won't have any problem. So here, what we need to do, we need to wrap this padding in, not padding, but we need to wrap the row inside of a padding. Okay. Our padding, we are going to give it a padding of .all like that. Okay. So down, like outside of this particular container, we're going to add another icon. Okay. So we're in a container padding in this row. So we need to just close this container. But before we close, let's see whether we do have a comma. We don't. So we added the comma, and let's go ahead and close the container. So after that container, we need to create another container. Okay, so inside of the container, we're going to have height. So our height is going to be 40, 40.h, and we're going to have a width. Our width is going to be 40 as well. It has to be a square. So here it's supposed to be .w, something like that. Okay, so let's give it a decoration. So as we said before, decoration text box decoration. So here we do have our box decoration, and we're going to use our K primary color. And our radius here, it has to be a little bit like that, but it has to be the same as the one that we've used over here. So if we come take a look, we have a radius of 12. So we're going to take the same radius and we're going to put it over here. That's a little bit too much. So let's go ahead with 9. 9 will do us justice. So still in our container, we need to give our container a child, right? So after giving it a child, our child is going to be an icon. So for the icon, we're going to use font awesome dot sliders. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's going to be it. Let's give it a color. So for colors, we're going to go with colors dot white. You like that. And let's reduce the size a little bit to 20. Okay, that will do. Let's add const over here. So we are done with our search, but we need to take care of one thing before we finish off, okay, which is the navigation part. Okay, so whenever we click on the search, we're supposed to go to the search page. Okay, so that's something that we need to do over here. That's context.push, and here we're supposed to go to search like that. So let's go ahead and close this. After closing, we need to take care of this page because we don't have it as yet. Okay, so inside of our source, we're going to create a new folder and we're going to call it search. And in search, we need to go ahead and create views. And in views, we need to go ahead and have search screen. It's supposed to be screen over here. Dart. Okay. Okay. This is not it, but anywho, let's just go ahead and delete this. It's not supposed to be a folder. It's supposed to be a file. So it's supposed to be a search screen.dart. Okay. Okay, the spelling is wrong. So let's go ahead and rectify it before we continue. Let's go ahead, create a stateless widget. Okay. Stateless widget. Let's call it stage page. Here we give it a scaffold. Let's give this scaffold an AppBar, and AppBar takes in an AppBar. We are going to leave it like this. So we need to copy this, go to our app routes. In our app routes, we're going to look for search. You probably have search somewhere. So, okay, we do have search over here. So we need to uncomment our search and we need to import the page itself. So after importing the page, everything is okay, but let's go ahead and see whether we can make a little bit of adjustments to. Okay, the page is not found, but if we press hot restart, get started, search, then our page came. Okay, so we're done with routing pertaining the search. 70, that's 80. Let's go ahead and 90. That won't work. It's supposed to be 12. That's okay. Give it a little bit of padding. We're going to use only lefts. Okay, that would do. So we have to push it a little bit inside so that it won't be overlapping. So here we're just going to give it a padding of 6 to the left. So here it's supposed to be .w, okay, so that we won't have any problem. So if we click, we go to the search page. So we're just going to come back, do everything that we need to do in our home page. After that, everything will be seamless. Our wish lists, our cart is a little bit tedious, but that's something that we have to do after we finish working on our REST API. Okay, and the profile is simple, so we're going to take care of that probably first. Profile and auth, those are the priorities as soon as we start working on our REST API. Continue. Right now we need to work on our slider, so we need to go to our directory, our file directory, and then we visit source. After visiting source, we need to go to home. Okay, the home folder. In home folder, we need to visit widgets, and inside of widgets, we need to create a new file, and we have to give it a name, home slider. Okay, so it's supposed to be home slider over here. Dot. Okay, so slider, not slide. Now that we have our file, we have to create a stateless widget. Not stateful, but stateless. Let's give it a name, home slider. Okay, so like that. Let's import material. After importing material, we're going to require images. So probably they're going to be network images, but yeah, going to be network images. So for this one, I'm just going to use one image to design. So it's going to be just repeating when it slides, but you can have multiple images according to your needs. Okay, so let's go ahead and work inside of our widget. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do over here is to change these to a clip rect. So here, instead of a container, we're going to return clip rect. So clip rect takes border radius. Okay, so for border radius, we're going to use the border radius that we have inside of our constants. So we're going to say k radius O. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for our clip rect. Then our clip rect takes in a child. Okay, my keyboard is a little bit sticky, so probably I might need to do something about it. So we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be a stack widget. A stack takes in children. So first, we're going to require a size box. So our size box, we have to give it height and width. Okay, so for our height, we're going to use ScreenUtils. Okay, ScreenUtils. Supposed to be ScreenUtils over here. Dot screen height. Okay. And then we need to multiply the screen height by 0.16. Like that. So let's go ahead and take care of our width. As for width, we're going to just make it take up the whole width. Okay. And that's screen width. Like that. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. And our size box has a child property. So our child property, we're going to use a package with the name image slideshow. Okay, so we might need to visit our pubspec YAML to take a look at the package. Let's see whether it can show. So probably it ain't gonna pop, but let's just go ahead and do that. So here we need to go to our pubspec YAML. In our pubspec YAML, we have Flutter image slider. So this is the package that we're using to make our sliders, right? So since it's not importing automatically over here, what we need to do, we need to import it manually. So we're going to go ahead, import. So here it's supposed to be package. Okay, so that's going to be the package Flutter image slideshow. Okay, so here it's a little bit. Let's see. Okay, image slideshow. So image slideshow takes in children. Let's go ahead and just give it children first. So as for the children, we are going to have a list of images. So we're going to use list.generate, and the length is going to be the list of images. So what we're going to do over here, we're going to just go ahead and create a list. And this list is supposed to be a list string. And let's just call it images. And let's initialize it as an empty string over here. So we need to go ahead and put the URLs for the images. Okay, so here it's a little bit tricky. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take one of the images from my notes if I happen to find one. Okay, I need, okay, let me take this URL from here. So you can do the same. You can do the same. You can be able to access an image. So let's say we come here and we paste the part of the URL that I copied, right? And one dot webp. Okay, so it's supposed to be webp over here. So this is an image. It's coming from my server, so you can use it as well. So it's only one image, so I'm going to have 4 sliders over here. So the length of our children here, of our list, is supposed to be images, which is the images that we have over here, right? Dot length, like that, so we don't have an error. So now we need to go ahead. We have our index here. After our index, we need to process the images that we're getting, right? We need to return something. So here we're going to return, that's supposed to be a cache network image. Oh, something is going on. Something is really going on here because I can't get imports automatically, of which that might slow us down. Return cache network image. Yes, this might slow us down. So if we go ahead to our pubspec YAML to check whether we do have the package or not, we have to check we do have the package over here. So what we should do, we should just import it manually. That's something that we don't want to do, but at this moment we don't have a choice. So let's just go ahead and do it. Okay, like that. So we imported here. If we hover over, we can see the properties of our network cache network image. Okay, so here we're going to require a placeholder just in case that, okay, in case our images are taking longer to load from the internet. So we need a placeholder. So I've already taken care of the placeholder. So our placeholder, if you want to see how it looks, you have to go to our constant, but I'm going to place it here first, and then I'm going to visit our constants. So we're inside of our constant. Inside lib constants, we have a placeholder, right? A placeholder widget. That's a function. Okay, so this is what we have. It's returning an asset image asset. Okay, that's an asset image over here, a placeholder. So if we go to our assets, we should have the placeholder. The placeholder image is here. Okay, so this is the image that I'm using as a placeholder. So before the image load, we're going to be showing the placeholder. So here, this is our image. So what we can do over here, we can even just go ahead and replace it. We need to import resources, and from resources we're going to get the placeholder image. Okay, so same as for our error. Okay, so if we do have an error, we're going to show this particular image. Okay, so let's go back to our slider. Since we are done with our placeholder, we're going to go ahead and deal with our error. So we are going to map it to our error image. And as for our image URL, we're going to take an image from our list. So we need to have images, and we're going to access the index that we are on. Okay, so far so good. So with the slider, we are partially done. We still need to add a little bit of some props. So here we're going to require an indicator. Okay, it's supposed to be indicator color. So for the indicator color, we're going to go with primary. All right, let's go with primary light. So on page changed, we're supposed to do something, but here let's pass p as in page. On page change, we can go ahead and just print and print p over here. Okay, so that we know whether our page changed. So what we can do over here is to go ahead and hook this in our home page, so that we can see how it looks. If there are any adjustments that we need to make, then we can go ahead and do that. So we have to visit views, home screen. Instead of home screen, instead of retaining this center, what we're going to do over here, we are going to go ahead and return a list view. Right, so let's go ahead and have a list view. Let's just go ahead and type everything. So list view takes in children. Here we have to remove const on top of the scaffold, and on the AppBar we can put const. And we need to add a little bit of height before we put our home slider. So what we have to do, we have to have a size box. So here we do have a size box. Okay, that's a size box, and we have to give it a little bit of height. So our height is going to be something like 20. Oh, my bad. It's supposed to be 20 over here. Let's go ahead and import ScreenUtils. So our error is gone, and we add a comma over here. After adding a comma, then we need to place our home slider. Let's just save. So we have our slider here, but our slider is touching both sides, both ends of the screen. We don't want that. Okay, so what we can do, and it's not sliding automatically, that's something. So we need it to be able to slide automatically, and our image is not showing as well. So that's something that we have to take a look at. So let's go back to, before we go back to our slider, this list view, what we have to do, we have to give it a padding. As for padding, we have to give it edge inserts dot symmetric, and here we're going to manipulate the horizontal part, and we have to give it a 12 over here. So let's use ScreenUtils. Okay, so it's now inside a little bit, so that's okay. What we can do, we can try to hot restart the application. Let's add const over here. Okay, so going back to our home slider, we do have our images, but let's go ahead and add fit, but that won't affect our image. So it's supposed to be boxfit.cover over here. our image is literally not showing. So let's see what's going on. It might be the internet itself or the source of the image. But anywho, that's something that we can take care of in a little bit. Let's add some more props over here. So we have autoplay interval. So we have to change the image after each and every 5,000 milliseconds, right? And we have to loop so that each and every time we won't need to slide it manually. It has to be on a loop. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Let's go ahead. Let's see whether it works or not. After each and every 5,000 milliseconds, we should slide to the next image. Let's see, probably my URL is correct. Uploads 1. Okay. Okay, now it's sliding, but the image is still not yet showing. So the best thing that we can do over here was to just go on Google. Let's go on Google and look for an image. We're just going to look for an image to check whether we can get any image that we can place, because we need to confirm whether the source of our image is compromised or it's our widget. Okay, so here we're going to say fashion a banner image. Okay, so I'm just going to look for any random image that I can use at this point. Okay, oh, my network is super slow. Because if you take a look, it shouldn't take this long to load up an image under any circumstance. So let's go ahead with this image right here. You know, the internet is super slow, super slow. No, but let's try to be patient. Oh, this is just too much. This is just too much. Anywho, we wait for it, and our index is still printing here. This is why we do have this list of printed items. So let's go ahead, get rid of that. But here, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have a positioned widget, because this is a size box inside of the stack, is it? So that's going to be our parent. So we are going to require a positioned widget over here. So our positioned widget takes in a child. So our child is going to be a size box as well. So our size box, we have to give it a height and a width. So let's start with the height. The height is going to be the same as the height that we have over here. So we can just come up here, copy, and then we can paste the height and the width. Okay. So after that, we need to go ahead and deal with the child of our size box. So first we need to have a padding widget. So our padding widget takes padding and it also takes in a child. So our padding is going to be dot symmetric. Symmetric, we're manipulating the horizontal part of our padding. Okay, so that's it. Let's add a comma, and we need to add a child to our padding. So here our child is going to be a column. A column takes in children. In the children, in our children, let's deal with it a little bit later, but for now we need to manipulate the main axis alignment and cross-axis alignment. So our main axis alignment is supposed to be main axis alignment dot center here, and we're going to require cross-axis alignment. For cross-axis alignment, we're going to have cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, like that. So let's just go ahead and save that. Inside of our children, our first one is going to be a reusable text widget, and our reusable text widget is going to take in text, right? So here we need to visit apptext. So let's import it. From apptext, we're going to take K collection. Okay, so that's going to be K collection, and we need to give it a style. So for our style, we're going to use app style. So let's give it a size. We're going to give it a size of 20. And when it comes to our color, it's supposed to be colors.dark. Okay, so let's go with dark. As for font weight, this one is going to be bold. Should we go with bold? Now, if you go with bold, it'll be a little bit bigger. So let's go with W600 for now. And if we need to make some changes, we'll make them a little bit later. So this is what we have. So this is stationary, but you can make it dynamic somehow. So what you can do, okay, that means you have 4 sliders, right? If you want 4 sliders with different text and different texts or different text and different messages, you just need to save this, right? You save the index to a provider. After you save the index that you're in provider, then you use that index to save the text here, like what kind of text should be shown when you're on index 1, what kind of text should be shown when you're on index 2. So that is a little bit easier. But we're done with this part, so let's go ahead and add more text. Right at the bottom, what we need to do, we need to have a size box. So our size box, we're going to give it a height of 5. So it's supposed to be 5.h over here. And let's go ahead. Down below, we're going to have a text widget. So our text widget takes in a string. So our string is going to be discount. Let's put it like 50%. Supposed to be 50% off. Then we need to go to the next line. So to go to the next line, /n, and here we are going to say the first transaction, like that. So if we save, that's going to be written over here. So now the color text depends on the background that you're using, right? So this is not our image exactly, because our image is a little bit different. This is just a placeholder image. Okay, so don't worry about it. As soon as we check that the server is online, then we can go ahead and see how it's going to appear given the colors that we're setting right now. So here, let's deal with our app style. So first we need to have 14 as our size, and our color is going to be a dark color with an opacity. So let's go ahead and have colors dot dark with an opacity of 0.6. Okay, like that. And as for our font weight, we're going to go with normal, like that. So our background probably is going to, not probably, is going to be white. So not white, but brownish. If it is brownish, then the darker colors, they're okay. But if your background image is going to be black, then your text should be white. Okay. So down here, let's add a size box. Let's give it a height. And we're going to give it a height of 10. After giving it a height, we need to go ahead and have a button. So here, we're going to use our custom button. Is it custom button or gradient button? It kind of got off me. So we need to visit common widgets and we need to check, okay, custom button, gradient button. So the best way over here, what we can do is to change the name to custom button instead of gradient button, so that we won't run into some, like, it's really hard because, like, when the file is named differently and the widget is named differently, it becomes a little bit difficult to relate each and every time. So I'm going to change this to custom button. So if you're on Mac, it's Fn F2, then you can rename all the occurrence of the button without any problem. So this is the name that we're going with. And here we can just come and import the custom button. So it requires a text. So our text is supposed to be shop now. Okay. Like that. If we save, then we have our button, but the width of our button is a little bit too big. So we need to give it a button width. If we have an over, we do have btn width. That's our button width. Okay. So that's the property that we need to use, and we need to give it a button width of 100. Okay. 100, that's a little bit too small as well. So let's go ahead with 200. 200 too big. Okay, 150. 150 will do. Okay. So the button, you can do whatever you see fit. Like if you want to take them to anything, to products page, that's okay. But our products are going to be categorized. So whatever you are going to be discounting, that's the item that you should put over there. But this is it for a slider. We still need to figure out the image part. So let's go back to Google. Over here, let's open this image in a new tab, or copy, not copy image URL. Do we have the image URL over here? Link address. Hopefully it will allow us to do what we want to do. We just want to have a test over here. So let's go ahead and change this to the link that we just copy. And let's hot restart. Yeah, it might be the network because all images are not showing. So let's see. Return image URL. Let's debug a little bit. Print images okay. So each and every time that we, okay, so we are printing fine. Okay, and that's something that we can fix later because it's just images. But for now, let's leave it like that. We need to move on to our categories. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the other application, the running application, so that we can just have a first-hand look of how our application. The internet is a little bit too slow, so for anything that's going to require internet, we'll probably take care of it in a little bit. So let's continue with our project. So now we need to visit home, then widgets. We have the slider. Everything is done, but we need to create another widget for our home header. So here we're going to create a new widget, and we're going to call it home header. Okay, so here it has to be a stateless widget. Let's give it a name, home header, with an O over here. Import material. After importing material, we need to change this to a row because we need to have the text, and we also need to have the view all. Okay, so here we're going to require children, but before children, we're going to require main axis alignment. Our main axis alignment has to be space between. So let's go ahead and have our children over here. So first, we need to have a reusable text widget. So our reusable text widget requires a text. So our text, we're going to take it from our app text. So here we're going to go with K categories, and our style, we have to get it from our app style, right? So this is like a repetition of what we've done before. So it's easy, I guess, when it comes to writing widgets, because we're using the same pattern over and over again. So for color, we have to go with K dark, and as for our font weight, we have to go with W600 over here. Okay, so that's it. That's going to be our first. And down at the bottom, what we're going to do, we're going to have a gesture detector. So a gesture detector takes in on tap. On tap, we need to do something. And on gesture detector comes with a child prop. And for our child, we're going to have another reusable text widget. So what we can do, we can just copy this reusable text widget that we have on top, and then we can paste it here. So we need to get rid of the extra comma, and here it's supposed to be K view on. So that's all that we need to do over here. So let's format our code. So we need to go ahead and hook this in our home page. Okay, so that's going to come after our slider. So a slider, let's go to the home page first. So we have a slider, but we need to add a little bit of height right after our slider. Let's give it a height of 15 over here. And down at the bottom, we're going to have our home header. It's supposed to be home header over here. So let's save. So that's what it is going to look like, but we need to adjust our CO. It can be CO or view, or it depends on how you want it to look. So let's go ahead and adjust the weight of the font of this CO. It has to be a little bit lighter, and the color has to be a little bit grayish, not black. So let's start with the color. So we're going to go with, okay, gold, but we're going to go with K gray. After that, let's make it normal over here. Okay, so that's it. That's all that we need to do over here. So we are done. But if we click view all, then we should be going to all categories, right? So we don't have categories as yet. So let's just go ahead and create the folder over here. And we're going to call it categories. In categories folder, we're going to create another folder. Let's just go ahead, call it views. That's supposed to be views, not views with double S. Right, so let's go ahead, create a file. And we're going to call it categories page. Categories screen dot like that. Okay, so first it has to be a stateless widget. Let's give it a name. Categories page like that. So let's go ahead and import material. The importing material, let's save here. We're going to just require scaffold, and we're going to require an AppBar over here. So we're just going to have an AppBar for now, because our main goal is to make sure that we hook this up to our app routes. When we click, we should be taken to the page. Okay, so let's go back to our common utils routes, and in routes we have to look for categories. Then we can just comment, or we can uncomment. That's category page. Let's see whether we have categories. So that must be this one. So what we can do, uncomment, and here is supposed to be categories instead of category. So when we're navigating to this path. Okay, so we can copy the path. Okay, this was correct though. It should be this page that we have over here. Okay, the one on top. Let's just import categories, copy the path, and the path is the one that we're going to use inside of our header. So inside of our header, we're going to require context, and from context we need to access our routes. So we need to push, and here we're going to be pushing the categories page. Okay, like that. So let's go ahead, hot restart over here so that we can just run a test. After running a test, then we can go to our categories and design how they look. But since I do have a problem with my internet, what I'm going to do, I'm going to design using local images or local image. Then whenever the internet is back online, then we can start using network images, because designing ain't in that it's important, but to use images from the internet at some point, it's not that important, because we just need to design something. Whenever we have our REST API, then we can hook it to the correct data. So let's go ahead and view so we're going to our categories. So this is good. So what we can do in our categories page is really simple. So let's see. Now let's leave it like that. We finish our home page, then we can go to our categories page a little bit later, because we need to go ahead and fix how it looks. If it is our categories page, it should require a title, right? It should require a title. And when we get when we're going back, what should we do? Where should we go? So, and this is quite simple. Let's go ahead and just take care of it. In our category page here, we do have an AppBar. So in our AppBar, what we're going to do, we're going to have a leading, right? So our leading is supposed to be a back button. That's going to be our back. So since we are pushing, then we are popping, okay, when we're getting back. So let's see whether that would work. If there's an error, then we need to do something about it. Okay, so view all. So now that's our back button. So everything is working fine. So here we need to have a title since we are in our AppBar. So here we're going to have a reusable text widget. Then our text is supposed to be app text dot categories, right? So we need to import our texts categories over here. Oh, not cancellation. Categories. Okay, that's going to be our text, but it ain't going to show since we don't have the style. So we need to handle our style first. So here, as for the size, we are going to give it a 16, and as for the color, we're going to go with our primary color, which is brown. So let's go ahead and have colors dot. That's supposed to be colors. Yes, but we need to import. That's why we did run into an error. Colors dot. Okay, primary, and let's go ahead and handle our font weight, which is going to be, is it bold? Bold in this instance. Okay, so that's what that we need to do for the meantime. And as for our body, we're going to handle that a little bit later. So if we press view on, this is what we're going to see. Okay, so that's it so far, so good. We get in here and we list all the categories. So this is what I was saying before. This is the error that we're getting because of the internet and stuff. So as long as I get this fixed, and then we can be able to retrieve our images from the internet. Even showing you the other application is going to be the same. We're going to run into the same error because the source of these images are the same. Okay, so since we got that out of the way, we got our header out of the way, we have to deal with our categories over here, and then we can deal with our products. That's going to be, yes, the products that we're going to be doing. So I found out it wasn't the internet problem, it was the problem with my media server. So I made a little bit of changes, redesigned, because some of the images I cannot retrieve them. So what we're going to do, okay, this is the application, by the way. So this portion, it wasn't showing, so we made some adjustments. Now we want to get to categories. So what we're going to do over here, the data is going to be provided for you beforehand, so that's not going to be a big problem on your side. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to provide the links, as well as to try to just go ahead and bundle the images themselves, because if I provide the links, that means you're going to be using my resources. At the end of the day, you might need to create your own media server, and then you save the images from your own server, so that we can save ourselves, save each other some bills. You know what I mean? We have to split the bills at some point. Okay, so let's go ahead, jump right back into it, and then we can see how best we can make the changes. Okay, so I'm going to put this side by side as always. Okay, so this is the application, like the end product, right? And this is the project that we are working on. So I've taken the liberty of just moving this image list to the constants file. So you're going to find this in the constants file. So this is going to be provided beforehand. So if you're looking for these images, this is where you're going to find them. When you download the zip, these links, okay, so it's just one link that's been duplicated, is going to be here. And at the same time over here, I'm going to create another list, and I'm going to call it, let's just call it categories. But anywho, this ain't the way it's supposed to be, but we'll make a proper adjustment soon when it comes to categories, because we need to start on categories soon. So this is what the application that we're working on look like now. We have the image showing over here. So if you want to design, then you can design the way that you want to, because I just had to play with Photoshop a little bit so that I can come up with the design, since I couldn't retrieve the last image from the previous server. So here we want to deal with our categories, right? So categories, if we come to our application, and they should look like this, see all, then we should see all the categories here. So we're going to do this with static data because we haven't worked on our REST API, but what we're going to do, we're going to retrieve the data from the REST API. That data is going to be in here as well. So I'm going to paste it here. As you get this file, that data is going to be there. So that's the data that you use first to design. And whenever we create the REST API, then we're going to replace the constants with the original data. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So first, we need to go to our backend. So probably you get to know a little bit more a little bit later. So what we need to do, we need to go to call. So here we're going to retrieve categories. So let's go to URLs first. So it's going to be categories. Okay, so we're going to go with categories home. Okay, so before that, let's see, we got URLs over here. We need to open backend URLs. So this one is products. So it's supposed to be API products, and then let's open Postman products. Okay, so this is okay. We need to copy the endpoint. The endpoint is supposed to be in our URLs, right? So it's supposed to be categories home. Okay, so we're going to just get the data from there. After we retrieve the data, that's the data that we're going to paste in our constants. So let's paste it over here and send the request. It's taking a little bit. Okay, so we got our data back. So I'm just going to copy this data since all the images are mapped correctly, so it won't be a problem. I don't need to copy each and every URL, putting it in a list. So let's get back to our project, right? So here, okay, we just click the simulator to make it easy. So here we're going to create a list. Let's call it categories. Okay, what we can do, we can just, let's do it the right way. List categories is equals to cat is equals to, then here, that's where we are pasting the data, right? So we don't have the model, the category model. Okay, we don't have this model. So what we're going to do, we're going to come to a categories folder, and we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it models, right? So after creating this models folder, we need to create the categories model file. So it's supposed to be a .dot file over here. Okay, so what we can do, we have to go to our web browser. In our web browser, we have to visit QuickType. So app.quicktype.io. So we need to use app QuickType to create the model. So let's go back to Postman and let's copy this. Okay, you can either copy, but you don't have Postman, so you don't have the backend. So what I can say, it's like we just need this, right? So I'll show you how to do it in a faster way without the data. Okay, but since you have the data, since I said you will have the data inside of the constants, so that means it's easier for you to create the model. Okay, but one thing that I can tell you now is that when you get the file, this is going to be commented out, since it's going to create an error over here because you don't have the model, right? So you can just come to this data and copy this list. Okay, the list, the array, you can just copy it as it is and go to QuickType. That's the best way that we can do it, because if I make a Postman reference, some of us will get confused, like, where is the data coming from? So we want to try to get that out of the way. But here, QuickType is a little bit too slow. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to close. It's given that we are making this a list category, what do we need to do? We need to create the model, right? So my internet was a little bit slow before, but now we can do it without any problem. So coming to QuickType, I've pasted the list. This is the list that we have in our constants, right? So if we go back to our constants, this is the list that we pasted inside of QuickType. So we just have to copy this list as it is, go back to QuickType, and we're going to paste the list over here. So we need to change the name to categories, okay? And after pasting the name, that's going to be the name of our model. We need to go ahead and select the language of the model that we want. If we want to create a Dart, we have to, a Dart model, we have to select Dart, okay? If we are to create a TypeScript, that's how we will create the model. If we are to create a Swift, this is how we're going to create. But now our language that we want to use is Dart. So let's just go ahead, select Dart, and then we copy the code. After copying the code, we need to go back to our application, and we've created the file with the name categories model. So here, that's where we're going to paste the code that we just created. And let's get rid of this uncommented code. So here we have to import these categories so that we won't have an error. But here we are going to run into an error since our data is not of type category. So what we can do here, we should have a list of categories, right? So the first thing that we require is a title. So our title is a string. So you just need to replace the title here, and then the ID, you go ahead and put the ID. The image URL, you go ahead, copy the ID, not the ID, but the URL, and then you're going to paste it over here. So the problem that we do have over here is we didn't open this. Okay, let's see, we still do have it. Okay, I think that's it for this part. Okay, so let me copy. So what do we have to do over here? Since we have to do this for the rest of this data, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. Go to ChatGPT, and I'm going to paste this, okay? So change the data in the lists below to have the same structure as and that's supposed to be structure as the data above the model. Data above. Okay, so here we have like the sample for category data, and here we need to go ahead and just paste this data. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to copy this data, the one that we used to create the model, go back to ChatGPT, and I'm going to paste the data over here. So I'm going to remove the not remove, I'm going to leave it like that. So I'm going to say here return the Lists is list categories, like that. Okay. Categories. A little bit slow again, so let's see if you refresh whether something can happen, but it shouldn't be this slow. Okay, so I just copied, pasted. Let's fire it up. Okay, so this is exactly what we need. So we just need all categories to be rearranged. So probably I'm going to just put this data, and this is the data that you're going to get in your constants, because it's okay for you to know the how to do it. At the end of the day, just doing it whilst you're seeing, and you can do it by yourself, but for the sake of simplicity, it's better for me to put the correct data so that you can have a seamless and fast process. Okay. This thing is a little bit slow, but anywho, we gotta wait for it. So whilst it's finishing, now we need to go ahead and, okay, it's finished already. So let's copy the data. After copying the data, we are just going to go ahead and replace this list. Okay. Okay, so now this is our list categories. So far so good. Let's go ahead and work on our categories. So one other thing, we should run our application over here because our application is not running. So as we embark on a designing journey again, we should be able to see what we are doing exactly. But the categories model we've already created, so it's better to close it. In our home, it's running, and we do have our categories lists. Let's go ahead and work on our categories widget. So we need to go to our directory. In our directory, we need to go to source. Let's go to home. In widgets, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it categories lists, like that. It's supposed to be categories lists .dart. Okay. And here we have to create a stateless widget. Let's call it categories lists. Categories list. Okay, so what we can do over here, let's say home categories list, because we're going to have another list inside of our categories page here. Okay, so we're going to work on them together. So let's import material. After importing material, we can save. Let's press Command O, and then we copy this. We come to our categories. In our categories screen, okay, we already have. So what we can do over here, we have to create a list as well. So this list, we're going to go ahead and just put it in our body, right? So after the AppBar, we're going to have a body. So in the body, we're going to have a list view builder, list view dot builder. So it's supposed to be list view dot builder. Okay, so our builder is going to take context and index. So over here, we're going to have context, comma, and we're going to have I as our index, and let's go ahead and return something. Okay, so here, let's just go ahead and return a container, right? So let's leave it like this for now. So before, what we're going to require here, we're going to require item count, right? Our item count is supposed to be categories dot length, like that. Okay. So instead of returning a container over here, let's go ahead and return a list tile. List tile. In our list tile, the first thing that we're going to require is onTap. OnTap, then we have to do something. Next, let's work on our leading, because we need to display the icon, not the icon, but the image of that particular category. So we're going to put it on our leading. So here we're going to have our leading. Our leading is a widget. So if we hover over, this is of type widget. So we can put like a circular avatar over here. The circular avatar comes with different props. So the first one that we're going to take care of is the background color. So our background color is going to be colors.secondary light, and after that, let's go ahead and give it a radius. So we're going to give it a radius of 18. After the radius, we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be a padding. Let's give it a padding first. And this padding is supposed to be agencies.O, and we're going to give it a padding of 8. Okay. So let's just say .h over here. So our padding takes in a child. So as for a child, we are going to use an svg picture.network. Okay. So we already installed the package which helps us to deal with svg images. So we're going to say svg picture.network. Okay. So our URL is going to come from this list. Okay. So it's supposed to be categories, but what we can do over here, before we return the list, we can create a final variable here where we are going to store each and every category. So we're going to give it a name category, and this is going to take data from categories. It's supposed to be categories index. So here, what we can do, we can just say categories, and here the index is I. So that's it. So if we want to access anything from this list, we have to use this category. Like for instance, we want an image. So if we say category dot, we can access the image URL. So far so good. If we click view all, then we have our list. Okay. So these are the categories that we have in our list. So let's go ahead and play around with it. So our list tile, if we hover over, comes with the title. We need the title as well. So here, since we're done with our leading, we need to go ahead and have a title down here. Not title color, but title. It's supposed to be just title over here. So our title is a widget. So we're going to use reusable text widget so that we can display the text. Okay. So our text is supposed to come from the category that we have on top, .title. Okay, so let's give it a little bit of style. So we're going to use style over here. And the size that we're going to give it, we're going to give it a size of 12. And we need to adjust the color a little bit. So for the color, it's supposed to be colors dots. Let's go with gray, not dark. So here, not gold as well. So we're going to go with gray. And for our font weight, let's go with normal. Okay, like that. So let's format the code and let's just bring this here so that it can be visible. Let's save. So we have our titles, but we need a trailing right over here. So after this reusable text, down at the bottom, we're going to have a trailing. So as for our trailing, we're going to have an icon. So let's just put cons first. And we need an icon. So our icon is going to come from Flutter Vector icons. So we're going to have to use material community icons, all right? Okay, so here it's supposed to be material community icons. So let's go ahead and place the right icon. So we're going to use chevron. That's supposed to be chevron double right. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our icon. So the color can be brown, or we can change it a little bit. Let's change the size and leave the color as it is. So for the color, for the size, let's give it a size of 22. 22 is a little bit too much. Let's go with 18. Okay, 18 will do. So this is how our categories are going to look like. So if we click here on tab, we should go to the categories page, right? So that's something that we need to deal with over here. Okay, so here we can just say go to category page. Okay, so that's a page that we need to create. So inside of our views, we need to create a new page, and we are going to call it category page, and it's going to be a .file as well. So here we're going to create it as a stateless widget. Let's give it a name, category page. Okay, after that, let's import material. After importing material, we need to have a scaffold over here, and let's have our AppBar, and our AppBar takes in AppBar, and here we need to have leading, and our leading is going to be the app back button, like that. Okay, so here let's go ahead and add const. And one other thing, we need a title, right? So we're inside of our AppBar, we're going to have our title. So our title is going to be a reusable text, and this text should come from somewhere, is it? So what we can do, we can create a provider that we can store the text of the category that we're in. Okay, so let's go ahead, create a new folder, and we're going to call it controllers. Okay, so in here we have to create a new file, and we have to call it let's just call it category notifier, like that. Okay, and it has to be a dot notifier over here. Okay, so let's create our class, give our class a name that's supposed to be category notifier. Okay, this is going to be with change notifier, like that. Okay, so first we're going to we're going to have a string category, and we have to initialize it as an empty string, and here void set category. Now let's go ahead and close that. So here we're going to require a string, and we're going to call it category. So I'm just going to put it as C. Okay, so in here we're going to say category is equals to C, and we are going to require our notify listener so that we can rebuild our UI whenever there's a change in the value of the category. Okay, so that's it for that part. Next, the next thing that we need to do here, we need to create an int where we are going to store the ID of the category that we're in. So we're going to say int, let's just say int ID is equals to, or is equals to 0. We initialize it as 0 over here. And the next thing we need to create, this one should be a private variable, not a public. So we create a private. So here we're going to say int get ID, and we're getting the ID from the private variable that we created, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and close that, and we're going to create a setter, all right? So here our setter it can be avoid set ID, and it's going to take in ID. It's going to take in an int, and our int, we just give it a name ID. So whenever we get this ID, we set this ID to our private variable. So whenever we want to get, we use this getter to get the value that's stored in this variable and access it through this public variable. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Going back to our category page. Okay, so here we need the title. So our title is coming from context dot read, and here we are going to be reading the category notifier, and here we're going to read the category. So let's give it a style. So, oh, my bad. So here we're going to require not app fit, but app style. Let's give it a size of 16. And for the color, we're going to give it colors.primary. And for the font weight, it has to be bold. So fw.bold, like that. Okay. So we have several things that we need to take care of before we can be able to navigate to this page. The first B, we need to go to our consts, utils, app routes, and then we need to go ahead and uncomment this route. Okay, the category route of the category page route. Okay, so let's go ahead and import the page. After we imported the page, we're done with this part. Now we need to go ahead and take care of the controller. So we need to revisit main.dart. So in main.dart, we can just go ahead and copy the provider that we have inside of our multi-providers. And here we need to have a category notifier. Okay, so like that, let's go ahead and restart our application. While our application is loading up, we need to revisit the categories again. Go back to our category screen. It's supposed to be screen or page, either way. Let's leave it like that. Let's leave it like that. So here we need to go to the page, right? So here it's supposed to be contexts.go. Okay, not go. Let's go ahead with push. So here we're going to push the path. Okay, and of which our path is going to be category. But before we push, we need to access our controller so that we can set the required values. Okay, so here what we can do, we can say context.read. Okay, so here we need to specify the type. The type is of category notifier. So here, let's refilter our code. Okay, so here we're supposed to set something, right? Set category, set ID. So let's just go ahead and set category, but we need to refilter. We don't even need to create two functions in here. We just need to create one function. So let's go ahead and copy the ID and we put it on top. We're going to remove this setter. And put this getter on top like that. Let's refactor our code. So here, when it's set category, we're going to also require an integer ID. Okay, so this ID, we need to set it here. So it's supposed to be private. This private variable is equals to the ID that we're going to get from our set category. So we've refiltered our code. We don't have a lot of stuff. So going back here, we need to push category title, as well as the category.id. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Okay, so here we are pushing. Whenever we are pushing, we can be able to read the title in our category page. So let's go ahead and see whether the changes that we made are as good. Okay, so if we click, okay, pants, back, t-shirt, so all the changes are working fine. So we are done with this part. Now our main focus is to go ahead and just create the list of the categories that we're going to display here, and then we can work on the products that we're going. Now let's go ahead and work on our category lists. So if we revisit this application, hopefully it will open. Okay, either way, it might not be running, but anyways, let's just go ahead and do it. So here, instead of returning a container, we are going to return padding, and padding takes padding. So as for padding, we're going to have a symmetric padding in the horizontal, and our padding is going to be only 3. So that's what that we need to do. And our padding takes a child. So as for our child, is going to be a size box, because we need to contain whatever we are going to put in a size box. Okay, because we need to give it a height. So as for height, we need to give it a height of about 80. Okay, so it's supposed to be 80.h over here. Still in our size box, we need to give it a child, and the child of our size box, it has to be a row. So this row is supposed to be the row of the categories that we are going to display. So we need to manipulate the main axis alignment, and as for our main axis alignment, we have to go with a space between, and let's give our row the children. So instead of returning children in a list here in this array that was given to us, we're not going to do that. We're going to use list.generate, and we're going to generate this list from our categories list, the one that we have in our constant. So that's where we're going to get our length, and here we're going to require the context and the index. Okay, and we need to go ahead and return something over here. Okay, so as for return, let's go ahead and just return a container for starters, like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and close it. Seems like we do have an error, so let's see where we got it all wrong. Okay, so we don't need context over here, we just need the index. Okay, so this is all that we need to do. And now let's replace this container with the gesture detector. And the first thing that we need to do in our gesture detector, we need to have on tap. And on tap, we should do something, right? So that's navigating to the category itself. Okay, so here, before we do that, let's go ahead and create a final instance of our category, just the same way that we did for the categories page. So here we're going to have a category is equals to categories, and here we need to access the index. So let's just go ahead and close that. After closing, let's just go ahead and open the categories screen side by side. Let's close the sidebar. After closing, we just need the same. Okay, this is what we need. So we're just going to copy these lines in our onTap function, and are the same lines that we're going to paste here. So in here, we need to import provider first. After importing provider, we need to import our category notifier, and we need to import go router as well, so that we can be pushed to our next route. So that's it for our gesture detector inside of our onTap function, right? So down at the bottom, our gesture detector takes in a child. So this is where we're going to style our how our widget is going to appear on the screen. Okay, so first we are going to require a size box, and for our size box, we're going to give it a child, and the child is going to be a column. So our column takes in children. So the first child that we're going to put in our column is going to be a secular avatar. Okay, just the same way that we did for the category screen. So here, let's go ahead and have a circular avatar. Okay, so we need to give it a background image, background color, not a background image. So as for background image, background color, we're going to use colors.secondary. Is it secondary? Secondary light. Yes. Okay. So let's close this for now. It might be the same as this one. It might be the same. It might be the same. But anywho, let's not copy. Let's just create things from bare beginnings. Okay. After our background color, what we're going to require is we're going to require a child, and our child is going to be a padding. Okay. So inside of our padding, we're going to take padding. So padding, we're going to have agencies.O. We need to give it a padding of phone. So let's just go with 4.h. And down at the bottom, since we're in a padding takes a child and padding. So now we need to deal with our child. As for the child, we're going to put an SVG. It's supposed to be SVG picture dot network, right? So here our image is going to come from category dot image URL. So we're done with that part. But before we continue, what we need to do, we need to give it a size. Okay. So here we're going to give it a width, and our width is going to be 40. So it has to be square, a square. Okay. And after the width, we're going to go ahead and give it a height as well. So let's go ahead and do that. And our height is going to be the same, 40. So that's all that we need to do. So this is the first child inside of our column. So if we save, nothing is going to happen because we haven't hooked this widget in our home pages yet. So let's just go ahead and do that. We're going to copy the name, go back to our root directory, and inside of our root directory, we need to go to a home views and then home screen. Right after our home header, we need to add a little bit of space. But before we do that, let's just go ahead and have our home categories list like that. Let's add consts over here. Let's save. So we have our categories. So let's give it a little bit of space right on top. So we can copy the size box that we have on top, paste it down, and let's save. So we have a little bit of space over here. So we might need to adjust, probably put it as 10. Let's go with 10. 10 would do. And going back to our category list, we need to deal with our titles. So these titles they have to be in this column, right? So after the circular avatar, let's just go ahead and add our title. In our title, we're going to use a reusable text widget. As for text, it's going to come from category.title. Okay, and for this text size, we're going to go with 12. So here, let's go ahead and give it an app style. Give it a 12. And for the color, we're going to give it a gray color. So we're going to go with colors.gray. And for the font weight, we're going to go with normal, like that. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to be dealing with our products. But before we do anything, we need to give our column main axis alignment and cross-axis alignment. So for our cross-axis alignment, we're going to go with cross-axis alignment.center. And for the main axis alignment, we're going to go with main axis alignment.space evenly. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's what it is going to look like. So down at the bottom, we need to add another title. That's going to be for the products. So since we are done with these particular categories, we can run a test. If we click, we are taken to the category page. So far so good. If we click on CO, we are taken to the categories. So everything is working fine. So let's go ahead, add a heading, and then we can go ahead and work on our tabs as well as our products, the products that we're going to display in our home screen. Okay, we need to work on our home tabs. So these are the tabs that we need to work on, and then we can go on to our products. So tabs, they might seem simple, but it's not that simple. So let's go ahead and see how best we can have our tabs, because here we do need a list where we are going to display all products, then popular products, unisex, men's, women's, and then kids products, right? So the first thing that we need to do, let's go ahead. Okay, let's just leave this here. This is our code, our homepage. So we need to convert our homepage stateless widget to a stateful widget. That's the first thing. After that, we need to add, like, this page. It has to come with ticker provider state mixin. Okay. So here, what we're going to require, we're going to require a tab controller. So here we're going to have a final. It's supposed to be a let final. Okay. Let final tab controller. And then here we just say tab controller. So let's just go ahead and close it. So we need to define the initial state of our tab. So our current tab is supposed to be current tab index. It's supposed to be 0 over here. Okay, so we're done with that. Next, we're going to have an init state. So in our init state, we need to initialize our tab controller, this private tab controller that we have over here. So what we can do, we can call our tab controller is equals to tab controller. So here we need to define the length of the tab, and we need to have our vsync. Okay, so vsync is supposed to be this dot, not, okay, it's supposed to be just this here over here. Okay, so we need the list that we're going to display. So our list is this list that we have over here. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got six elements. Okay, so, so we can go down at the bottom and we can create a list string with the name home tabs. Okay, so this is going to be our list. Let's close it. After closing it, we need to provide the tab names. So first we're going to have all. Let's go ahead and write popular. It's supposed to be popular. After popular, we're going to require the unisex. After unisex, we're going to go with men's. Okay, that's supposed to be men. And down at the bottom, we're going to have women. And here we're going to add kids as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's just, okay, let's go ahead and close this and just format this. Okay, so that's going to be our list. Okay, so this is the list that we need to provide over here. Dot length. So the list is within, so we don't need to import anything. Okay, so we are done with initializing our tab. At the bottom, we need to still inside of the init state, we need to go ahead and initialize our, to set a listener to our tab controller. So we need to add a listener over here. So on listen, we need to go ahead and handle selection. So whenever we are selecting something on the tab, on this tab bar, we're going to be listening to the changes, and then we do something with the changes. Okay, so here we're going to have handle selection, right, like that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close that. So we need to create this function. So down at the bottom, so let's go ahead and do and create the function to handle the selection. Okay, so this is supposed to be the function, but we're not going to do it this way. Okay, so we're going to be using provider to store the tab index. Okay, so here, the first thing that we need to do in our home directory, we need to create a new folder, and we need to call it controllers. And let's create a new file, and we're going to call it home_tab_notifier, like that. And it has to be a DAR file. Okay, like that. So let's go ahead and create our class. So our class is supposed to be HomeTabNotifier. Okay, let's see, is it the same name? HomeTabNotifier, that will do. Okay, this will come with change notifier. It's supposed to be change notifier over here. So we're done with that part. What we have to do over here is to just go ahead and hook this into our main.dart before we continue doing anything. So I'm going to go ahead and have our home tab notifier over here. And let's go ahead and save that. Let's go back to our notifier. In our notifier, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a function where we are going to be setting our tab index. Okay, what we can do over here, let's see the best way to go about it. So whether we're going to set a string or we are going to, okay, so it has to be a string. We have to use a string instead of setting the index. So we're going to take the words, those are the ones that we're going to use. Okay, so let's go ahead and have our private string. We're going to call it index. Let's just go ahead with index is equals to, so the first one on init, it has to be all. Okay, now let's go ahead and create a getter. So string get index, and let's go ahead and create a setter. Okay, so that's going to be our setter over here. So we need to do more inside of our index, right? Before we have this notifier listener, we need to have a switch statement. So let's go ahead and have our switch. Okay, so our expression over here is going to be string index, not string index, but it's going to be index. So for case all, okay, then we're going to do something, and then we're going to break. Okay, so what we're going to do, if we visit our, let's go ahead and bring this application because it's just loading. Okay, so for case all, first let's visit our utils enums. So we have these enums, query type. Okay, query type. So these are going to help us to get the correct products from our backend. So we need to use these enums in conjunction with the list that we have in our homepage. Okay, so whenever we push these to this home, whenever we push index title to our home tab notifier, we should check whether if it is case on, then we're going to use an enum which is related to that case to set another enum value inside of this home tab notifier. Okay, so right on top, what we should do is to create a query type, and this query type is going to have a name query type as well. Okay, so on init is going to be query type dot all. All right, so this one aligns with this case, right? So here, if this is the case, what we need to do, we need to set the value to this particular variable. All right, but we need a setter. We need a setter to set the query type. Okay, so we need to create another function to set the query type. So let's just do it down here. So we're going to have a void set query type. So query type is equals to, yeah, let's give it a name Q over here. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to use this function in our case to go ahead and set query type dot, not query type dot all, if our case is all. So we have multiple cases, we have 6 cases, right? So we need to have all the cases and do the same. So here, this is case 1. So let's go ahead. That should be case 2. That should be case 3. Let's go ahead and format the code. Case 4, case 5, case 6, something like that. So case all, that's our first one. And then popular. So here it's supposed to be popular. After popular, we're going to go to unisex. So we're just going to follow the order that we have in our home tab list, which is this. Okay. So what we can do, let's just copy this, put it here for a second, comment it out, and we can just copy from here. So we have unisex. After that, we're going to go with men, women, and then kids. Okay. Our default case is supposed to be, we can just get rid of the default. We can get rid of the, default. Okay, default, we need to set all here. Okay, let's just do it like that so that everything can work out fine. So let's just format this. After that, that's unisex. We need to map it to unisex. Men, we need to map it to men. Women, we need to do the same as well. For kids, we need to do the same. And for default, that's correct. So that's all that we need to do in here. So whenever we get a string here, the string is going to be the name, this name. Okay, so if that name is equal to this, then we're going to do this. We're going to just set query type. When we're setting query type, we're setting a value to this query type that we have over here, and we're using the function that we have over here. Okay, so I guess that is all that we need to do. So that's all that we need to do inside of this particular home tab notifier. And what we can do now is to go back to our home page. We need to come to our function, our handle select function. So in our handle select function, now we need to go ahead and access our home tab notifier. Okay, so we're going to have a final, let's just call it controller over here, is equals to provider of. Okay, so here we're going to consume home tab notifier. Okay, we need to import provider, and we're going to set a listener as false since we're going to use it in our init state. Okay, so after that, we need to go ahead and have a condition. If tab controller dot is index changing, and then we need to do something, right? Whenever the state changes, then we need to do something. So what we can do over here, we have to access our controller, and after accessing our controller, we need to go ahead and set index. Okay, so our index is going to be home tabs. Okay, we need to do something more, and here it's supposed to be current tab. Okay, like that. But before that, what we can do, let's use set state over here. So we need to set current tab index is equals to tab controller.index. So let's go ahead and close that. So this tab index is the one that we're going to use over here to get the correct tab, because if it doesn't mutate, then we're going to run into an error. Either way, we can try to use it without set state. Okay, we can just try to use tab controller dot tab index. That's something that we can try. So we're done with this part. After we are done, we need to dispose our controller. Okay, so we're going to have dispose. So first, let's go ahead and have tab controller dot remove listener. Okay, our listener is handle selection, and down at the bottom we're just going to dispose the tab like that. So let's just go ahead and close it. Okay, so this is all that we need to do, but we haven't worked on our tab controller as yet, because we still have more to do. Okay, so what we're going to do is to go ahead and create a different widget that we're going to use to display the tabs. So inside of our widgets, what we can do, we can create a new file, and we need to call it home tabs. Okay, so it has to be a dar file over here like that. Okay, so it has to be a stateless widget. So let's go ahead and create that. After creating, let's give it a name, home tabs, like that. And stateless widget import, we need to import material. After importing material, our home tabs, they're going to require a tab controller. Okay, they're going to require a tab controller. Oh, let's see. Yes, and they're going to require a tab controller. So over here, we have to have a final tab controller, like that. So let's go ahead and close that. And we need to add it to our formal parameters. After adding it to our formal parameters, it's supposed to be tab controller over here. Is equals to tab controller with a lowercase. Final tab controller. It seems like we are not using the tab controller. Require. Okay, this one is a little bit off. It ain't supposed to be this. Okay, it's supposed to be a tab controller. Not private, but public. Okay, so our error is gone, but this is not used. So this is the tab controller that we're going to use inside of the of our widget. Okay, so inside of our widget, what we're going to do, we're going to have a size box instead of a container. our size box, we have to give it a height. Let's give it a height of 22. Not 2, but 22. After giving it a height, we need to go ahead and give it a child. After giving it a child, we need to have our tab controller now. Okay, so a tab controller takes in a controller, and the controller is the controller that we have on top. Not tab bar, but it's tab bar. So tab bar takes in tabs. So as long as we don't have tabs, we're going to run into an error, the error that we have over here. So first, let's just go ahead and put all the props that we're going to require, and then we can go ahead and put on tabs, right? Okay, anyways, that'll do. Let's just go ahead and have tabs. So our tabs is going to be the list, but this list, we're not going to do it like we're not going to put in component by component or item by item. We're going to use list.generate. So here we're going to need to access our home tabs, and here we're going to require our length. Okay, after we get our length, here we're going to have our index. After our index, then we're going to return something. So we're going to return a tab. So a tab takes in a child. So our child is going to be the one that we're going to display. So for now, we don't have the right widget to display, so we're just going to put a container. So as far as this is concerned, we are almost done, but we're left with the tab widget. We have to create it aside so that it can be as good as we want. So let's go ahead and handle some of the props that we need over here. So here we're going to require an indicator. So our indicator, it's like decoration of a container. So here we need box decoration. So the first thing that we're going to require is color. So for the color, we're going to go with colors.primary. After that, we're going to require a radius, not radius, but BR, that's border radius. So for border radius, let's go with border radius.circular. Dang, that's supposed to be border radius.circular. And let's give it a radius of 25, not 5, but 25. So we're done with our indicator. Let's go ahead and save that. Down at the bottom, we're going to require label padding. So for label padding, we're going to, it's like padding, right? So it's edge inserts dot 0. We don't need to put any padding on our label. Label color. So for our color, we're going to go with white. After that, let's go ahead with a divider. That's supposed to be divider color. So for the divider color, we need to make it transparent. So we're going to go with colors.transparent over here. Down at the bottom, let's go ahead and have tab alignment. So for tab alignment, we're going to go with tab alignment.start. Like that. Okay. So here we need to set the property is scrollable to true, because we have quite a little bit. We have 6 and they're exceeding the width of our screen, so we need to make it scrollable. Okay, just like this. This is why we are setting is scrollable to true. So let's bring back our application over here. So after is scrollable, we're going to require label style. Okay, so let's go ahead and put an app style. Let's give it a font size of 11, and let's go ahead and give it a color of primary. This ain't gonna hold since we're going to create the item separately, the widget that we're going to display in here. Okay. As for the font weight, we're going to go with .600, something like that. Okay. So unselected, unselected, that won't be important in this case. Unselected should be gray. Okay, so it is important. So let's go ahead and have unselected label style. So over here, that's going to be the same. App style 11, and the color, instead of using K primary, we're going to go with K gray. And for the font weight, we're going to go with normal. So fw.normal over here. So we're done with our tab. What we need to do is to create the widget that we're going to display. Okay, so the tab widget. So let's go ahead and check whether we do have the tab widget inside of these widgets or not. Okay, we do have the tab widget. This is our widget. So our widget is going to require a text. A style is optional, and the divider is optional as well. So what we're just going to require here is a text. The other two we don't. So it's just a container. So here we're dividing by 5, and then the height is 18. The text is supposed to be in the center, and we're supposed to give it a style or null. Okay, either way, the difference is the same. So if we give it a style, then it becomes a little bit difficult to change. That's why opting for now, we have to use these styles, right? The styles that we have over here. So let's go ahead and put our tab widget over here. Okay, and our tab widget requires a text, and our text is going to be our home tabs, and here we're going to put index. So the question is, this index is wrong since we're passing I over here. Okay, so these should match. So let's go ahead and just save our code. After saving our code, what we can do, we can go to our home screen. In our home screen, after this list, let's just add a comma, and down at the bottom, what we're going to do is to hook our home tabs to our home page, right? So here we're going to have home tabs, and we need to pass the tab controller. So here we just need to make it private since it's a private over here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Let's go ahead and add a comma. After adding a comma, let's save. So we do have our lists, our tab, but we do have an error. Couldn't find the provider HomeTabNotifier. Okay, so what we can do is to go ahead and just restart, because we do have the notifier, but we didn't restart when we set the notifier. So let's click. Okay, so it's working fine. What we need to do now is to push it a little bit down. After pushing it a little bit down, we need to go ahead and check whether the changes that we are making inside of our what do we call it, inside of our switch statement, they are working. If they're working, we need to print just to verify. But it seems like I do have a little bit of trouble with my internet, so let's see how it's going to go. So before this, let's go ahead and add a size box like that. Okay. Okay, that would do. And we don't have that error. That was just an internet connection tripping. So opening our home tabs, that's not supposed to be home tabs per se, but home tabs notifier. So visiting this function, what we need to do, let's just go ahead and print we need to print q dot name. Okay, and that's the name of the enum. So because we have the name, we have the index as well, so you can choose which property you want to use. Okay, so let's see if we click. Okay, we have to go to debug console. So here it's popular, so everything is working fine. Unisex, men, women, kids. So these are the values that we're going to be sending to our backend so that we can retrieve the correct products, right? The correct products from our backend. So if we come back, that's all. So like everything is working fine pertaining our tab controller. So let's go ahead and work on our products over here. So when it comes to products, what we need to do, we just need to go ahead, and that's going to be a staggered list view, staggered grid view, not a list view. Okay, so we need to create the grid view that we're going to be using. So the grid view, once we create it, we're going to be using it multiple times. So that would lessen the amount of work that we need to do in the near future. So let's just go ahead and do it, and then we can move on to the next stuff. Okay, so this is all we need to work on the products. So we do have a list over here, a list of products. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and uncomment this list, though it's going to cause an error. We just need to use the list to create not const, to create our, what do you call them, to create our models. Okay, if products is equals to, so we don't have an error, the only thing that we need to do is to close it over here. Okay, so after closing, what we can do, we can just copy this list. So this list is going to be provided for you beforehand so that you can have a smoothless, what do you call it, a smoothless designing experience. Okay, so we copy the list. After copying the list, we need to go to QuickType. Okay, so in QuickType, we need to paste the list. After pasting the list, we need to change the model name over here. So we're going to call it products, right? Products. Okay, so settings are going to be the same as last time. Choose that. Now safety is going to be on. Make all properties required and make all properties finals. So we just need to copy that. After copying, we need to go back to our application. In our application, we need to go to source. In source, we are going to create a new folder. In this folder, we're going to call it products. Okay, so in products, we're going to create a new folder and we're going to call it models. And in models, what we need to do, we need to create a new file and we're going to call it a product. Let's say products model over here. So it's supposed to be a DAF file like that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and paste the model. After pasting the model, let's get rid of the commented code on top, or we can save that. So we need to use the data that we have in our constants to do the same as we did for our categories, right? To create a list of products. So first, what we're going to do down here is to create a list, and our list is going to be of type products, and we're going to call it products over here is equals to, then, okay, this name is conflicting with the name that we have on top. Since we are done using this data for now, what we can do, before we can just change this to product lists so that we won't run into an error, but we need to import the model over here. So let's import the model so we don't have an error. So given that this is our model, right? We just need to copy the model, the class, the products class, okay? And we're just going to do the same. Go to ChatGPT, okay? Paste the model given this products model. And the data below. Do the same as you did for the categories lists, okay, something like that. Okay, so we need to paste the data over here. So we need to go back to our application constants. Inside of constants, we just need to copy this list, okay, like that. After copying the list, we need to go back to ChatGPT and we need to paste the data, then press enter. So here we're going to get the list. So probably, yeah, it's going to be the same. So that's it. So my main concern was, like, given the time that we did the products, whether it was going to remember what we did before. But fortunately it did, so our process is going to be fast. Okay, and so we just have to wait for it to finish, copy our data, and then we can continue with our project. Now, okay, so it's done. What we can do, just copy. After copying, we need to go ahead and just replace this line of code on 162. Products already exist. So I'm going to comment this out. So whenever you get this file, this is going to be commented out. So you need to just uncomment, follow the same procedure, and then you have your data. Okay, so this is the list that we're going to use. So we're done with this part. Next, we're going to go back to our products page, and we need to products folder. We need to create a new folder, and we're going to call it widgets. And in widgets, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it staggered tile. Okay, it's supposed to be staggered tile widget over here, and it has to be a DAF file. So we need to check whether a user is logged in or not in order for them to click on this button. If they're not logged in, then we're not going to show the favorites icon. Okay, so we're going to leave it like this for now, and down at the bottom, instead of returning a container, we're going to return a gesture detector, right? Gesture detector is going to take in on tap. On tap, we're going to map it to the on tap that we have on top. Not really. This on tap is different. So this on tap should take us to the product page. So let's initialize it as an empty function for now. After that, we need to go ahead and have a child. For a child, we're going to have a clip rect. As for clip rect, we're going to have a border radius, and our border radius is going to be border radius dot secular, and instead of giving it 20 here, we're going to give it a 10. And down at the bottom, we're going to require a child. Okay, that's going to be the child of our secular not secular progress indicator, but clip rect. And here we're going to require a container, and our container is going to require a color. So for color, we're going to go with colors.off-white. Okay, after our color, we're going to require a child, and as for the child, we're going to require a column. So for the column, we're going to have cross-axis alignment So for the cross-x alignment, we're going to put it to cross-x alignment.start. And as we know, a column takes in children. So for the children, first, we're going to have a container. So inside of the container, we're going to use the height prop. For our height prop, we need to check the index. If the index modular 2 is equals to 0, then we are going to go ahead and give our container a height of 163.h. Else, we're going to give it a height of 180 because they have to have different heights, okay? So that's it. As when it comes to our height, we need to give our container a color. So let's go ahead and give it a brownish color. So not a brownish color, so that's a brownish color. So colors.k primary. Down at the bottom, we're going to give our container a child. So our child is going to be a stack widget. So a stack takes in children. So our first child is going to be a cache network image, and our image is going to come from our product. Okay, and the product has a list string. This list string is a list of images. All right, so here we need to just access index and get the first image. Okay, after getting the first image, we need to go ahead and give the same height to our network cached image. Okay, or that should be the first thing that we should do, just to keep our code clean. Put a height over here, and we need to include the feed property. So here is supposed to be box feed dot cover. We need our image to cover the whole container. Okay, so that's all for our image. Down at the bottom, we're going to require a, not at the bottom, but we're going to require a positioned widget. So the positioned widget, that's where we're going to put our favorites, right? But before we do that, let's jump out of this stack and deal outside of the container. So outside of the container, we're going to require a padding, and this padding is going to take padding, and for padding we're going to take edge insets dot symmetric. Okay, for symmetric, we're manipulating the horizontal side. So for horizontal side, we're going to go with 2.2 dot. Let's just go with 2.w 2.h. Okay, so since it's a padding, we are supposed to give it a child, right? So as for the child, we're going to give it a row. And so for a row takes in children. So first, our child is going to be a size box. So that's going to be the title, right? The title is going to be contained within a size box. Since if the title is too long, we need to cut it a little bit, okay? So for the width, we're going to use media query dot of context dot size of context dot size dot width, and our width over here we need to multiply by 0.3. Okay, after that we need to give this size box a child, and our child is going to be a text widget. Okay, so let's just push this a little bit up. So for our text, it's going to be product dot title, like that. Okay, so we need to give this text widget some more props. Okay, over here we're going to go with overflow first. So for overflow, we're going to go with text overflow dot ellipsis, and let's go ahead and give it a style. And for the style, we're going to go with app style. So let's give it a size of 13, and let's give it a color. So our color, we're going to go with KDark. And for the font weight, we're going to go with W600, something like this, okay? So that's for the title, right? So inside of this row, we need to have another row. That's going to be the row that's going to contain the star and the rating, all right? This is the size box. So that's after the size box. So let's go ahead and have a row over here. After having a row, we're going to have children. But before that, let's go back to our first row. Our first row, we need to give it a main axis alignment. And we're going to use main axis alignment dot space between, okay? So jumping over to the second row, what we need to do, we need to give it children. So the first thing, we need to have an icon, and our icon, we're going to use InDesign. And here it's supposed to be a star, okay? So our star, we need to give it a color, and our color is going to be a gold color, okay? And let's give it a size. Our size has to be a little bit smaller, so we're going to go with 14 as our size, okay? After the icon, we are going to require the rating. But before the rating, we need to add a little bit of space. So we're going to have size box, and width, we're going to give it a width of 5.w over here. Okay, down at the bottom, we're going to use reusable text. So for reusable text, it requires the text. So we're going to go with product.ratings. Ratings is a double, so we need to convert it to a string, but we need to give it 1 decimal place. Okay, so to string x fixed, then 1 decimal place. So let's give it a style. So format the code. Down at the bottom on our style, we need to have app style. App style, we're going to go with 18. And as for the colors, we're going to go with colors.gray. Okay. And for our font weight, we're going to go with normal over here. So let's just go ahead and save. So that's all that we need to do for our second row. Okay. So we do have this, and we do have our price as well. So we need to put our price somehow. So let's see, probably where this price is gonna go. Well, we're in a column, right? So column container, the container. Then we have padding. Okay, so this should come after, not after the padding, but just to detect a clip. After this padding, we're going to add another padding. Okay, so our padding is supposed to be edges dots symmetric, and we need to manipulate horizontal as well. So we're going to give it a 2.w, and let's give it a comma over here. Give it a child. After giving it a child, we're going to require a reusable text. Okay, let's format that. So here, that's where we're supposed to display the price in it. So for our price, we're going to require a string, but before we put the string, let's just go ahead and put our style. So first, we're going to give it a size of 17. After this size, we need to give it a color. So here it's supposed to be colors.dark. And as for the font weight, we're going to go with W500, like that. Okay, so we're done with that part, but we still need our text, the text that we need to display. So here we need to put a $sign first because it's a price, right? We space, and then now we need to put our price. So our price is coming from product.price, and our price is a double. So a double can have multiple decimal places, right? So we need to convert this double to a string with a fixed decimal places of 2. Okay, and let's go ahead and save that. Okay, so we are done with that part. So the heavy lifting is almost done. We need to come back to this container, and in this container stack, we need to deal with our favorites button. Okay, so stack cache network image. After the cache network image, we're going to have a positioned widget. Before we put a child, we have to position our widget. So first, right on the right, we're going to give it a 10, and at the top, we're going to give it a 10 as well. Okay, so that's going to be top. It's going to be 10 over here. So it's supposed to be .h. Okay, and then we can create whatever we're going to have inside of the child. So first here, we're just going to have a circular avatar. Our circular avatar, we need to give it a color. So this color is supposed to be background color, right? So for the background color, we're going to okay, for now, let's go with cars.secondary light. We'll do the configurations a little bit later when we have the favorites. Okay, so we can add a to-do over here. To-do, okay. We can say handle favorites, like that. Okay, so now we have a to-do. After the background color, what we can do, we can go ahead and have a child. So the child has to be an icon. So our icon, we're going to go with InDesign. Let's go with InDesign dot heart. Okay. So the heart has to change color. So this is why we need providers that are going to help us to handle the changes in color when a person adds to favorites, when a person removes to favorites. Because with the current state now, that means nothing is in our favorites. But if we add something to our favorites, there should be a color change. And if we go to favorites, this is what we should see. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove that. So this is what I'm talking about, but we have to handle that when we have the correct backend working. Okay, because this data is being sent to the backend. Some of it is being written inside of our local storage and some temporary lists that we have in our application. So that's something that we can do while we have all the data. Okay, but for now, this is all we can do for the color. Let's give it a color over here. We can give it a color in the size. So we're just going to go with colors.kred. Let's make it visible, and let's go with size. And as for the size, we're going to give it a size of 18, not 8, but 18. Okay. Let's go ahead and add const everywhere. Remove that. So we are done with this for now. We'll go ahead and display our products. So to display our products, still inside of our products directory, we need to create a new file, and we're going to say explore products, explore underscore products. It's supposed to be products over here. So products dot. Let's create a stateless widget. Let's give it a name. Explore products. And let's go ahead and import material. After importing material, the next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and have a padding. Instead of a padding, we're going to require a padding. So for padding, we're going to have agencies.symmetric. We need to give it a padding horizontally of 8. Okay. Then down at the bottom, we're going to require a child. So our child has to be a staggered grid dot count. Okay, so dot count requires cross axis count. So for cross axis count, we're going to give it a 4. And we're going to require main axis spacing. Let's give it a spacing of 4. And we're also going to require cross-axis spacing. Okay, let's give it a spacing of 4 over here. So and this one is going to be a little bit easy. Down at the bottom, we're going to require children. So our children are going to come from the list of products that we have. So we're going to use list.generate, and we have to use our list. So our list name is products, supposed to be products dot length. Okay. And over here, we need our index. After our index, we need to go ahead and return something in it. So if you're returning something, we're going to go ahead and return a staggered grid tile. Okay, it's supposed to be a staggered grid tile dot count. Okay, so we'll handle the props in a little bit. So first, what we're going to require is a final double. In the double, we have to give it a name. That's supposed to be main axis cell count. Here we need a bracket. Okay, so we're just going to use the same. Okay, if I modulus 2 is equals to 0, then we need to give it a 2.7, 2.17, not 2.7, else we're going to give it a 2.4. Okay, so let's go ahead and close that. After closing, down at the bottom, we're going to have final product. This is the product that we're going to push to our staggered tile widget that we created on top. Okay, so here we are going to be dealing with this. We already have our main axis cell count. So for cross-axis alignment, cross-axis cell count is how many items that we're going to have in our cross-axis alignment, in our cross-axis. Okay, so that's going to be just 2. And as for the child is going to be this widget that we created right here in it. So let's copy the name, and that's the name that we're going to pass over here. and we need to import this particular widget. After importing, we need to pass the correct props. Okay, so first we're going to have on tap here. Let's place it as an empty function, and we're going to require product, and product is supposed to be the product. And down at the bottom, we're going to pass I. That's going to be our index, and our index is equal to the I that we have over here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for our explore products, right? For now, since we don't have the REST API as yet, as soon as we have the REST API, then we can make it dynamic. Okay, so here, visiting this, we need to just this staggered tile widget. Let's just copy this, the line that I commented out, the one that we're getting the token. We go back to our explore. In our explore, what we need to do, we need to put it on top. Let's uncomment it, import storage. After importing storage, we need to use the access token. So we need to have a condition here. If access token is equals to now, then we need to do something here. We need to show the login bottom sheet. Okay, that means the user is not logged in, so he cannot do some certain functions. Okay, else that's where we're going to handle favorites. Let's say that's not favorites, that's supposed to be wish list functionality, like that. Okay, functionality with a T. So let's go ahead and hook this up to our home page. So if we go back, we're going to go to our home. Inside of our home, we need to go to views, home screen. And in our home screen, we're going to just go ahead, add a little bit, not, should we? Yes, we should add a little bit of space down here. After adding a little bit of space, then we're going to say not home, but explore. That's utterly wrong. Explore products. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove that, close that, not close, add costs. And down at the bottom, let's go ahead and just give an additional space of 100. Okay, so this is it. Let me try to do something else, because here, explore products, we have a horizontal of 8. Let's give it a horizontal of 4. Let's give it 2. Okay, 2 will do, so that it can be aligned. Okay, so this is it. So it's going to be the same when it comes to our wish list as well. So let's go ahead and visit our wish list over here. So we just have a title and this empty widget. Okay, so empty widget, it can become functional whenever we have our data from our REST API. But the one thing that we need to check is the title. So let's just go ahead and handle that. Since we have the page already, what we can do is to go ahead and visit the wishlist page. Okay, this is the wishlist. So let's give it an AppBar. AppBar text AppBar. Inside of our AppBar, we're going to have a title. So for a title, we're going to use reusable text. So for text, we're going to require app text dot wishlist. Okay. And for the size, I think it should be 16, if I'm not mistaken. That's supposed to be 16. And for the color, we're going to go with primary. And for the font weight, we're going to go with font weight dot bold. Okay, that'll do. We don't have a back button over here. So what we can do over here, we're going to set automatic imply leading to false. Okay. So that's what we need to do over here. So in our body, instead of just returning nothing for now, so what we can do, we can just return our not let's see how it's going to work. Explore products, costs. Okay, that will do, but we need to add a little bit of padding. Okay, like that. Let's get rid of the const. Let's say in the whole file. Like that. So let's do a little bit of tweaking before we proceed. So over here, we do have this on-tap function, but we didn't even hook it up to anything as yet. So here, that's a different on-tap function. That on-tap function is when we click over here. So let's just print something over here. So we're going to print tile. Let's just print tile over here. So if we click, we should get tile. And if we come to this, we should, the positioned widget, we should wrap it in a gesture detector. And our gesture detector, it takes in on tap, and that's the one that we're going to map to on tap on top. Okay, so if we click this without being logged in, then we are supposed to be taken to this particular bottom sheet should show on the screen so that the user can proceed to the login screen. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, so that's it for that part. We've made some tweaks and changes. So let's go ahead and remove this. Over here, we should be able to transition to the product page. So we don't have the product as yet, the product page. So we should create a new file inside of our products, and we are going to, not a new file, but a new folder. Let's delete this first. Products, new folder, and we're going to call it views. In our views, we're going to go ahead and have a file, and we're going to call it a product screen dot. Okay, that's a screen with 2 ears. So let's go ahead and create a stateless widget. Let's call it product page. Let's import material. After importing material, we're going to require a final string ID. Not ID, but product ID. I doubt that we can we are using the product ID. Let's see. Final. Nope. Okay. Product ID. Let's remove this product ID. Right. So after removing the product ID, that means if we go ahead and visit our constants, utils, app routes, our product page has to be, okay, we need the product ID over here. We need the product ID. So let's go ahead and have our product ID. We're trying to cheat the system, but the system is so sophisticated. So let's bring it back. Product ID. Edit to formal parameters. Let's go to our routes. Inside of our routes, we need to go ahead and uncomment the products, right? So this is a product page. We need to import it. After importing it, then that's what we need. So here, let's just copy this and just cross check with the one that we have in our screen. That should be product ID. So that would work fine without any problem. So here, let's just go ahead and return a scaffold. In our scaffold, we're going to have, let's just put an AppBar like that. So let's leave it like that for now. So what we need to do, we need to go back to our widgets staggered. So here, that's where we should navigate to the page, right? That's going to be the product page. So if you're navigating to the product page, the first thing that we need to do, we need to set the data that we're getting from over here to a provider. So we don't have the providers yet. So we need to create a new folder and we're going to call it controllers. Inside of controllers, we need to create a new file, and this file, we need to call it product notifier and product_notifier. Okay, and it has to be a .dot file. So let's create our class. After creating the class, we give it a name, product notifier with change notifier. Okay, so here we're going to require, it's supposed to be products. Okay. Golly. Products, and it has to be nullable, and we have to call product over here. Let's go ahead and close it, and we need to create a setter void set product. So our products, our setter is going to require products. We're going to call it P over here. So P is equals to a product. Let's go ahead and close it. Quite odd. Okay, I like that. So let's just go ahead and hook this to our main.dart. So here we're going to require product notifier. So in our widget, this widget, so what we need to do, we need to access our context. It's supposed to be context.read, and we're reading the product notifier. And from our product notifier, we need to go ahead and set product. So our product is going to be product over here. Okay, and let's go ahead and close it. So after closing, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and access context as well. And then here we need our router. So we need to push the page. Okay, so here we're pushing a product, and this product we need to push it with the product ID. So here I will explain why am I pushing the data and pushing the product ID. Okay, we're explaining it a little bit. So this is how it's going to be. Okay, so if we click, we don't have the page, so we need to restart again. Okay, so after hot restarting, come back, we click, for product, no route for location, product 3. Okay, oh, product.id, this is correct. Here it's supposed to be, okay, the location was wrong, so let's go back, click again. Okay, so we're in the correct page. So in Flutter, it's a little bit difficult to open a page instead of a page. So let's take, for example, we are in our product page, right? Let's say we're in the product page. This is our product page. This is what it looks like. So in order for us to open another product page instead of a product page, we need to be able to use dynamic routes. Like, we need to be pushing pages on top of each other. Now, when this happens, we need to be using the IDs to differentiate the pages that we're pushing. Like here, we pushed another page. If we click, we push another page. And if we click, we push another page. Okay, until we go back to the last page. Okay, so this is why we have that kind of setup. So this is all that we need to do here with handle pushing our data. Okay, so just to check whether we are receiving the data in our screen, what we can do over here, we can just say context.read, and we are reading our product notifier, and from our notifier we're going to print product dot title. Okay, so let me cut that. After cutting, we can have a print statement, and then we can paste that in there. Okay, it's supposed to be inside, not outside, but it's coming outside. So what we can do, let's just push this over here, and we can push this over here. Okay, let's close it and add a now check over here. Okay, so going back to our application, this application that we have, if we click Louis V trainer, that's the item that we own. We own a Converse page, same Converse, and Adidas Ultra Boost. So everything is working accordingly. Next, we're going to just design our page. After this, work on our product page. So in our product page, we have to do a couple of things. The first thing is to go ahead and cut this scaffold. We need to wrap it in a consumer widget. Okay, so we're going to consume product notifier. And here we can just give it a name, which is closer to the one that we are using on top. That's closer to the notifier that we're using. So we're going to call it product notifier over here. And down at the bottom, we need to go ahead and import provider. And then we're going to paste our scaffold down here. Okay, so let's just format the code. After having our scaffold, we're going to just remove the AppBar. We don't need it. So we just need to jump straight to the body of our scaffold. And our body this time, we're going to return a custom scroll view. So a custom scroll view returns slivers. Okay, so we're going to have slivers. So the first sliver that we're going to have is a sliver AppBar. It's supposed to be kept over here. So it's supposed to be a sliver AppBar. So in our sliver AppBar, we're going to require a background color. So our background color, we're going to go with colors.white. So let's just go ahead with, let's just give it any color and then change it to white over here. Colors.white. After our background, we need the height, right? The height of the sliver. So we're going to have expanded height. So for expanded height, we're going to give it a height of 320.h. After that, we need collapse height. So for collapse height, we're going to give it a height of 65. Floating, we need to set our floating property to true. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do that. After that, we need to set it to pinned. Pinned is supposed to be true. Floating, let's go ahead and set it to false. Okay. So we need to add leading. So our leading is going to be our back button. So like that, that's going to be our button. So this is our sliver AppBar. So here we can just scroll, okay? And if we press back, we're back to the previous page. So now that we have our sliver AppBar, what we have to do, we have to set an action. So our action is going to be the favorites, okay? So what we can do, we can just go ahead and have actions over here. And as for actions, we're going to go back to our Staggered widget. In our Staggered widget, we do have this part, okay? This is the part that we need, the secular avatar, okay? So we're going to copy the secular avatar, go back to our product page, and we're going to paste the code in here. So on tap, we're supposed to do something in it. So we're just going to initialize it as we're just going to use it as an empty function. And over here, we need to import colors. And let's go ahead and import icons. So let's save. So that's our button over here. So we need to push it inside a little bit, okay? And we need to also make sure that they're aligned. So what we are going to do is to go ahead and add a padding, okay? So we're going to have padding, let's go with only. Here it's supposed to be only right. So to the right, we're going to give it a padding of 16, like that, okay? So now we need to display our images, okay? So for images, we have to put it in a flexible space. Flexible space bar. Our flexible space bar comes after our actions, right? So over here, we're going to have flexible space, and we're going to have flexible space bar, okay? So in our flexible space bar, we're going to have center title. We're going to set it to false. And down at the bottom, we're going to require background. So the background are the images that we're going to display. So over here, what we can do, since we have a list of images, let's go to our home. In our home, we need to visit widgets, and we go to home slider, okay? So we need to copy this part, the home slider part, the image slideshow part. And we just paste it over here, okay? So we need to import the slideshow. So for our image, it's going to come from our notifier. So it's supposed to be product notifier dot dot product dot image URLs dot length. So here it's nullable, so we have to add an exclamation mark, and we need to import cache network image, and let's import our placeholder as well. So here it ain't supposed to be images, it's supposed to be the same as the images that we are passing in our length. And let's save. So that's going to be our image. Okay, so here we have 2, right? So we set our interval to 5,000. On page change, we can just remove here, and then we can increase this to 15,000, so that they can take a little bit of time. So here we need to go ahead and have a condition. Is dot length so if the length is greater than 1, then that's when we are going to set this to true, else it's going to be false, because we don't need to loop it if we only have one image. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for our image. After that, we need to go ahead and work right below our image. But before we even continue, here we need to set a height. Okay, so let's go ahead and give it a height. Our height is going to be, let's go ahead and give it a 415. Like that. Let's wrap this in a size box as well. And our height of the size box is going to be 415.h. So that's going to be our image slider. Okay. So after image slider, not our image slider, but after our space, now we are done with our sliver AppBar. Now we need to work outside of our sliver AppBar. Okay, so outside of our sliver AppBar, the first thing that we're going to do is going to have a sliver box to adapter. So sliver box to adapter enables us to use widgets which are not meant for these slivers. Let's take, for example, we want to use a container. If we just place a container, then we are bound to run into an error. So let's say I put a container over here, right? Then we are going to have this error because a sliver, like slivers, like regular widgets can be rendered inside of a sliver. So we need to wrap it around a sliver box to adapter in order for us to use a regular widget. Okay, so let's take, for example, over here, we put our sliver box to adapter first. And as a child of the sliver box to adapter, we put a regular widget, for instance, a size box. Okay, we give this size box a height of 10. We are not going to run in any error if we use our widget like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and just hot restart, and then we can continue. Okay, so if we press, we don't have any error. Okay, so that's exactly what we need. So let's just format the code. After that, we need another sliver box to adapter. So we're just going to copy the one that we created on top, paste it down, and this one, we're not going to be passing this size box. what we're going to do, we're going to have a padding. So our padding, we need to have a agencies.symmetric. We need to manipulate the horizontal side of our widget. So here we need to give it a horizontal padding of 8, like that. So our padding takes in a child, and the child of our widget is going to be a row widget. So in our row widget, we need to first have main axis alignment, and our main axis alignment is going to be main axis alignment dot space between. After that, we need to have children. And as for the children, we're going to have our reusable text widget first. In this reusable text widget, we're going to put a text, and that's going to be the product type. Okay, so here it's supposed to be product notifier dot product dot clothes type. Okay, like that. So here we need to add style. So for style, we're going to go ahead and utilize app style. Let's give it a 13, and let's give it a color. So for our color, we're going to go with colors.gray, and for the font weight, we're going to go with W600, like that. Okay, so let's save. So this one is for kids. So let's say we have another product. This one is for women. Okay, so this would do. So here, since our item, our variable is in lowercase, we need to make it uppercase. Okay, like that. Okay, so we are done with this first reusable text widget, the first child of our row. So next we need to go ahead and have another row widget inside of the row that we just created. We need to give it children. So in our children, the first thing, we need an icon, and this icon is going to be coming from Design. So we need to display the rating star. Okay, so here we're just going to have a star. Let's go ahead and give it a color. So for the color, we're going to give it a gold color. So it's supposed to be colors.gold, and let's give it a size. The size has to be a little bit smaller. So we're going to give it a size of 14. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our star. And now we need the text to display the rating. Okay, the rating value. In this instance, we're going to go with ratings.to string as fixed, 1 decimal place. Then we remove to uppercase because we don't need that. Okay, so it's going to be like that, but in between we're going to require a little bit of spacing. So we're just going to use a size box, and here we need to manipulate width, and we have to give it a width of 5. Let's add a comma and let's save that. Okay, so that's exactly what we need. Here for our rating, we can change this to normal. Okay, we need to just go ahead and close this lever box to adapter because we're done with it. Down at the bottom, we need to add a little bit of space. So we're going to paste the size box. After that, we need to have another sliver box to adapter. So here we need to display the title of the product. So we're going to go with our reusable text widget, and as for text, it's going to come from product notifier dot product dot title. Let's add a now checker over here, and we need to give it an app style. So for app style, we're going to give it not for app style, but for the size of our text, we're going to give it a size of 16. As for the color, we're going to go with dark. And for the font weight, let's go ahead and give it a W600 like that. Okay, but we need to go ahead and wrap this in a padding. So this padding, we have to use symmetric, and we need to manipulate the horizontal part. Let's give it an 8. Okay, so that would do, that would hold. Now we're moving on to the description. So for description, it's a little bit different. So let's just go ahead and do it. So down here, we are going to add another space. After adding the space, not space per se, but we need to just have a sliver box to adapter. In our sliver to box adapter, we're going to have a padding. So padding, text padding, and we're going to give it a padding of agencies.O. Okay, so let's just give it a padding of 8 over here. And let's give it a child. So our child is going to be a text. It's supposed to be a text widget. Okay, but what we have to do, we have to create a separate widget that we're going to use to be able to handle our text, because we want to make our text expandable if there are so many lines. Okay, for instance, here we only got 2, so it's not expanding. But let's take, for example, if the description is a little bit too much, like here, we have to expand, view less and view more. Okay, so that's what we need to do. So in order for us to do that, we're going to go ahead, go to products. It's supposed to be products in it, widgets, and we're going to create a new widget. Let's call it it's supposed to be expandable text dot. Okay, so let's create our stateless widget, give it a name, expandable text. Let's go ahead and import material. After importing material, then we need to go ahead and work on our widget. Our widget is going to require what do we call it? It's going to require text. Okay, so here we're going to have final string text. So this text should come from our product page like that. So if we come here, we are going to have our expanded text. Expandable. That's the name that I gave it. And our text is supposed to be product notifier dot product dot description, like that. Okay, so here we're done hooking it up, and whatever we need to do, we just need to do it in our expanded text. So in our expanded text, instead of returning a container, we're going to return a column. So column takes in children, and after that we're going to have our cross-axis alignment. Cross-axis alignment dot is supposed to be start over here, and in our children, our first child is going to be a text widget. So our text is going to be the text that we're getting from our widget. So let's go ahead and add more props. So here we're going to have text align. So for text align, we're going to have text align.justify. We want to justify the text. For max lines, we need to make max lines. We need to change max lines. Not change, but we need to watch. We need to set dynamic max lines. Okay, so when we say view all, how many lines we want to show? If we say view less, how many lines do we want to show? Okay, so we should have a provider that's going to help us to trigger the changes from the view all, view less button. So here, so for example, now we're only showing 3 lines. Okay, so if we say view all, then we are showing all the lines, in this case 4 lines, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, let's just go ahead and instead of creating a new notifier, we can put this in our product notifier, because it's just a Boolean value that we need to trigger, whether to set it true or to set it to false. Okay, so inside of our product notifier, we're going to go ahead and have a Boolean, and we're going to call it, let's just call it description over here. Description is equals to false. Down at the bottom, we need to have a getter. So it's supposed to be bool get description. The spelling is wrong. Description, and we're getting our description from the description. Okay, like that. And down at the bottom, we need to have a setter. Okay, so now that we have our setter is going to just alternate. If it is true, we're going to set it to false. If it is false, we're going to set it to true. And we are going to have a reset. So each and every time that we press back, we have to reset this to false. So this is why we have this particular function. Okay, so let's go ahead and save. Going back to our expanded, what we can do over here, we can, let's bring this down. For our max lines, we want to say context dot watch. Okay, so here we're going to be watching product notifier. Dot description. Okay, so if our description is false, then we set it to 3, else we're going to set it to not 0 but 10. Let's see. Okay, so here we're just going to say the description. Okay, if not, then we're going to set it to 3. So let's see, 4. Okay, so we can use not So if it is to true, then we're going to expand to 10. So if they're 4, they can only show 4. So we're done with this part, but we still need to add a little bit of style. So here we are going to have our style, and our style is going to be app style. As for app style, we're going to give it a size of 13, and for the color, we're going to go with colors.k gray, and for the font weight, we're going to go with normal, like that. So that's going to be our description, but that's not all that we need to do. Let's go ahead, add a comma over here. After adding a comma, we're going to have a row. In our row, we're going to have main axis alignment, and here we're going to have main axis alignment dot end, and we need children to our row. As for our children, we're going to use an equal. So integral has ontap function. Ontap, we're supposed to change the value of the Boolean value that we have of the description, whether it's true, whether to set it to true or to false. So we're going to access our context, and we're going to read product notifier. Okay. So this is the notifier that we're consuming. So here we're going to call the function set description. So let's go ahead and close it. Let's see. Okay, we'll get to that in a little bit. Child, we need to have a child. So our child is going to be text. So for the text, we need to have a condition as well. So we're going to watch this description. If not description, then we're going to show a text, else we're going to show another text here. So that means here we're going to say, and let's go with read more. A read is a little bit off, so view might do us justice. Let's see, we had an error, but we have to figure out where the error is coming from. So here, when it comes to our text, we need to give it a style as well. So here we're going to have style. In our style, we're going to utilize the app style. This is quite odd. This is quite odd. We're inside of the text. Okay, this is okay. So size, we're going to give it a size of 11. For the color, let's go ahead with colors dots. Since we have gray over there, let's go with primary light. And for the font weight, we're going to go with normal as well. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so here, view all. Okay, so it's not working as yet. So let's see. Set description. Okay. So going back to this part, we need to have notify listener. Okay. So just be sure that you have listeners. So view less, view more, view less, view more. Okay. So we're done with that part. We're done with this expanded text. So if you want to play around with it, you can play around with it to your own desired needs. So back to the product page, the product screen. What we have to do, we have to go ahead and have a divider right after our text, our description, right? So let me add a little bit of space down here. After adding space, just go ahead and get rid of the size box. Let's have a padding. Yeah, okay, so it's supposed to be horizontal. Horizontally, we're giving it an 8. And here, let's go ahead and have a child. Our child is going to be a divider. Okay, so that's going to be our divider. The reason why we have this padding, we just need to make our divider a little bit, to push it a little bit inside without using indents and endents. Okay, so here we need to just manipulate the thickness, and we're going to give it a thickness of 0.5. Okay, so it has to be a little bit faint, like that. Okay, so down at the bottom, that's where we are going to be having our sizes. So first thing that we need to do, add a little bit of space, then add a title for the sizes. Then we go ahead and handle our sizes, create the widgets for our product sizes. And down at the bottom of that, we're going to put colors as well. So I'm going to paste this multiple times, 2 times, I guess, 3. And instead of having a size box here, we're going to have a reusable text widget. And we're going to just have a title here. Like select sizes. Okay. App style. Our size is supposed to be 16, not 26. Let's give it a color. So for color, it's supposed to be K-dark. And for the font weight, we're going to go with W600. Okay, so we need to push it a little bit inside. So we are going to give it a padding. This padding is supposed to be symmetric, and over here is supposed to be horizontal. Let's give it 8 over here. Okay, so it's a little bit inside. So here, that's where we're going to have our sizes. We already have our sizes inside of our product. Okay, so we just need to display and make sure that we have they're selectable. So sizes, and we're going to have select color, not colors, but only one color. You cannot select multiple colors. So down at the bottom, we're just going to have similar products. Okay, so for similar products, that's something that we can we can do now, create the widget now, and then we can create these two in a little bit. Okay, so go ahead and create a widget for our similar products, right? So this similar products widget is going to be the same as our explore product. So what we can do, we can just come here and select everything in here, and then create a new file, and we're going to call it similar product. And it has to be a DAF file, right? Let's paste the code. After pasting the code, we're going to change the name to similar products instead of explore products. So most of the heavy lifting for this part is going to be done in the backend, not in the front end. So here we just need a widget like this. Okay, so since we are done, what we can do, let's go ahead and copy the title. Not the title per se. What we can do over here, we have to have like a sliver box to adapter, sliver to box adapter. Okay, and here we have to have our similar products like that. Okay, so let's just go ahead and save that. Add const like that. Okay, so our app is not running, so let's just go ahead and run the application. So while we're waiting, we have to do one more thing. We have to create providers for the colors and sizes. Okay, so inside of products controllers, let's create a new controller, and we're going to call it colors sizes notifier, and it has to be that file over here. Okay, so after that, we need to create our class. Colors sizes notifier. With change notifier. Like that. Okay, we can just call it color size notifier. Color size is notifier. So the first thing that we're going to have is a string. Okay, so we're going to have a string right on top, and our string, we have to give it a name. Sizes is equals to, and we have to initialize it as an empty string, and we need to create a getter for the sizes. And down at the bottom, we need to create a setter. So in our setter, we need to have a condition in here. Okay, so if size, okay, this size that we have is equals to size, this size. Okay, so I'm just going to call it S. Then we need to go ahead and set the sizes to an empty array. That means we are deselecting. Okay, so this part is for deselecting. Else we're going to be setting sizes to this particular value that we have over here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do, and we need to have our change notifier. So for colors, we're going to do the same. Okay, so we can just copy everything, and we're going to paste it down. So instead of size here, we're going to go with color. Here is supposed to be set color. Our string, we're going to call it C, C standing for color, and we need to change our private variables to color. So that's all that we need to do. So that's our notifier. We are done with that part. Let's go ahead and save. So let's see whether our changes are working. So if we open a product, now we have similar products, but we need to add a little bit of space and a little bit of, not padding, a little bit of padding, not space. So going back to the product screen, similar products, horizontal. So here we can change to all. Let's give it a padding of 8 for starters. Okay, 8 will do. That's it. So we're done with this part. So if we click, we're taken to this page. If we go back, we're taken back to this other page. So that's exactly what we need. So now our priority is selecting sizes and selecting colors. So we need to create 2 different widgets that we're going to use to process our colors and our sizes. Let's go ahead and work on our sizes. The first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a new file for the sizes. So we're going to call it, let's call it product sizes. It's supposed to be product sizes over here. Underscore widget dot. Okay. So let's create our stateless widget. Give it a name. Product sizes. That's wrong. Wow. Let's import material. After importing material, then we can go ahead and deal with our return. So return, what we have to do over here, let's just remove this container. Let's wrap this in a consumer. So we're going to be consuming not really. We have to consume the controller that we just created, the color sizes notifier here. Okay, so let's call it controller over here. So we're going to return a row. So our row takes in main axis alignment. In our main axis alignment, we have to use space between. And for the children, we're going to use list.generate. And the length, we're going to access our context. Then we're going to read the product notifier. And we need to get products dot sizes. And down at the bottom, that's where we're going to have our return widget. In this instance, we're going to return a gesture detector, and our gesture detector takes in on tap, but we do have an error that we still need to fix. Okay, so that's supposed to be, let's see. Yeah, okay, supposed to be dot length over here, and we add the now checker over here. Okay, so we don't have an error anymore. So still on our gesture detector, we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be a container. So our container, we're going to have height and width. As for height, we're going to give it a height of 30. That's supposed to be 30.h. And for the width, we're going to give it a width of 45. Like that. Okay, so let's go down at the bottom. We need to give our container a decoration. So as we know, decoration takes in box decoration. So that's what we're going to have over here. Box decoration. Inside of our box decoration, we're going to require a color. So for our color, we have to have two colors. So that will be the color for the selected one and the unselected one. So here we're going to use controller dot, it's supposed to be dot sizes is equals to okay, what we can do here, we can have a string is equals to context.read. Okay, so if our controller.size is equals to this value, the s value that we have over here, then we have to show the color that this particular item is selected. So the color that we're going to go with, if it is selected, we're going to go with primary. Else, we're going to show gray light. Okay, like that. So one thing that we need to do as well in our on tap, we need to use the setter. So on click, we have to set or not. It's not supposed to be this. It's supposed to be controller dot set. We're going to set size. So let's go ahead. Since we're done with our color, we are going to give our container box radius. So for the box radius, border radius, we're going to go with border radius dot circular. Let's go ahead and give it a radius of 5. That's all that we need to do, but we still need the text to display the size. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to give this container a child, but we still have something important that we didn't put as yet because we didn't hook our controller, our notifier to our main.dart. So even if we try to hook it to our product page, it ain't going to show. We're just going to run into an error. So here we're going to require a center widget, and our center widget takes in a child, and our child is going to be a text widget. So our text widget is going to take the size that we're getting from our list, and let's go ahead and give it a style. And our style is supposed to be app style over here. Let's give each and every square a size of 20, and let's give it a color of K white. And make the text bold. Okay, so we're done with this part. The important thing that we need to do, come to our main.dart, we duplicate one of our notifiers, and here we copy the name of the notifier that we want to hook to our main.dart, and we paste it here. So let's go ahead and import the notifier. Let's just save and hot restart. After hot restarting, I guess the next step is to just go ahead and hook it up to our product screen. So in our views product screen, that's going to be select sizes. So instead of having this over here, we're going to have product size widget. Okay, like that. And let's add consts. Okay, so we have our sizes, but it seems like we do need a little bit of padding. Okay, so the padding, we're going to put the padding inside of our parent page instead of the item. We're going to put it in our screen instead of the widget itself. So select color here. What we can do, we can give it a padding. Okay, just like that. So now if we click, this is selected. If we click again, it's unselected, right? So let's go ahead and handle our colors. After our colors, then we'll be done with this page, but we'll be left with the bottom navigation bar on our color product color widget. Okay, so here we're going to say color selection widget. Okay, dot. So we need to create the stateless widget. Let's give it a name. And color selection. Let's import material. After importing material, what we can do, we can come to our sizes. We can just, let's copy this whole part. Let's paste it here. So this remains the same. We need our color size notifier. And here it remains the same as well because we're generating the list, but instead of sizes, we're going to need colors. So it's the same here. So instead of S, we're going to use C for the colors. C in the here is supposed to be set color. Okay. So most of our changes are going to to be within this container. So what I'm going to do is to just go ahead and remove everything inside of the container so that we can start on a new slate. So the first thing that we're going to require is padding. So for the padding, we're going to have edge inserts dot only. So here we need to manipulate the right side. Let's give it a padding of 20. And on the left, let's give it a padding of 20 as well. So you can go with symmetric at this point because this is the same. Right, left. So it can be symmetric, horizontal. Okay. Let's give it a margin. So it's supposed to be agencies dot only. It's supposed to be only. Right. Okay. So right, we're giving it a 20. Like that. Okay. So since this is all set up, what we can do, we can just hook it up and just make changes as we see. our notifier. Okay, so not our notifier, but our page, we have to hook it up. So let's just copy this, and we are going to paste it over here. Change the name to color selection widget. Like that, but we have an empty container, so nothing is going to show as yet. So going back to our widget, we just need to continue. So here, what we're going to require is decoration text in box decoration. So as for box decoration, we're going to start by border radius. For border radius, we're going to use kradius.O. And let's go ahead and give it a color. So for color, we're going to go ahead and check if C is equals to controller dot color. Okay, if C is equals to controller dot color, we're going to show the primary color. Else, we're going to show the gray light color, like that. So we need to give a child to our container. So let's go ahead and do that. Child, our child, we have to use a reusable, that's supposed to be the reusable text widget. So our text is supposed to be C, that's our color, right? And we need our app style. App style here, it's supposed to be, the size is supposed to be 12. And for the color, we're going to go with colors.kwhite. And for the font weight, we're going to go with normal. Okay. So that's working fine as well. That's for selecting our colors. So literally, like we almost done. So let's add a little bit of spacing in between. Okay. But we can close this. We can close this one as well. We need to focus on this page. So let's add a little bit of space between the sizes and the colors, like that. And between similar and colors, similar products and colors, like that. Okay. And one other thing that we can do is to just make an adjustment when it comes to this. Let's give it a 14 and 14, make it a little bit smaller, like that, so that this one can be outstanding and these ones can be small. Okay, so that's it for our product page. The next thing that we need to do, we need to work on our bottom navigation bar. That's where we're going to put our price and our button to add to cart, and create our product bottom navigation bar. So in our products folder, we need to go to widgets, and inside of widgets, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it product bottom navigation bar. So we can just call it bottom bar. Okay. And it has to be a dot file. Now let's go ahead and create a stateless widget. Let's give it a name. Product bottom bar. Let's go ahead and import material. After importing material, we need to return a container here. So our container, we have to give it a height. So we're going to give it a height of 68. That's supposed to be 68.h. Okay, that's the first thing that we need to do. And for our color, we're going to go with colors.white. With an opacity of 0.6. Okay, so with opacity of 0.6, like that. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. After saving that, we need to give our container a child. So as for the child, we're going to give it a padding. So padding takes padding. So here we need to have our padding edge inserts dot from left, top, right, and bottom. And from the left, we're going to give it a 16. That's 16.w. And from the top, we're going to go ahead and just give it a 0. And from the right, we're going to give it a 12. And from the bottom, we're going to give it a 12 as well, like that. Okay, so let's add a comma over here, and we're going to give our padding a child. So our child has to be a row. Inside of the row, we're going to have main axis alignment. And so here it has to be space between, and we are going to require cross-axis alignment as well. So for cross-axis alignment, we're going to use cross-axis alignment.center, and we need to give our row children, right? So as for our children, the first child that we're going to have is a size box. We need to display the total price. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a size box here. Our size box, we need to give it a height and a width. As for the height, we're going to give it a height of 60. And that's supposed to be 60.h. And as for the width, our width is going to be 120. Okay. After that, we're going to have a child, and the child is going to be a column. So first column requires children, but before we do with the children, we're going to require cross-axis alignment. So for the cross-axis alignment here, we're going to use .start. And our first child has to be a reusable text widget. And our reusable text widget, this is going to be the heading. So our heading is going to be total price, like that. And we need to give it a style. So here, app style. Let's give it a size of 14. And for the color, we're going to go with K grain. So supposed to be colors.kgray, and for the font weight we're going to go with normal, like that. Okay, so we just need to go to our product page and hook it up. So here we're going to have a bottom navigation bar. So a bottom navigation bar is supposed to be a product bottom bar. Okay, like that. Going back to our product bottom bar, let's go ahead and copy this reusable text widget, paste it down. Let's format. So here we need the price of the item. So we can push the price here as a parameter. Final string price. It has to be final, and here it's supposed to be string. A price, and our price is going to come from our product notifier, right? product notifier dot product dot price dot to string as fixed, 2 decimal places. Let's add a now checker. Yeah, okay. So back to our bottom bar, instead of displaying the total price as a string here, we're just going to set it to the parameter that we have on top, the value that we have on top. So here, the size has to be a little bit bigger, so 16, and the color, we're going to change it to K dark. And for the font weight, we're going to change it to W600. So what we can do over here, we need to add a $sign. Let's remove the interpolation. So that's going to be our price. The only thing that's left is to add a button to add to cart, right? So after this size box, we're going to require an elevated button. So on press, we need to do something. So here we do have on press. So we need to push this on press from our product page. So we need to create a final void function, and we have to call it on pressed. Okay. Let's add it to our 4 more parameters so we don't have an error. And now we need to handle our child. So for the child, we're going to return a row. We are going to require main axis alignment. So first, our main axis alignment is going to be space between, and then we're going to require cross-axis alignment as well. So cross-axis alignment, we're going to go with center, and let's go ahead and give it children down here. So as for the children, we're going to have an icon first, and our icon, it has to come from font awesome dot shopping bag, like that. Okay, so let's go ahead, give it a color and a size. Okay, so first I'm going to go with size. It's supposed to be size. For the size, going to give it a size of 16, and for the color, we're going to go with colors.kwhite, like that. So we need to add the text. Okay, so that's inside the row. Let's go ahead and just put a text. Checkout. We need to create a little bit of space. So in here, we're going to require a size box. So width, we're going to give it a width of 8, like that. Okay. Checkout. So we need to change the color of the button. Okay. So for us to change the color of the button, we have to come here on top. We need to add style. Since it's an elevated button, add style, and we need to put button style. So for button style, we are going to require a background color. And for the background color, this one takes in material state property. That's supposed to be material state property. Is it even? Okay, let's see. Okay, so that should be like discontinued somehow, so we have to change it to widget state, if I'm not mistaken. Widget state property, yes. And we need to put our color in here. So it's supposed to be colors.primary. Okay. So that's what it is going to look like. So over here, we can make an adjustment to push this a little bit down, the total price, and just play around with it for a little bit so that it can be appealing. Okay. So this text that we have over here, let's just go ahead and give it a padding. Only top. Well, let's give it a 6 or a 4. A 4 will do. And let's give it W600. And 6 is too much. 4 would do. So that's going to be our page. So on press, we're supposed to do something, add to cart in it. So since we are done with this part, we can just close in here. On pressed, and then that's where we should go ahead and add to cart. So what we're going to do over here, we're just going to print in caps add to cart. Right. So when we're adding to a cart, we have to check whether a user is logged in or not. So right on top, we're going to have a nullable string, lowercase string access token is equals to storage.get, and we're going to get the access token. Double C over here, capital letter T, access token. So if the token is unavailable, then we are going to prompt the user to log in, right? That's going to be the basic logic. Okay, so let's just deal with that even before we deal with our authentication. So here we're going to have a condition. If access token is equals to now, then we're going to require a login bottom sheet over here. So if we click now, then we have a login bottom sheet. That should be the same case with our favorite button. So we'll set the logic in a little bit. So else, so in our else, we need to go ahead and check whether the values that whether the size is selected, whether the color is selected before we add anything to the cart, right? So in our else, we're going to have another if statement. If, then else, right? If here we're going to use, let's go ahead, context dot read. So here it's supposed to be color size notifier dot read dot color is equals to is going to be is equals to an empty string. So we have to do the same for the sizes. So we're using or. Okay. So if either of the two are true, then we're going to just do something here. Okay, so here we have show error pop-up. Okay, so show error pop-up, we require the message, the title, and remove the console. Then we can just, this one we can just put it as true so that we can just remove. So it's a Boolean value. The title, or we can say error adding to cart. The message, let's go ahead to our constants, not constants per se, but app text. Utils, case strings, okay, we don't have that one in here. So what we can do, we can just duplicate. Then we can say cart error text. Please select, because we have to select sizes, size, it's supposed to be size and color to proceed. Okay, so that's the one that we're going to use. So here we're going to call our app texts dot cart error. Okay, so let's just go ahead and close it. So now the condition that's going to show is this one, because we don't have a token. But if we just comment this out, let's see. If we click on this, then we have error adding to cart. So let's just go ahead and visit this pop-up. We need to change the title color. Okay, let's put it as K-red since it's an error. Just press OK. Okay, so that's going to be our error adding to cart. So our condition holds. So here, that's where we are going to add to cart if all the conditions are met. Okay, so that's it for our page. We are done. Next, let's jump into our profile, I guess. So we just work on our profile, complete our profile, and then we can see whether we can start working on our backend as soon as possible. Let's remove the print statement. Let's add a to-do. Just call it cut logic. Let's go ahead and work on our profile. So in our profile, we already have our screen. And this is what we're displaying in our screen. So inside of this profile folder, we need to create a new folder, and we need to call it widget. This is where we're going to store our widgets. Let's create a new file, and we're going to call it tile, not title, but supposed to be tile underscore widget dot. Okay, like that. Okay, so in here we need to create a stateless widget, and let's give it a name. It's supposed to be, yeah, we can call it profile tile. Profile tile widget. Okay, like that. So let's import material. After importing material, then what we need to do, this widget is going to require a title. That's going to be, it's going to require a string. That's going to be the title of our tile. Okay, so that's going to be 1. 2, we're going to require on tap, like what we are going to do after we tap the tile. Okay, so it's supposed to be void function. Let's call it on tap. So it's supposed to be function over here, and we are also going to require icon data. So final icon data, that's going to be the icon that we're going to display, and this icon data, we're going to call it leading. Okay, like that. So let's add these to our formal parameters. After that, we do have a container. We need to get rid of it. We don't require the container. And we are going to use a list tile. So when it comes to our list tile, we need a visual, that's supposed to be a visual density. We need to set it to visual density.compact. After that, we need to go ahead to have our on tap. Since we're using a list tile comes with an on tap. So we need to map it to our on tap function. Down at the bottom, we're going to require a leading. Okay, so our leading, we're going to have an icon. So our icon, we're going to call it the leading that we're getting here. The icon data that we're getting is leading. That's the one that we're going to push in here. So the next thing that we need to do, we just need to give this icon a color. So the color is going to be colors.kgrain. We don't need to change the size. Down at the bottom, let's go ahead and handle the title. So as for the title, it's going to be a text, and the text is going to be the text that we're receiving from our formal parameters is title. Okay, and let's go ahead and give it a style. And for the style, it's supposed to be app style. Let's give it a size first. So for the size, we're going to give it a size of 18, and the color is supposed to be dark, and for the font weight, we're going to go with normal, like that. Okay, so after that, we need trailing. Okay, trailing. So for trailing, it's just going to be an icon, and for this icon, we're going to use InDesign .right. Okay, like that. So we can go ahead and manipulate the size. After manipulating the size, we have to manipulate the color as well. So for the color, it has to be the same color, dark. Let's add const. So we are done with that part. So this is our profile tile widget. So coming back to our profile page, what we need to do, we need to just go ahead and remove this center from our body. Instead of returning the center, what we're going to do, we're going to return a list view, because we need to make it scrollable. okay, in case we have more items. So first, we're going to have children. And in our children, at the top, we are going to have a column. Okay, so I'm going to just put a column with children, but I'm not going to do as much in this column. Let's leave it like this for now. So after the column, we're going to have a size box. Let's give our size box a height, and we're going to give it a height of 30. It's supposed to be 30.h, like that. And let's have a container. So this container, we're supposed to give it a color. Let's go ahead and give it colors.off-white. If we save, nothing is going to happen. So here, let's go ahead and give it children. So as for the children, we're going to give it a column as well. A child, not children. Okay, so here, that's where we are going to use our profile, not profile page, but profile tile widget. So the first one is going to be title. So for this one, we're going to call it my orders. And we also need the icon related to the orders. So here we're going to use so that's what it is going to look like. But for now, the icon is not the correct icon. So here we're going to use a checklist. So these are going to be orders. And then on tap, we're supposed to navigate to a page, right? So that's it for the orders. We are going to create the page for the orders in a little bit, and down at the bottom we need to have another one. So let's just paste and then make changes in a little bit. Okay, so my orders, then we're going to have shipping address. So for the shipping address, we need to use a different icon. So we are going to use material. And it's supposed to be material icon here. Icons dot location pin. So that's going to be for shipping. And down at the bottom, we're going to require a privacy policy. So for our privacy policy, we're going to use the same material icons, and here we're going to use policy, like that. And let's go ahead and have our help center. So for the help center, we're going to use InDesign. We're going to say customer service over here. And down at the bottom, now we are going to put a login, logout, of which logout we can just remove this. and we're going to use the custom button. Oof, the spelling is wrong. Custom button, give it a text, logout, button color. We're going to go with colors.kred. Let's go with btn width, ScreenUtils dot screen width minus, let's say minus 40. Okay. So instead of putting it inside of the container, we have to bring it outside of the container. If it is outside, we need to add a little bit of space. Nope, that won't do. So here, let's just go ahead and remove this minus 100 and add padding. Symmetric is supposed to be horizontal. Yes, that'll do. 20, 16, 14. So let's give this a height. So btn height 45, 35. 35 will do. So that's going to be our button. So here we can just say to uppercase on our logout. So we're left with the profile, right? Profile will come on top of this four. Okay. So if it is on, let's see, help center, we are going to show help center. So this is pre-made. Like that. Okay, so if we press on help center, we are going to have this bottom navigation, not bottom navigation bar, but bottom sheet popping up. Okay. So for the policy, we need to go ahead and handle the policy ourselves. So we need to create the page for the policy, the shipping address, and my orders. That's something that we can do in a little bit. But for this part, we are done. What's left is to handle whatever we're going to put in this container. That's supposed to be our email, username, and the profile picture. Okay, those back to it. Let's add a little bit of space before we add our profile picture. So after adding space, we're going to require a circular avatar. That's circle avatar. Let's give it a radius. So our radius, we have to give it a radius of 35. After giving it a radius, we need to give it a background color. So the background color, let's go with primary. Okay, so that's going to be our image. And we need to have our background image. So for the background image, we can use asset image or network image. But for this instance, let's go with, it should be network. let's comment this out first, since we don't have the data. So after the circular avatar, we're going to add a little bit of space. Let's give it a space of 15. And we're going to display the username in the email. And so we're going to put our username in a container. Let's give it a padding. Symmetric. We need to manipulate horizontal sides. Let's give it a padding of 15. That will do. And down here, okay, that's supposed to be a child, but before the child we need to put decoration. But anyways, we can deal with the child first, and then we can go back to the decoration. So here I'm just going to say Andre. Something like that. Okay, so you can write whatever you want at this moment. So this is determined by the user that you're going to create, so it shouldn't be a big deal for now. So let's give it a size of 14, and we're going to give it a color of K dark, and for the font weight we're going to give it W600. Okay, so like that. So handling our decoration here is supposed to be box decoration. Inside of our box decoration, we're going to give it a color, and the color has to be the same color as the one that we gave to this circular avatar. Okay, and let's give it a border radius. So for border radius, we're going to go with border radius.circular. Let's give it a radius of 10. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So even before that, we can just put an email. Okay, so if we copy this and we place it here at a comma, okay, Kings, okay, just something random. We have to make it small, normal, and gray. And add a little bit of space. Maybe a 10 or a 5. 7. Okay, so like that. So let's just go ahead and try to find an image that we can insert so that we can have something which is complete before we move on. Okay, so to do over here, we need to just go ahead and put an image. So previously, like the code that I gave you, not the code, but the data that I gave you, we have this K profile pic, but my server is down, so you cannot access this image. So what you need to do, you need to go ahead and replace it with your own URL. Okay, so I'm just going to replace it with a new one, but you have to do it on your own. Find a profile picture and you replace the one that we have over here. Okay, after replacing, now you need to go ahead to your profile screen. In your profile screen, in the background image here, you just need to go ahead and comment and you need to place in network asset. So the URL is going to come from text .kprofile, like that. Okay, so you just need to wait for a little bit for it to load. That's if it loads. Okay, so it loaded. So that's what our profile is going to look like. So now that we got this out of the way, what we can do is to go ahead and just work on the navigations for these pages. So we have our policy, right? So inside of views, we can create another file. We can call it policy. Okay, and so let's go ahead and have profile policy screen dot. That's 1. 2, we're going to have orders underscore screen dot. And we're also going to have address. Let's say shipping address, shipping underscore address underscore screen dot. Okay, sound like that. So here, let's just go ahead and have our stateless widget. So this one is supposed to be shipping address import. Here we can just return a scaffold, and from this scaffold we're just going to have an AppBar. Okay, and so let's copy everything, go back to our policy, then we need to rename this to policy page. Let's see, shipping address. Okay, we can leave it like that, and then we can change this to orders. It's supposed to be orders page. Okay, so we have these 3 screens. So here we need to go ahead and open our routes. Okay, so here reviews policy. Okay, so let's see the name that we gave it, policy page. That's correct. So let's just go ahead, import that. After importing, we save. We need orders page. Let's uncomment and let's import the page. We have addresses. Okay, so this one we need to change it to shipping address, like that. Okay, so now going back to our profile page, profile screen. In our profile screen, now we need to hook the pages to the correct pages over here. So it's supposed to be context.push. So if you're pushing, we require a location, right? So we'll set the locations in a little bit. Let's paste that one as well. And let's paste the privacy over here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Now we need to get the correct locations. So for the correct locations for addresses is going to be, for shipping address is going to be addresses. So that's our location over here, but it has to be a string. Let's go for orders. Can paste that, and let's go for the policy. like that. Okay, so that's it. Next, let's close everything. If you click, these pages are not yet being read by our application. So let's hot restart our application and run a test profile. Okay, so the pages are working fine. So now we have these pages hooked. That's okay. So that's what our profile page is going to look like. So most probably, like before we are going to work on our authentication page, because these pages, though we've worked on them, they're protected routes. So without you logging in, you should be redirected to a login page. The only page that you should see is going to be the home page, because that one is an open page. It's not protected. But when it comes to the profile, the cart, and the wish list, these are protected. So we need a login page to display for now, even before we work on our REST API. We want to focus on our privacy. Okay, so in our privacy, the first thing, let's just go to our profile views. Then we go to privacy screen. The first thing that we need to take care of is our leading. So our leading has to be the AppBar button. Okay, like that. So let's add consts. After adding consts, let's just open our page. We need to add a title. So for the title, we're going to go with a reusable text widget. So here it's supposed to be apptexts dot. Okay, let's import apptext first. So that's supposed to be kpolicy. Let's give it a style. App style. The size is supposed to be 16, not 14. Let's go ahead, give it a color. The color is supposed to be primary, and for the font weight, we're going to go with bold, like that. Okay, so that's going to be our page. And here, if we pop back, so that's okay. Down at the bottom, we're going to require our body. So our body, we have to give it a padding first. Padding is going to take edge inserts dot symmetric. Let's go with symmetric, and here horizontal, we give it a padding of 16. Let's give our padding a child. So our child is going to be a list view. List view text in children. So first, we need to just give it a size box right on top. And here, for our size box, we need to just give it a height. Let's give it a height of 12. It's supposed to be 12.h. Add a comma. Down at the bottom, the first thing that we need is a reusable text widget. So let's just copy this reusable text widget that we have right here on top, and let's paste it down here. Okay, so we need to change the size from 16 to 15, and for the color is going to remain the same, and the font weight we're going to go with W500. W500 over here. Okay, so instead of returning policy, we're going to return k cancellation. Okay, so that's going to be the first. Down at the bottom, we need to add a little bit of space as well. So first, we need to add a comma, add a space. After this space, we're going to require a text, but this text is going to be a text widget. So it's going to take in a text. So we need to use our app text cancellation policy. Okay, now that we have our cancellation policy, we need to align our text align dot justify. Okay, so that's going to be our policy. So here, what do we need to do? We need to give it a style. So for style, it's supposed to be app style. The size is supposed to be 13. Instead of using k primary, we're going to go with k gray. And for the font weight, we're going to go with normal. Okay. So we're done with that part. Let's add a little bit of space before we go to the next one. So next is going to be our terms, right? So for the terms, the title would take the same design as our first heading. This is supposed to be k terms. So we add a size box and another text. So it's supposed to be k app terms, like that. Okay. So that's for our privacy policy and terms and conditions. Okay. So this is all for this page. So if you want to add more, you can add more. That's up to you. But this is how our page is going to look. So we're done with that one. We're left with shipping address and the and orders. Okay. So for the orders, that's something that we can take care of later when you're processing our orders. So now the priority is to go and create our auth. So we have login screen. Let's go ahead and create the registration screen. And we are going to create the verification screen as well. Like that. Okay. So first we're going to work inside the login page, and then we can go work on our registration. Verification is something that we can do after we have our authentication in the backend. Then work on our login screen, login page, login screen. Okay, so the first thing that we need controllers. So we're going to have about 2 controllers, the one for the username and the other one for the password. Okay, so we're going to create a let final text editing controller that's supposed to be kept. A text editing controller, and we have to give it a name. So the first one is going to be a private username controller. It goes to text editing controller. Okay, like that. So let's copy paste. Nope. We're going to copy this one, the one that we created, and we need the one for the password. Like that. Okay, so we have our 2 controllers. So down at the bottom, we're going to require a focus node. And this one is going to be for the password. Okay, so we're just going to call it password node over here. Is equals to focus node. Let's go ahead and close it. And we need to go ahead and dispose these once we are done using them. So first, it's supposed to be username dot dispose username controller, and we're going to have our password controller dot dispose as well. And we need to dispose our node. So let's jump into our scaffold and just design how it's going to look. So first, we're going to require a background color. So for our background color, we're going to go with colors.white. After that, let's go ahead and that's supposed to be white over here. Our AppBar requires AppBar, and here we're going to just have, let's go ahead and have a leading, a back button. Let's add consts. So what we can do in order for us to see the changes, we have to go to our profile, profile screen. So here we're going to require a string access token is equals to storage.getString. So the name of our string is going to be access token, isn't it? So first we need to go ahead and check if access token is equals to null, then we are going to display the screen, else we're going to go ahead and display the profile screen. So over here, we're going to return our login page like that, okay? So let's add const over here. So it's protected, okay? So we need to change the AppBar color, okay? So let's go back to our login screen. Our AppBar color has to be the same as the background color. So we just paste. So here everything is uniform. So far so good. Let's remove elevation. Give it a 0. And we don't require a title. So we are just going to leave it like that. So when it comes to our body, we're going to return a list view. List view takes in children. So we're going to have multiple widgets. So the first one that we're going to have is to create a little bit of space between we're just going to create a little bit of space so that we can have our title and then our text widgets. Okay, so we're going to have a size box and we're going to give it a height, and let's give it a height of 160. After that, we're going to have a text widget. So for our text, so you can name the application whatever you want. So in this instance, I'm just going to call this the best fashions like that. Okay, so let's go ahead, give it a style. App style, let's give it a size of 24, and we're going to give it a color of primary. and our font weight, it has to be bold. Okay, so we need to push this in the center. Okay, so we're going to say text align dot center, like that. So after the text, the title, we're going to add a little bit of space. That's going to be 10. We need to write a message. Okay, so let's copy this text that we do have over here, paste it down. Let's format this a little bit. And here we're going to say hi, welcome back. You've been missed, something like that. Okay, so here it's going to remain the same, but we need to change here to 13. This color has to be gray, not gold, but gray. And our font has to be normal, like that. Okay, so we're done with that part. Let's give a little bit of space. So here we're going to give it a space, and let's give it a 25. After that space, now we need to go ahead and work on our controllers. The first thing that we need not our controllers, but our text editing controllers. So we need edge inserts. So here we're going to give it a symmetric horizontally. We're going to give it a padding of 20. So that's 20.w. Let's go ahead and give our padding a child. So our child is going to be a column. And in our column, we have to have the children. So our first child is going to be email text field. So email text field is already provided for you. It's in our widgets. Okay, it's in here. So that's what we're going to use. So first we need to manipulate the radius. Let's give it a radius of 25. And we're going to give it a focus. That's supposed to be focus node. So our focus node is the password node. And let's give it a hint text. So for hint text, we're going to say username. Let's go ahead, give it a controller. So our controller is supposed to be username. Let's give it a prefix icon. So for a prefix icon, that's a widget. So we need to place an icon over here. So we're going to go with Cupertino. Cupertino icons.profile. Circle, something like that. Okay. Let's go ahead and reduce the size. So for the size, we're going to give it a size of 20. So for the color, let's go ahead and give it a gray color. Okay, that would do. So we can be able to manipulate the keyboard type. So since it's a username, our keyboard type is going to be keyboard type dot, let's say name. Okay. On editing complete, then we need to go ahead and change the focus scope. to the password. Request focus, and here password. Let's add const over here. So the password field, I doubt that we have it. Oh, we do have it, but I commented everything out when we started, so we have to, because we don't have the password notifier. So in our auth, let's go ahead and create a new file, and we're going to call it controllers. Create a new file and call it password notifier dot. So here we just need a boolean value. Okay, we just need a boolean value. So here password notifier dot password, the name is going to be password. So let's create the class first. Password notifier with change notifier. So we're going to have a boolean password. So here initially is going to be false. So let's go ahead and close it. Down at the bottom, we're going to have a getter, and we are going to have a setter. Okay, so that's going to be our password notifier. So here we can go ahead and import. So our error is gone. So let's see. Here we have toggle. So instead of using toggle, we're going to use set password. So let's see. It's going to require a bool, but that's not what we need. We need it to be password is equal to not password, something like that. Okay, so we just need to change so that this particular function can work. So that's all that we need to do. So we need to go ahead and call our password, what do we call it, our password field. But before that, we need to hook it up in our main.dart. So we need to visit our main.dart. Inside of main.dart, let's go ahead and copy one change notifier provider, and let's have our password notifier. Okay, so let's just hot restart. After hot restarting, we need to revisit our home page. We can visit our profile. So now we need our password field. So we need to go back to our login screen. Inside of our login screen, right after this email, so we're going to have the password field. So our controller is supposed to be the password controller. Right after that, let's see the other props. We need the focus node. So for the focus node, it's going to be the password. What else do we need? A radius. We give it the same radius. So let's go ahead, give it a 25. Okay. So far so good. We need to add a little bit of space. So we're going to have a space of 25. Like that. So that's what that we need to do. And we need to add a button. Okay. So that's, so let's give it a 20 over here. And after the last, we need our custom button. So our text is supposed to be log in. Log in. So that should be uppercase. Okay, so width, let's give it a width. That's supposed to be btn width. ScreenUtils dot screen width. Okay, let's give it a little bit of btn height. Let's give it 35. Radius, we give it a radius of 20. Format the code a little. On tip, then that's when we are supposed to log in. Okay, so the color is supposed to be primary. So far so good. This is all that we need to do, but the button height, let's make it 40, like that. So down at the bottom, we need to be able to direct a person to the registration page if they aren't registered. Okay, so let's go ahead and see whether we can make a change. Scaffold. That's inside of the scaffold. So inside of the scaffold, we're going to have a bottom navigation bar. So our bottom navigation bar over here, we're going to just use a size box. Let's give it a height of 130. That's supposed to be .h. After that height, we need to go ahead, give it a child. So the child is going to be a center. So center takes in a child as well. So for the child, we're going to have a gesture detector. So on tap, we're supposed to be navigated to another page, right? So it's supposed to be context.push, and then we provide the location. So let's just go ahead and comment this out for a little bit. But it's supposed to be a register over here since we don't have the pages yet. So let's go ahead and give our gesture detector a child. So here we're going to say, to give it a text is for text. We're going to say do not have an account. Register a new one. Like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and give it a style. That's supposed to be style over here, and we give it app style. For the app style, we're going to give it a 12. And for the color, since it's a link, like a hyperlink or a link, so it's supposed to be colors.blue. And for the font weight, we're going with normal. Okay, center, let's wrap it in a padding. And here we're manipulating only bottom. And let's give it a padding of 110. Okay. So that's what our page is going to look like. So we need to activate this page somehow. But the page is going to be similar to this one. But what we can do, let's just copy everything that we have over here. Go to our registration, paste the code. So we need to change the name. Let's go ahead and call it registration page. Like that. Okay. So for the registration page, we are not going to have the bottom navigation bar. And here we're going to say sign up. Password, and we are going to require an email. So we need another field. So let's just copy the email text field and the size box, paste it here. So first we're going to have email, not username, and then we need an email text field, right? Email controller. So username is going to be first, and we're going to have an email over here. Let's remove the focus node for this one. Oh, nope. Okay, this is correct. Keyboard type has to change to email address. Now, when it comes to email, we have to change the icon that we are. The email. We have to Cupertino.email, not email, but mail. We change that. Probably we have email text controller. That's all that we need to do, I think, for now. So let's go ahead to our, what do we call it? Our routes, utils, app routes. We need to look for registration. Register, not registration. Going back to our login screen. In our login screen, we need to go ahead and uncomment this part. Go ahead, close it. So before we do anything, let's go ahead and test this. So initially, let's make our password obscure. Okay. Let's hide our password initially. So, okay, the page is not yet available. So let's go ahead, hot restart. Sign in. This is working now. If you press back, now that's the problem. Okay, so let's go back to, what's the name? Okay. So if we press back, we should be taken to here. We should change this. We should just take a person to the home page. That's on the login. Okay, so here we can say that's on tap. So here we can just say context dot go. Okay, we're going to the home page. Let's reset. Okay, so that would work as well. Oh, no routes. That's quite odd. Login screen. Push. Okay. My bad. My bad. Okay. So that's going to be our registration screen. Back, and if you press back, we're just taken to the home page. So our cart should be the same. It should have the same condition. Cart and wish list, they should have the same condition. So what we can do, just go back to our profile screen, and we're going to copy this part and go to our wish lists and paste the code here. So we need to import storage. After importing storage, we need to import the login screen. Let's go to our cart. We do the same. That's before the scaffold. Import login and import storage. So now all our pages are protected. So far so good. Right now, let's go ahead. We want to start working on our backend. So if you're working on our backend, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a new folder where we're going to have our environment and our project. Okay. But before we go to that, in our files, I did have like a folder with the name backend, right? So you got commands and requirements.txt. So requirements is going to contain all the Python packages that we're going to use, and commands is going to have all the commands necessary, all the commands that you need to create this project. Okay, so I'm going to create a project first, and then after creating that project, we're going to ship these two requirements and commands.md inside of our project, so that we can have the requirements, that's the packages, and we can also have the commands, so that like each and everything that we do, we can do it faster and smoothly. Okay, so I'm just going to create a new folder on the desktop, and I'm going to give it a name. Let's give it a name, backend. Let's say Py. Or DJ, not Py. DJ backend. Okay, so we are going to create a new window in our code editor. In this instance, I'm using VS Code. So I'm just going to drag and drop the folder inside of VS Code. So now that we are in our folder, let's go ahead and open the files. So these files, you're going to download them first when you start with the front end part. Like when we were designing the Flutter part, the file that you downloaded, the zip file, contains all the file for the payment server, the backend, as well as the front end. So now our goal is to just go ahead and ship this, to copy these two files inside of our project. So here I'm going to go with commands. Okay, so these are the commands that we need. Okay, so let's go ahead and open our terminal. Okay, so the first thing that we need to create a Python environment. But before we get to the environment, what I can say is you need to have Python installed on your computer, right? be it a Mac, be it a Windows computer. So since I'm using Mac, probably there might be a difference in commands, like whether you're going to use Python 3, especially when you're creating the environment. But creating the environment is super easy. We can just go up on Google, right? Creating a Python environment on Windows. Okay, so if you're creating an environment on Windows, this is the command. Okay, Python -m, then -v. -v is going to be the name of the environment that you're creating, right? So let's go ahead and just create our environment. So this is command 1 is for creating the environment. Okay, so I'm going to paste the code, the command over here. So our environment name is VNV. Okay, so our environment has been successfully created. The next thing that we need to do, we want to select that environment. Okay, so VS Code just gives you an option to activate it, but you can activate it manually. Okay, so this is the command to activate your environment. So you just go source VNV. So VNV, that's the name of the environment, but you can give it a different name. That's according to you. Okay, VNV/bin then activate. Okay, let's go ahead, activate our environment. So if you see this, okay, in your terminal, that means your environment has been activated. So now that the environment is activated, we can go ahead and just start working on our project. The reason why we do create environments is so that we won't be just installing packages in our computer. So these packages that we'll be installing, they're specifically for this project that we are working on. If we don't use environment, then that means we are just installing packages on our computer, of which, if we are done with the project at the end of the day, if we try to compile the packages that we used, we are going to have all the packages in the computer, of which it's not bad for it's bad for the project. Because let's say I want to give you the packages that I've used for the project, I won't be able to do that, since if I run the command for compiling all the packages, I'll have all the packages that I have in my computer. So let's go ahead and install Django. Okay, so to install Django, we're going to run the command pip install. Either way, we can just visit the documentation. Okay, Django documentation here. Okay, so we're going to go to installation. So to install Django, let's see, install Python, install Django. That's where we are. Complete installation guide. Okay, it's a little bit different. Okay, pip install Django, that's going to be the command. So it's better for me to use the commands that I have rather than to rely on the documentation. Okay, so we're going to run the command pip install Django. Okay, so here we're not going to classify the version since we want to have the latest version of Django. Okay, so if we run the command, this package is going to be installed in our environment, not inside of the computer. It's not global, it's project based. So our Django has been successfully installed. So here, before we do anything, let's go ahead and run this command to upgrade our pip. Okay, okay, so we're just upgrading pip so that it won't pop out each and every time that we install anything. So let's just go ahead and clear this. After clearing, we can go ahead and we created our environment and installed Django. The next thing that we need to do, we need to create a directory where we're going to store our project. So we're going to just make a directory. You can either use VS Code to just create a directory where you're going to store your project, or you can use the terminal. Either way, it's okay. I'm going to call it fashion backend, like that. Okay, so now we have our folder. This is where we are going to store our project, right? So we need to cd into fashion backend. So after cding into fashion backend, now we can create our first Django project. Okay, so this is going to be the like probably like the Django admin project, because like we're going to create it in a way whereby we have multiple projects inside of our project. We're not going to just create one project and just put everything under one roof. We need to make everything separate so that we can have like a clean backend. We just need to follow the correct way to do it. Otherwise, we have like probably, if we have one project, that means all our code is under one views folder. Our URL is under one URL. So that'll be a little bit, not a little bit, that's totally not good given the size of the project. If you're doing a small project, like let's say a to-do application, probably the best way is to just put everything under one app. But since we have multiple things to do, we need to separate our functionalities. If it is cart, it has to be in a different app. If it is orders, they have to be in a different. Then our call has to be in a separate rating system. It has to be a separate application. So that's going to be the approach that we're going to use. So now that we have cd it into our backend, now we have to run the command Django. That's supposed to be Django over here. Django admin start project. So we need to start the project first, and then we can go ahead and do the rest. Okay, so the name of the project, we're just going to call it backend. So we're going to use the same command as we have over here. So here with space dot, the reason why we're putting space and dot, we don't want to create another backend folder inside of the backend folder. We just want to, when we start the project, all our files should be in the backend folder, because if we don't do this, then we're going to have another backend folder inside of the backend folder, of which it just increases the amount of levels that we need to cd into in order for us to get things started. Okay, so that's it. We've created our backend. So inside, see, now we do have our backend folder. So if we take a look, with our init file, we have our ASGI settings, URLs, and then we have our manage.py outside. Okay. So here, what we can do, we have to run this project to check whether it's working or not. So we're going to run the command python manage.py run server. Okay. Okay. I have another application running on the same port. So I'm going to stop that application and then start the server again. So supposed to be backend. So let's run the command python manage.py run server again. So now our server is running on port 8000. Okay. So here, if we just visit this, then we're going to be welcomed with our Django screen. Okay. So that means we've successfully created our Django application and we're using Django 5.0. Okay. So at the moment, we cannot visit admin because we haven't done anything as yet. We haven't even migrated we haven't created our migrations. We haven't created our super user. Okay. So first, let's go ahead and just close the server. After closing the server, we want to run the command to migrate. Okay, so here we're just going to run python manage.py. Then we're going to migrate like that. So we're done with our migrations. And the next thing, now we need to go ahead and create a super user. So if we create a super user, now we'll be able to go to Django admin, and then we can see how our admin dashboard looks like. So probably we're going to take steps into it after creating our super user. Then we are going to just not alter, but we're going to change the looks of our admin dashboard. Okay. So first, let's go ahead and run the command python manage.py create super user. Like that. Okay. So we need to give it a username. So here, I'm going to use this username that we have over here, like fashion admin. The email, I'm going to use the same email that we have over here. fashion@admin dot supposed to be admin.com. Okay. Now we need a password. Okay, so our password, let's go with fashion 1966. We need to have the same password to re-enter the same password. So the password didn't match. Okay, so our password is too similar to the email, but anyhow, we're going to continue. So I'm going to press Y. So we've created our super user. So I'm going to clear the terminal. After clearing the terminal, we're going to run the server. Okay, so after running the server, now we can go ahead and visit our admin. Okay, so this is what our admin looks like, but we are going to use Jazzmin to just bootstrap our dashboard. Okay, so this is what we have. We have users. This is the only user that we have, right? Okay, so let's go ahead to Google, not Google per se, PyPy. Okay, we're going to go to PyPy, and in PyPy, we're going to look for Jazzmin. Okay, Django Jazzmin 3.0. Okay, so you just need to click Jazzmin. After clicking Jazzmin, you can copy the command pip install Django Jazzmin. Okay, so we want our dashboard to look like this. That's what we want our dashboard to look like. So let's go ahead and install Jazzmin. First, let's stop the server and install Jazzmin. So while we're waiting for Jazzmin, oh, that was quick. So we need to configure Jazzmin because now we just installed, but we haven't configured anything. So to configure, we need to open backend, and from backend, we need to go to settings, right? So in settings.py, we need to just remove these comments. Let's get rid of them. Okay, so let's go back to our PyPy to the documentation, right? So in our documentation, we're going to go ahead and see how we can configure Jazzmin. Okay, so here, see documentation. So I'm just going to open the documentation. This is the Jazzmin documentation. So first, let's go to installation. So we need to add Jazzmin to our installed applications. So let's just go ahead, copy this. And we're going to go to our installed applications, and we're going to paste it here. So let's see whether we have to add something or not. Configurations. Okay, these are configurations for the logo and everything. If you want to do more configurations, you can visit configurations file. So now you can put your logo, you can change the title. This is where you do it, but this is something that you can put in your, what do you call it, in your settings.py, okay, inside of the backend folder. But we are not going to do this. We just need to have our, to just bootstrap our backend so that we can have a different view and a different view. So let's go back to our backend. Let's run python manage.py. Okay. Let's visit the dashboard. I think by now. Okay. So we've already bootstrapped our dashboard. This is what our dashboard looks like. So this is what we're going to be working with from now going onwards. So this is the name of the account that's logged in. That's like fashion admin. So here, that's Django administrator. That's the name. So let's see whether we can do something more. Site title. So what we can do here, let's go ahead and, we don't want to copy everything. We just want the Let's copy these three. Okay. So we need to go to our python manage.py, and down at the bottom, let's go ahead and paste this. Let's close this. After closing, let's format it. Title. This is the title. Okay. So we're just going to change the title to fashion app admin. So let's just do the same. And let's save. After saving, we can just get rid of the comments from over here because we don't need them. And let's run our backend again. So after running our server, let's just try to refresh. Okay, so our title has changed. Okay, so this is good. Everything is working fine. So if you want to add a logo, you have to just do the same and add your logo over here, but I'm not going to do that. So that's it for setting up our backend, not our backend, but our dashboard. Next, we're going to just jump right in, create our first app. But before we create our first app, we have to deal with our authentication, because for authentication, we're going to be using djoser. So we're going to install djoser, configure djoser, and probably do our authentication, and then we can start working on our is to go ahead and install djoser. So if you visit the commands.md and go to 15, this is the basic setup of how we are going to set up djoser, but we have some minor changes that we need to make, especially when it comes to this part, because we're not going to be using session authentication. We're going to use token authentication. So I'm just going to go ahead and change this part first before we continue. Okay, so now back to our terminal. In our terminal, we just need to go ahead and run the command pip install djoser. It's supposed to be djoser. Or what you can do, you can go ahead and just go to PyFi and search for djoser. Okay. Copy the command and paste it. So the basic setup of djoser, we're going to just go ahead and run through it together so that we won't have any problems, and just run a test, probably do a little bit of implementation in our front end. Once we're done with our backend, not backend, but authentication, then we can start with other applications that we need to start. Okay, so here, this is the same command that we're going to run. It's over here. Okay, pip install, that's the same command that we've written in our terminal. So we're just going to install djoser. So djoser will also install a REST framework. So we need to set up REST framework as well. This is the part of how we're going to set up REST framework. Okay, so before we continue any further, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and just pip freeze so that we can have our list of dependencies that we're using. So going to command number 19, pip freeze requirements.txt, press enter. We're going to have a file created inside of our fashion. Okay, so these are the packages that we've installed so far. So if we take a look, we have Django over here, we have Jazzmin, we have Django REST Framework, Django REST Framework simple JWT, but we're not going to use JWT, we're going to use token authentication. So we don't have to worry about this. So let's just go ahead and clear our terminal. After clearing our terminal, let's go back to our backend. Backend, we need to open settings.py. It's already open here. So let's open it side by side with our commands.md. So first we need to go to our installed apps. So under installed apps, we need to add djoser, we need to add REST framework, and we need to add, that's REST framework, djoser and REST framework, and token authentication. Token, it's auth token. So let's go ahead. First, we're going to add djoser, add a comma. After that, we're going to add a REST framework. So it's supposed to be REST underscore framework. And after adding a REST framework, then we're going to add a REST framework dot auth token. Okay, that's all that we need to do. So let's just go ahead, save. After saving, we need to go ahead, copy this line. Okay, let's go down after our jazzmin settings, paste. So we don't need to change anything because we've already made a change over here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. So next, we're going to go ahead and just configure our URLs. Okay, to configure our URLs. So to configure our URLs, we need to visit backend. Inside backend, we visit URLs. Okay, so in here, let's just go ahead and remove everything over here. So in order for us to access the djoser URLs, so let's go back to our documentation, djoser documentation, right? So here we have installation, configuration. So installation, we're already done with this part. Okay, so we've added these, and we've added REST framework dot auth token as well. So we are going to configure urls.py. Okay, but we're going to do it a little bit differently. So let's go back to our application, but before we go back, let's just go ahead and check the endpoints that we're going to have by just using djoser, because the goal is not to reinvent the wheel, but just to have a seamless authentication process. These are token based JWT. Let's see, there's a list of all the URLs. These are the URLs that we have access to by just using djoser. So if we weren't using djoser, probably we will have to create everything from scratch to get a user, confirm a user, activation, set password, reset password, set username. All this are provided by djoser. Okay, so now let's go back to our URLs. So first we do have our admin.site. So this one, we're going to need it. So we just leave it there. And here from Django.urls import, we're going to import path, and we're going to use include. Okay, so down at the bottom, let's add a comment that's supposed to be besides, we don't need a comment, so we are just going to use a space to differentiate our URLs. So first we're going to have path, and our path is going to be your not auth, not URL, auth. Then we need to use include. Okay, so here we're going to include djoser URLs. It has to be a string, so it's supposed to be djoser djoser.urls. So that's the first. Right underneath, let's just paste this. So we need to include auth token as well. So like that. So with this, then we're able to access our djoser URLs. So let's take, for instance, if we run this server, so we just have to run the command python manage.py run server, right? We also need to apply migrations. Okay, you have 4 unapplied migrations. So let's stop the server and run the command python manage.py. Migrate. Okay, so auth token. These are the migrations that we just made. So if we clear and run the server over here, go to our dashboard, then we're going to see we are going to have an additional field for tokens over here, but we don't have anything as yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to just go ahead and try to run a test. We need to access the djoser endpoints. Okay, so let's see. It's not supposed to be auth. It's supposed to be just auth, then users, not users. Okay, so it's a little bit tricky to access the endpoints. But if we go back to the documentation, token login, okay, that's what we need. Auth token login. This is the one that we need at this particular moment. Not Postman, browser. Okay. Okay, so here we are required to enter our password and our username to log in. So first we need to create an account. We're just going to create an account. Log in, log out. Let's see. Users. This is the user that's logged in, but we don't need that. We need to create a user. So that's something that we need to figure out how best we can create the user. So If we go to commands.md, I think I'll sign up. Okay, so this is the sign up URL users. Okay, so this is how we can create a user. So we need an email, username, and password. Okay, so this is the endpoint to create a user. So let's take, for example, here, I'm just going to say the best tech at fashion.com. Let's give it a name, the best tech. For the password, let's say password 123. Okay. So we're going to make a post, but probably we're going to run into an error because the password is too weak. Password is too common. That's the error that we have received. So we need to just do it again. So that's the other thing. So when it comes to Django and passwords, the authentication really requires like a stronger password. So you don't need to worry about validating the password because that section is already taken care of. Is already taken care of for you. So here we're going to use fashion.com. The best tech. Andre. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's post. Okay. 201. Our user has been successfully created here. Okay. So if we go to our dashboard, refresh, and then users, we have 2 users. The best tech, that's the one that we just created now. So we want to log in this very user. Okay. So to log in, let's go ahead. We are going to use this, the command. So it's either you can use Postman or you can use the browser. So for logging in, I'm going to use Postman. So that's the same endpoint. So to log in, we need a username and a password. Okay. So our username is the best. It's supposed to be the best tech over here. And then our password is Andre 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So when we log in, we're supposed to receive an auth token. This is our auth token, right? So this is all that we need to do to log in. Are done with our authentication side in our backend. What we can do, we can go back to our front end and just handle our authentication, and then we can come back to our backend, do what we need to do. We have to work on both projects at the same time, like step by step. If we finish something, we go back to our front end and we just finish and then we move on. Okay, so here we are going to our front end, right? So this is our front end project. In our front end project, we need to bring back the simulator. So after, let's put these side by side. Like that. So let's just bring this application back. So our main focus is logging in, registering a user, logging in and registering a user and getting the profile. Since we have the data already, we just need to create functions to get the correct data, right? But the first thing, let's focus on logging in. So we need to create a not a controller, but we need to create a model. The models for our authentication. So let's create a new folder inside of Auth, and we're going to call it models. So the first model that we're going to create is going to be the login model. Login model dot like that. Okay, so we go to our Postman. You can either use Postman or you can use the data that you get from logging in. Okay, here. Okay, probably the server is not running, so let's go back, try to run the server. Let's reload. Okay, so this is the data that we need to create the model. So it requires a password and a username. So we go to QuickType. Let's paste the code. Okay, so this is going to be a login model. Like that. Okay, so let's copy the login model. Go back to our Flutter project. Let's paste the code. After pasting the code, we need to create another one. That's going to be for the token. That's the auth token. Okay, new file. So we're going to say auth token model dot. Okay, the spelling is wrong. So let's go back to that. Here, our auth token, or we can find it inside of our like Postman. So it is going to be like this. So that's easy. Even if you don't have the Postman, what you can do, you can just create this, right? So you can just come here and write auth token and remove the other field. Just remove one and you write the correct name, which is auth token. Is it auth token? Yes. So that's just it. So this is what we need. So let's call it auth token. Not auth token, but let's say access token model. That's the name that I'm going to give it. So let's copy the model, go back to our application. In our application, let's paste the code. After pasting the code, let's go ahead and create one more for logging in. Okay. So that's going to be, no, that's registration model. Registration model. So it's going to be a dot file over here. So to register, what we need, let's just press Control Z. We just need to add a comma over here. Copy this, copy the username, and let's go ahead and paste it here. After pasting it, we need to change the field from username to email. So we need to get rid of the last comma so that we can get rid of the error. So we don't have an error now. So we have three fields: password, username, and email. Okay, so here is supposed to be a registration model. Registration The spelling is wrong. Model. So let's copy the model, go back to our application, and let's go ahead and paste the model. Okay. Okay, we do have. So that's it for our models. If we go to controllers, we have a password notifier, but we need to create another one. And this is going to be called Auth Notifier. Okay. So let's create our class, give it a name, Auth Notifier, with change notifier, like that. Okay. So this way our functions are going to be. So first, let's go ahead and have void login function. It has to be async. A registration function. Okay. Those two, let's see. Okay, we need those two. So they're going to take in a string data, both of them. Okay, so like that. So here, that's where we need to create our function. So we're going to require HTTP inside of our function. At this point now, we can go back and revisit our environment .env.development and set the app base URL. Okay, so here, this is our app base URL. This right here, that's our app base URL. So we just need to copy the base URL, come back to Flutter application, and we need to paste it over here like that. Okay, so let's just go ahead, close this for a second. So we need to make HTTP calls. So to make HTTP calls, we need to have the HTTP package installed. So if you visit our pubspec YAML, in our pubspec YAML, we've already installed the HTTP package. So we have to look for it. Let's see. That's odd. Quite odd. Okay, so if it's not there, we're going to say Flutter pub add HTTP. Okay, so HTTP has been installed, or HTTP package is over here. Okay, so we can use it to make our HTTP calls. To it, we've created this auth notifier, but we haven't hooked it in our main.dart. So what we need to do, we need to hook it. So in our main.dart, we are going to just require auth notifier over here. So after hooking it up, then what we can do is go to our auth notifier. In our auth notifier, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a boolean, and we need to call it is loading. Initially, it's going to be false. Let's close that, and we need to create a getter and a setter. Okay. So bool get is loading. That's the correct way to write it. And we need a setter down at the bottom. Set is loading. It's going to take in a boolean, but in this instance, we are not going to take in a boolean. Okay, let's not. Let's just say is loading is equal to not is loading. Okay, so that's what we need to do. Since we have this, we can use it to trigger a circular progress indicator. So let's take, for example, here a user is logging in, right? So this is our login function. If a user hits this function, then we are supposed to show a circular progress indicator. Okay, so here the first thing that we need to do is to go ahead and hit set loading. That's the first thing. After that, we need to go ahead and have our function. So we're going to have a try catch block in here. So in our try, that's where we are going to have our HTTP call file response is equals to HTTP dot post. Okay, so we don't have the HTTP package as yet, so we need to import it. So we're going to say import package HTTP as HTTP. Okay, so that's it. That's what we need to do. So here we need our URL. Whenever we are going to make a request, we need the URL, and we need the headers, and we need the body as well. That's a post. So first, we're going to have a URL. So we don't have a URL as yet, but we're going to take care of that. We need our header, our headers, and our headers, we need to create them. So as for headers, we're just going to include content type. So content type is equals to content type, we assign it to application.Json. And after headers, we're going to require a body. Okay, so for the body, we need the data. Okay, that's the data that we're getting as a string over here. So right on top, inside of our try, we are going to create a variable that we're going to call a URL. Okay, is equals to URI.parse. So here we need to have we need our environment. We need to access our environment. So from our environment, we are getting the base URL, and then after that, we need to have the endpoint. So auth token, then a login. Okay, like that. So let's just go ahead, close that. So everything here checks out. So if we are logging in, we are going to get a response, right? This response, we need to check whether we're going to, whether it's 200 or not. So we're going to have a condition if response dot, that's a little bit odd. Let's see. Okay, asynchronous, we have to await. Status code is equals to 200. Then we need to do something here. So if our response is equals to 200, that means we are successfully logged in. So we can just go ahead. Let's do it the proper way. Let's not just debug. So first we need to have a string access token. This access token is going to come from the response that we get from our response body, right? When we make the call. So we need to use our auth token. Is this supposed to be auth token model? So it's supposed to be access, okay, not auth. So here it's supposed to be access token model from JSON. So we need response dot body dot auth token, right? So that's going to be our access token. So we need to store this access token inside of our local storage, right? Of our local storage. Storage dot set is supposed to be set string. So our key is going to be access token. Access token, and our value is going to be access token. After that, so we need to get the user. We need to get the user information at the same time when we're logging in. Because if a user is logged in, we get all the information that we need. So to get the user, we are going to create another function down at the bottom, okay? We're going to say, give it a name, GetUser, only GetUser. So here, when we're getting a user, we're going to pass the access token. Then we can use the access token to make a request, since this request is under a protected route, okay? But so far, what we can do, we can just go ahead and set is loading to false. If this is done, so whenever we're going to have an error, or whenever we do have an error, we're going to set loading to true. No, loading, we're going to set it to false. And we need to do something about the error, right? So here we're going to use a show error pop-up. Show error pop-up. We already have the error pop-up, but we do need context. So whenever we call the login function, we're going to require the context as well. So this is the context that we're going to push to our pop-up, and our error message is going to come from apptext dot okay, error login. Okay, and we don't need anything here. We just set now. Okay, so that's going to be our function, but we still need to do a little bit more here. We need to get user information info, and we also need to get user extras. So extras are for later, or we'll deal with extras later, because these are not included inside of the part that we've taken care of in the backend. Because what we did, we just like used djoser in order for us to have like a faster way to do our authentication. So we're going to leave it like this, or we can add them as to-dos. Okay, That would be way more proper. Okay. So we're going to take care of this first, and then we'll take care of this later. Okay. But so far so good. This is what we need. So our registration is going to be kind of similar. It's going to be similar because it requires the same things. It requires data, the context, a URL, the same structure. Here, the only difference is going to be the response that we get when we're creating, right? So let's go ahead and copy everything inside up onto catch. Okay. And we're going to paste it in here. So here we need to put the build context over here so that we can get rid of the error. So for registration, the endpoint is different. It's supposed to be auth then users, like that. Okay, that's supposed to be the endpoint, but everything else remains the same. And here, 201. And if it's successful, then we're going to just set to false. So if it is 400, then we need to show the error, right? We need to show the error. So we'll take care of that in a little bit. Let's see. Status is equals to 201, set to false. We need to set loading to false. And if we catch an error, then we need to go ahead and display the error. Okay, so this is the context. CTX, instead of using context, I'm going to use CTX so that it won't be confusing to me. The CTX, something like that. Okay, that's the way that I'm going to roll. So you can do the same, or you can use context. The choice is all yours. But here we might need to change the structure of our error. Okay, not the structure, but the message that we're going to display if we run into an error. So let's take, for example, this error is not going to be okay. This one is okay. This one is okay. My bad. So we can have else if. So response dot status code is equals to 400. Like the message that we got when we got a 400 at that time, like probably in most cases it's related to the password, a weaker password. So we need to handle that case so that we can show the user that the password they've entered is weak. So we're going to have a var data is equals to a JSON decode. And here we're going to decode a response.body like that. Okay, so let's just go ahead, close that. Down at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and show pop-up, show the error pop-up. Okay, so first our message is going to be data.password, not dot. It's supposed to be data password, and we need to access the first array. And these two we can add now. It's not Golang. And the last one, it has to be now as well. Okay, so here, let's go ahead and take care of this like that. Okay, so that's going to be our password error. So far so good. I guess the only thing that's left is to go ahead and handle it inside of our page, like when we get the user ID and the password, in placing the function as well as the circular progress indicator when we are trying to log in. Okay. So let's get back right to it. So when we left off, we was going to do like the functions, to hook the functions to our login page. So that's what we want to do. So in order for us to do that, we need to go to our source folder, Auth, and we need to go to views, login screen. Instead of our login screen, we need to visit this particular button. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do in our button, outside of the button, not in, so we need to go ahead and access our context, and we are going to be watching our notifier. That's supposed to be the auth notifier, right? Auth notifier, and the value that we are watching over here is loading, right? If it's loading, then we're going to go ahead and just display a circular progress indicator. So we have to put it in the center, and as the child of that center widget, we are going to put a circular progress indicator, okay, like that. If not, that's when we're going to, if not loading, that's when we're going to display the button. So here we need to manipulate the background color, not the background color. Is it the background color? Yes, background color. So for the background color, we're going to use colors.primary. And for the value color, we're going to use this always stopped animation. That's quite a little bit old. So we need to give it a color over here, and the color that we're going to put is going to be colors.white, like that. Okay, so let's add const to this center to get rid of the complaining links. That's all that we need to do for our indicator. So here inside of our button, our custom button, we need to create the login data. Okay, so we are going to have our login model, and we're going to call this model first is equals to login model. Okay, so we need the password and the username. So our password is going to be password controller dot text, and then our username is going to be the controller. It's going to come from our controller. So username controller dot text, not txt. Okay, so we need to convert this model data to a string, because when we're sending data back to our function, we need to send it as a string. So here we're going to have string data is equals to login model to JSON. Okay, so we need to pass the model data in here. After passing the model data, we have our data over here. So we need to just go ahead and run a test. Okay, so in order for us to run a test, we're just going to have a print statement. And in this print statement, we're going to print the data. Okay, so let's open our debug console. After opening our debug console, we need to run our application as well. So down at the bottom, we should access our function. So to access our function, we require contexts, and here we have to use read because we are not going to be watching the function. This is auth notifier, and we need the login function. So the login function takes in data. This is the data that we have here, and it takes in context as well. So we need to pass context here, and let's close it. So we're not going to run this as yet, so we need to comment it out so that we can just test whether we have our data or not. Okay, so we have to wait for application to finish up building, and then we can run the test. So probably it's not probably, it is the same when it comes to our registration. So let's just go ahead and do the same for our registration page. So coming to our registration page, before we go to our registration page, we just need to copy this line, like from line 102 to 110. Okay, so going back, we need to paste this over here. Let's import provider and our notifier. So we need to handle our data inside, right? So we're going to do the same as we did before. So here we're going to have a registration model. Then this one, we're just going to call it model is equals to registration model. Okay, so the data is going to be the password. So we have our password controller, and we're getting the text out of our controller. For username, we have the username, and we're checking the text out. And for the email, we do the same. Underscore email dot txt. Why the application stopped? Suddenly stopped. So let's try to run it again. String data is equals to, so it's supposed to be registration model to JSON, and here we're passing the data that we have on top. Down at the bottom, we require contexts dot read, and we're going to be reading from our Auth notifier. Let's see. Dot registration function. So we're passing the data and context. So probably the error is coming from this area that I was writing the code, but let's run it again and then run the tests. After running the test, we can just jump straight ahead to log in. Okay, so our application has opened successfully. So let's go ahead, click on sign in. So I'm going to just put a random username and a random password over here. So the goal is to have something printed on our screen, on our console. So this is what we have. Okay, so far so good. Next, we're going to just enter a correct user, because we've already created a user, so we can be able to log in that user and then test. So if we go back to our login screen, instead of printing the data over here, we're going to just send the data to the function. Let's print the access token. As soon as we log in, we print the access token. So we need to check the information of the user. Okay. So the username is the best tech, and the password was Andre123456. The best tech. Andre123456. Okay, we are successfully logged in. So we have our token here. Okay. So here we need to, if you're here, if we log in, we need to send the user to the home page. So that's something that we should do. Since we have contexts, we're going to use context. We don't have context. We have context, but we use it as ctx.go. Then we need to go to our home page, right? So here we're just going to go to the home page. Well, let's try to log in again. Okay, we are successfully logged in. So now that we are logged in, that means we do have this value inside of our local storage. So what we can do is to check. If we click here, we're going to be shown the wishlist page. Yes. If we click here, we're shown the cart page. If we click on profile, we're shown the profile page, right? So now we need to get the profile as soon as we log in, set the data in our local storage, and then display the data in our profile page. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. But for logging in, I think we are done. Okay, logging in, we are done. We still need to do these things a little bit later once we've worked on it in our GetUser function. So the first thing that we're going to require is a try catch. Okay, try catch. That's a little bit odd, but we need try catch over here. What we can do, we can just go ahead and copy the try catch from the login function. Either way, that would work without any problem. And we just come over here, we paste everything. So since it's a get request, we are not going to require this data, okay? But we need to make a little bit of adjustments when it comes to our authorization. So what we're going to require here is an access token, right? But when it comes to our headers, we need to add authorization. It's supposed to be authorization. And it's not supposed to be bear over here. It's supposed to be token. Okay, so take note. It's going to be token, not bear. Okay, that's the most important part. And we need to change the request type from post to get. Let's go ahead and change our URL. So instead of auth token, we're going to just go with auth users and /me. Okay, so it's supposed to be users /me. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Once we get the data, then we're going to do something with the data over here. we're going to do something with the data. Since we're going to use this get user information inside of this particular function, this part context.go, when we're navigating to the home page, it's not supposed to be in the login function, but it's supposed to be in the get user. So when we successfully get a user, that's when we're supposed to go to the home page. So here 200, that's okay, and we need to pass the context. So we need the profile. That's supposed to be the profile. No. Okay, not as yet. We don't need the profile as yet over here. So what we can do, we can remove this line, and instead of using access token over here, we need to store user data using access token. And the data that we are going to store is going to be a string. So here we're going to just store a response dot body, since it's a string. Okay. Okay, I think that would work. Let's see. It looks like we do have an error somewhere, but I can't figure where the error is coming from. Registration, data, context. Okay, we need the data over here. That'll do. So this function, we're supposed to call it inside of our login. Okay. So here we're going to pass the access token. After passing the token, we're going to pass the context as well, like that. So let's just go ahead and close it. There's some changes, not changes per se. We need to create a logout function. Let's create a logout function, because for now we have the we already logged in, so there's no way that we are going to just go to the logout page. So we need that function in order for us to go back to our login page. So what we can do is to go to our profile, then views, profile screen. So this is the button that we're looking for. We need to utilize the on tap. On tap, we're supposed to log out. So first, let's say context dot go home. But this can only happen after we need to access our storage, and from our storage, we need to remove key, and the key that we're removing is access token. So let's go ahead. I don't know. I doubt that anything happened. Remove key. Let's go ahead and print something. Okay, so let's see. Yes, we're supposed to go to the home page, but our home page is the app entry point. So here, what we need to do, we need to change the index of the tab that we are on. Okay, so we need context dot read. We are reading that should be tab notifier, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go to our entry point controllers, tab index notifier. Index. Set index, and let's set our index to 0 over here. So let's go ahead. We need to let's see. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. And the best tech. Andre 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're logged in, but let's see. Let's try to log out. This one is working fine. So on login, we should do the same. Let's go to our Auth notifier, login, GetUser, the best tech, then password Andre 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably the same. So I'm not sure whether we're getting this data or not. So let's log something here. Not log, let's print. So here we're going to print response dot body. It's just a state change. Okay, this is not printing. So probably something is going on. There's something going on that we need to figure out. Because if we set this one here, probably if something happens, the token is going to be there. So if we refresh, then our page will change. So we need to remove this from over here. And let's put it here. Have like a little bit of a problem. So if you visit our Flutter application, we're trying to log in and get user, but here we're hitting a 403. I was debugging. Unfortunately, fortunately, our error is not coming from our front end, it's coming from our backend. So we need to revisit the backend code and make some adjustment. So this is wrong, probably the spelling. So you need to make sure that you have authentication, authentication, default authentication class, not authentication. Okay, that was my mistake. So you need to make sure that you have this correctly. You need to correct this error. So the other thing, just to make sure that we won't have the same problem in the near future, we need to replace this. Okay, so that this one in our commands.md can be correct as well. So once you've made the change, you can just save. After saving, you go back to your Flutter application or Postman. So here I was just testing with Postman. Make the same requests. So you just need to have your headers. In your headers, you need to add authorization. And the authorization is supposed to be token, and you paste the token that you get when you log in. And if you send this, you're supposed to get a response. This is the response that you're supposed to get. Since we have the response here, I'm going to copy the response and go to QuickType and paste the response. So here, I'm just going to call it a profile model. Like that. Okay, copy the model, go back to our Flutter application. That's supposed to be Flutter. In authorization models, we create a new file and we're going to call it profile model. Profile underscore model dot. Let's paste the code, save. We come back to our function. So we don't need to do much since the error was coming from our backend. So let's just go ahead and click. Okay, 200. We do have our data here, but we are not being taken to this page. This is not changing. So here we're supposed to, let's set index to 0 and try to log in again. Log out. That's supposed to be the best tech. Then our password is supposed to be no Andre 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, now everything is working fine. We are being sent to the home page. If we go back to this page, everything is okay. So this part is okay. Let's remove these print statements. And I'm just going to ignore. in this context. Okay. Right on top. So we're logged in, and now we have our profile. So our profile data is stored using our access token. So in order to get our data and display it on our profile page, we need to create a function to get the data, right? So here inside of our Auth notifier, we're going to create a function, and this function is going to return a profile model. A profile model. Okay, we are going to call it GetUser. So to get the user data, we need the ID. So we're going to say string. No, string access token is equals to storage dot get, not get boo, but get string. And the string that we're getting is access token. Like that. So let's just close. So now that we have the access token, that's the one that we're going to use to get our data. So we're going to have a statement if access token is not equal to null, then we're going to get our profile data here. So we're going to say var data is equals to storage.get get string. So our key is going to be the access token. And once we get the data, if data is not equal to null or data is not empty, then we're going to return let's go with now. One, two. Okay, we need another one instead of removing. Okay, so if our data is not equal to null over here, so let's say we find the data, we're just going to return the data. So here we don't need to decode since our data is a string. No, it's supposed to be profile. Okay, like this. And one more thing that we need to do, let's see whether we need an ID. Do we need an ID? Let's just store our ID. Let's store the user ID. So we can only store the user ID when we get the user data. When we get the user. Okay. Access token body. Nah, that would be a lot of work, and I doubt that we need an ID because we're going to be using a token the most. Okay. So right now we need to go to our profile and then we can just retrieve our data and display our data. Okay, so in order for us to do that, we are just going to go to our profile screen, and in our profile screen here in our body, we need to go ahead and cut everything, and we're going to have a consumer, and our consumer is going to be, we're consuming Auth Notifier, and let's return everything over here. And here, let's call it Auth Notifier. Okay. So now we need to access our Auth Notifier, and we're going to say, not file, let's go with profile model user is equals to Auth Notifier dot get user data. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. So here we're going to we're going to display the email over here. So it's going to come from user dot email, and we need the username. Dot username. Okay, so we have our data. So we are done with that part. Next, let's go ahead and focus on trying to register a new account. So to register a new account, what we need to do, we need to log out first. Okay, so once we're logged out, we're back here, and then we want to register a new account because we haven't tested, or we haven't tried to create a new account using the application. So that might be a drawback if we just do everything after just testing the login. So we want to do everything, and then we can move on to some other stuff. So right now, let's go ahead and work on our registration. So first, we just need to go to the registration page. We've completed everything that we need to do on this page pertaining the functions and how we're going to handle the data in the page. Okay, so let's go to our Auth and we visit the registration page. So this is all that we need to do, but let's go to our registration function. So whenever we finish registering, we should be sent back to the home page, not to the home page, but to the login page. So since we do have context here, we are going to use our context dot, we're going to pop. Okay, we're going to pop context. Okay, so let's go ahead, a new user. Okay, I'm going to go with Andre. That's going to be the username, then the email, Andre at thebesttech.com. Password, Kings 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's put capital letter K. Okay, we do have an error. So what we can do, Let's go back. If it is 201, we're going to just go ahead and print the response dot body. If we do have an error, we're going to print the body as well. And if we do have an error, then we're going to go ahead and print e.toString like that. Okay. So let's go ahead on drag kings enter at gmail.com. Okay, so I'm going to try to log in. We do have an error. Valid username. The username may contain only letters. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what's really going on. So the problem might be originating from our screen. Email, username, password. So password, email, username. We want to print the data here before we go ahead and run our function. And one more thing that we need to rectify or to take care of. Let's go ahead and copy this so that it won't load, or the login page and the registration page won't have the same. Is R loading. R loading, that's what we're going to go with. Set R loading. So I'm just going to put R over here. So instead of set loading, set R loading. That's the one that we're going to use. Dr. King Dre 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and uncomment this part. Let's go ahead and fire it up. Okay, we've successfully signed up. But now the problem is here, because whatever we are watching here is wrong. It's our loading. Let's see. So we might need to do this manually in order for us to avoid this kind of situation whereby it still loads whenever we are done. So first we set this to true. And here we set this to false. And over here we set it to false. So whenever we finish, okay, this was our problem. This should be R. Still the same. Okay. Let's go back to our backend. In our backend, let's refresh our dashboard. Dr. Dre. That's supposed to be... I forgot the password already. I forgot the password. So let's go ahead and delete this user. Okay. Let's go ahead, sign up another user and run the process again. So here, dr Dre, then our email. Let's go with dre@gmail.com. Password. We can just use the same password, okay? And like Andre 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay. So our username, the Andre, then the password Andre 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, we are back. So we have successfully signed up and logged in. So if we come here, this is our new user. Okay, so we are done with that part. We're done with that part. Next, we can go ahead and focus on our core. Like that's all the categories, products, everything that's related to products. So before we continue, let's go ahead and remove the print statements. We just want to keep our code clean. Okay, so with our registration and login done, let's just say authentication done, we need to go back to our backend. So in our backend, we need to now start applications. So the first application that we're going to start is core. So inside of our core application, we are going to have our products. That's where we're going to have our categories, and also we're going to add what do you call them? Those are supposed to be brands, something like that. We're supposed to have brands as well, if I'm not mistaken. But anyhow, we are supposed to stop this server first. Once we stop the server, we need to run the command python manage.py start app, and then we give the name of the app that we're creating. So let's just go ahead and run the command python manage.py start app, and the name of the app that we're creating is going to be call. Okay, so once we press enter, we have another folder created. So this is an application that we just created. So after creating the application, the first thing that we need to do, we need to add this application to our settings.py inside of the backend folder, because this is our core folder. So if we open settings.py, we come to installed applications, that's installed apps. We need to have our core application over here, okay, like that. So here, let me just use the double, not single. So here it's supposed to be core, like that. Okay, so we are done with importing. We're just defining the application over here. So here, moving to our core, you can see we have views, but our views have nothing. Tests, models, apps, admin. So this is where we are going to admin, this is where we are going to register our models. So let's say we have the models that we create in models.py. We need to register those models inside of the admin so that they can be seen in our admin panel. If we don't register, then those models are not going to be seen inside of our admin dashboard. So here we need to add one more file, because if you create an application, it doesn't come with urls.py. So we need to add urls.py. We're going to take care of the URLs a little bit later, but we just need to create the file. So first, we're going to just focus on our models, right? We need to create our models. After creating our models, then we can go ahead, make migrations, migrate our models, then we can start creating our views. Okay, so the first model that we're going to focus on is going to be our category model. Okay, but okay, let's do it this way. Before even we need multiple applications. Let's do it one by one so that we won't cause confusion. Okay, so the first one is going to be models. So the first thing that we need to import models from Django.db import models. We need models over here. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to import time zone, because like, let's say we are updating something or creating something that needs time. So we need time zone to be imported. So from Django.utils, not URLs, it's supposed to be utils over here, we need to import time zones. Okay, so those are the two things that we need. So here we're going to be creating our models. So first we need to create the class. Okay, so models are just a data representation of, it's a representation of how our data is going to be laid out. Okay, so first we're going to create the one for category. That's going to be a category class. So a category class takes in models dot model. Okay, And here, now we need to define the data that we need our model to have. So first, we're going to have a title, and our title is going to be a char field. So we're going to say models dot char field. No, char field. So char field requires us to put max length. So for the max length, the maximum that you can use is 255. Unique, it doesn't have to, so we are not going to set unique to true, but you can set it to true so that you won't have duplicate categories. Okay, so the name has to be unique for each and every category. Next thing, we're going to require an image URL. Okay, so for the image URL, we're going to use models.URL field instead of using a char field. Okay, so for the URL field, we're going to say blank false. So each and every time that we upload a category, it should have a URL of the SVG that you're going to use. So it's either you can use SVGs, you can use images, you can alter it in a way that you want it to be, but it has to be a URL. Down at the bottom, we need to create a method that's supposed to be a def string. Oh no, this is not it. So here, return here. This is going to be the representation of our model inside of our admin dashboard. Okay, so self.title. So we're only going to be showing the title. Okay, that's wrong. So that's supposed to be self.title. Okay, so we're done with this part. And one other thing that I've left out over here, it's supposed to be serializers, but I'll create them a little bit later before we start working on our views. So this is all for our category, not our category model. The next model that we need to create is a brand model. So the brand model is going to be the same as this one. So we just need to copy paste, and we need to change the name to brand. So everything else is going to remain the same. And after, we're going to create another model, and this model is going to be for our products. It's supposed to be products, and it's going to take in models.model. So when it comes to our products, we're going to require the title. That's the first char field. It doesn't have to be unique. 255, and we're going to require a price. So for our price is going to be a float. So we're going to say models dot a float field. Okay, so float fields, they, like, if you're coming from, let's say, okay, in Flutter, that's a double. From JavaScript, I guess that's a double as well. Not a double, but that's a float. It's a float. So a float is just a number with some decimal places. So here, our default, we're going to put 0, but let's say if we say blank false, we're going to always require this particular field. Okay. Down at the bottom, we're going to require a description. So for description, we're going to use a text field. And for text field, let's see, we are going to have a max length. So for max length, we're going to, not 255, let me try to just exceed. Instead of 255, you can have 50, because like I'm not quite sure like what's the maximum of a text field, but it should be more. Okay, so I'm just going to put it as double of the char field. So we're going to have another field is featured. Okay, is underscore featured is equals to models dot boolean field. Okay, default is going to be false. And let's go ahead and close that. Down at the bottom, we're going to have let's see, it's supposed to be close type. We're going to go with close type. So for close type, it's going to be a char field models dot char field. .255, and here let's have a default, and for default we're going to have to put it to unisex. Down at the bottom, let's go ahead and handle ratings. So for rating, it's supposed to be models dot, it's a float field as well. This one is supposed to be a float field. A blank false. Let's just give it now. Nope, we don't want our fields to be now, so we're going to give it a default. So for the default, let's give it a rating of 1.0 as a default over here. Down, like now we require a category. So for category, it's supposed to be models.foreign key, because this category is going to be coming from the categories that we have in our database, right? So it's supposed to be models.foreign key. So if it is a foreign key, you have to mention the model that the foreign key belongs to. Okay, and here we want to set on delete. If we delete a model, then we are going to delete. If we delete not a model, but if we delete a category, then it's going to delete all the products. So here we do have cascade, but let's see. Models dot cascade. We can go with cascade for now, but sooner or later we might need to change this, because we don't want to be in a position whereby if we delete one thing, then we delete everything. We should be able to set we should have like a default category. If we delete something, if we delete a category, then the default category is the one that we're going to set as our foreign key here. Okay, down at the bottom we're going to require a brand. So brand is a foreign key as well. So our model name is going to be brand, and we're going to do the same on delete. So now we need colors, since we're going to be dealing with clothes. So models dot, this field is a little bit different. So for this field, we're going to take in JSON data. So it has to be a JSON field. And blank can be true. So if we don't have any color variations, then this has to hold. Okay, that's for the colors. same as for our sizes. It has to be a JSON field. And our images, since our images are going to be a list, that's supposed to be image URLs. So this is a JSON field, and we need to set created time. That's created 8, so is equals to models. Okay. Models.datetime field. So this is the field that we use to set dates. Default is going to be time.now, timezone.now. This is why we imported the time zone first before we got started. So like what we did before, we need to have a method to have the our data representation title. Okay, so this is all. When it comes to our models, we have 3 models. Okay, so here I'm going to, let me just close this thing. Since we have our models here, the next thing that we can do, we can go to admin.py. You know, admin.py, we need to go ahead and register the model. So admin.site.register. So here we're registering, we need to import models. So it's going to be from, that's the file that we're in. We're going to, the application that we are in, we're going to import models. Okay. So here we need to access the models. This, because like here, what we're just doing, we're accessing this file. Okay. So once we access the file, we need to specify the models that we need to register. So we're accessing the file, and from the file, we're getting the models. So here we have brand. So we need category, and we need products. Okay, so if we run our application, probably we're not going to run into an error, but we need to go ahead and make migrations, and then after making migrations, we migrate our models. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to run the command python manage.py run server. So our server is running okay. If we go to our backend, not our backend, but our dashboard, nothing is going to show, nothing is going to change. Nothing is going to change. So let me bring back, this is a little bit odd. Okay, let me do something over here. I do have another screen. Wait. Okay, so here we're going to have, what do we call it? Our dashboard. Okay, so this is not the dashboard that we're looking for, but if you can refresh, it would work. Okay, so we already have registered our items, but we don't have these items, so we need to go ahead and work on them. So let's go back to our application. So in our application, we don't have the tables. That's why we do have the errors. So let's, if we stop our server, clear our terminal. After clearing our terminal, we need to make migrations. So if you revisit commands to make migrations, you can use python manage.py make migrations. In this instance, we're going to be targeting the application that we're working in, which is core. Okay, so you need to mention the name, okay, and press enter. If you press enter, then you have all the the tables created. The next thing is to migrate. Okay. So instead of making migrations this time, we're going to say migrate and press enter. So we have all migrations now. So what we can do, we can run our server. After running our server, go back. So now we have a working dashboard, but we need functions. We need functions. So our title, price, description is featured is a Boolean value, close type. Here our default value is unisex, so that's okay. Our default rating 1.0. Category, we don't have any. We haven't even created any category. Brands, we don't have any as well. For colors and sizes and images, they come as now. Okay, so this is it. So next we're going to go ahead and work on our on our views. But before our views, we need to create our serializers. Okay, so we're going to delve a little bit deeper into serializers. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create our serializers. So we need to create a new file in core, and we need to call it serializers.py. Okay, the spelling is wrong. It's supposed to be serializers.py. So serializers in DRF, okay, Django REST framework, they are used to convert complex data type into something that's readable in Python. In this instance, we want to convert our data into JSON, right? So we have to create the serializers to convert our data, because when we're getting our data, we're going to get it as JSON. Without serializers, then that's going to be a little bit difficult. So the first thing that we need to do when we're working with our serializers or creating our serializers, we need to import serializers from REST framework. So from REST framework, we're going to import, supposed to be import over here, serializers. Okay, that's the first thing. Next, we need our models. So it's supposed to be from our app. We're going to import. We're going to import models. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a subclass of serializers.model serializers. Okay, so let me just, okay, with this, let's say this code, right? We get serializers.model serializer. So if we're creating this class is a subclass of whatever we are passing here. Okay, and we're going to have metadata as well. So in metadata, we have to define the model. This is the model with which we are going to be serializing, and we need the fields to mention the fields. Which fields are we going to, are we requiring in that serializer? For example, given the model that we have, let's go to our model. Let's say we have this model, right? On our data, if we just say, on our fields, if we just say we want to return image URL, then we're going to just return image URL. The title is going to be ignored. So let's go back to our serializers and create the subclass of our serializer. So the first one is going to be category serializer. Okay, and it's going to require, it's just, it's going to require serializers.model serializer. And after that, we need to go ahead and have our class metadata. So for class metadata, we're going to have our model. Our model is going to be models.category. So we need to access our models. and we need to pick the model that we need to serialize. And as for our fields, we have options to either pick, or if you want to serialize all the data in that particular model. Alternatively, we can just use brackets and then we list what we need to serialize. So in this instance, we have a title. We do have an ID as well, because each and every time that we create, we're going to have a primary key. And we need the image URL. Okay, so this is the other way to do it. Okay, or you can just serialize all, since we're going to require everything. So here we're going to create our next serializer, which is going to be a brain serializer, of which probably we ain't going to use it that much, but we're just going to create it so that we can have it. So here the model is going to be brand. So the fields are the same, so we can keep it this way. And down at the bottom, we're going to create one more serializer for the product. So we're going to call it product serializer. And for the metadata, we are going to require the model, and our model is going to be models.product. And for the fields, we are going to serialize everything. So if you're serializing everything, we just need to, it's supposed to be __ all. Okay, so that's it when it comes to our serializers. And serializers, they get complex. Let's say okay, we might run into an error sooner or later. We might run into an error. That's one thing that I'm noticing. Okay. Oh no, we are not, because this is a float. I thought it was like a foreign key, so we're not going to run into an error. So this is everything that we need when it comes to serializers. But let's take, for example, we created multiple applications, right? And some of the foreign keys that we're going to be using in other models are going to belong to other applications. So we need to have multiple levels when it comes to serialization. Multiple levels. We're not going to be just serializing one thing. We're going to be serializing quite a little bit. Okay, so this is all for serializers. Next, we're going to focus on our views.py. So we're going to be creating our not our functions per se, because we're going to be using class-based model, not class-based models, class-based views instead of function-based views. Okay, views, the first thing that we need to do, we just need to just remove everything. So first we need to import some, we need to import generics and status from REST framework. So from REST framework, we're going to import generics, and we are going to also need status. Okay, after that, we are going to require, not, we are going to require our models. So from dot, we're going to import our models and serializers. Okay, so here we're going to require models and we're going to require serializers. Oh, let's see whether we can get response over here. No. So let's just do it from over here, from REST framework. It's supposed to be REST framework dot. It's supposed to be dot response. We're going to import response. So this is what we're going to use to send back the response at some point. And from REST frameworks dot views, we're going to import API views. Okay. From Django.db.utils, we're going to import count. And that's supposed to be count, if I'm not mistaken. Not utils. Models. From models, we're going to require count over here. So with these imports, these are like probably the majority of imports that we're going to use. So it's better to import them. And we are going to import random as well. So when we need to save random data, we are going to use random. It's either we're going to use random and count at the same time, or we're just going to use random. So after these imports, we need to create our first class-based views. Class-based view. So this might be correct, but let's see. Let's just create everything from the root. So the first one that we're going to create is a category list. Category list. This will return all the categories that we have in the database. So this one is going to be, what do you call it? A category list is going to inherit generic dot list API view. Okay, which is based on which is a built-in based class-based view provided by Django REST framework. So typically, let's see. Typically, this is used to just handle GET requests and return a list of data. So the first thing that we're going to require here is a serializer class. So serializer class is the serializer that we're going to use to serialize the data in this class-based view. So here is equals to serializers. We need to access the serializers that we have in our file. So here we're going to use the category serializer. After we import our serializer, then we need to go ahead and have our query set. Okay. So the query set is the data that we're going to just return to the user. Is equals to category lists, not category lists, but we're going to need to access our models. And from our models, we need to access everything, all objects that we have inside of our category table. Okay, so this is what we need to do for this one, and we are done with our first list. So we only needed two lines of code, but this is how it's done. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create probably 2 or 3. So as we said before, we are going to have on our homepage, we're going to return random, not random data, but the data is going to be randomized each and every time the states change, or each and every time the page loads, so that we won't have stationary data. We'll have something like dynamic data. So we need to create a function that's going to, a class-based view that's going to help us to retain that data. So we're going to call it home category lists, and it's going to be a subclass of the generic list API view, right? Our serializer is going to be the same. We're going to use the category serializer since we are still dealing with our categories. And down at the bottom, we're going to create a method. So here, def, we're going to get query set. Okay, so before we return anything here, we need to do quite a little bit. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have our query set. Okay. Query set is equals to models dot category. So we're going to get all the data in our table and store it in query sets dot o. After we get the data, now we need to go ahead and randomize the data. So down at the bottom again, we're going to say query set is equals to query set dot annotate. So here we need a random order. Okay, it's supposed to be a random underscore order is equals to count. So here we're going to use count, and as for count, we're going to require the ID. After we have this data, we need to shuffle the data. Okay. So here, supposed to query set as well is equals to lists. And from these lists, we're going to pass query set. After passing the query set, we need to shuffle the data. So we need to use random.shuffle. So when we're shuffling, we just need to pass the query set. And then we're going to return a number of products not a number of products, but a number of categories. In this instance, we're going to return a list of 5 categories. Okay, so this is all that we need to do when it comes to our categories. So we're not going to, since we have a dashboard already, we can create from our dashboard, so that's okay. So these are going to be get. So this one is for getting all categories, and this one is for getting the categories for our home page. Okay, so we can do the same for our brands, right? So let's say we want to get our brands. So here, instead of this category lists, we can say brand lists. So this one is supposed to be brand serializer, and the model that we're using is supposed to be brand. So this is how easy it is. So when returning products, we're going to be using the same approach. So given this, for our homepage, given this class that we created here, we can reuse the same class so that we can return random products for our homepage. But these products, let's say the ones that are going to be in all right, and they're going to be different, but the others are going to be based on the type of the clothes, right? Whether it's unisex, male, kids, something like that. So for our product lists, we can just do the same. So we're going to copy this home category list, and we're going to paste it here. After pasting, we need to change the name to product list. So our serializer is going to be product serializer. So we need to change this to product. Supposed to be dots dot objects dot all. Okay, and everything else will remain the same. So for our homepage, that's what we're going to do in all. So we just get a random number of products. So we're going to increase the number to 20 over here. You can change the number to whatever you want. Okay, so now we need to get popular products, because if we take a look at our application, we do have popular. So the product list that we created is for this part when we're getting all. Now we need to focus on popular and the other ones, but popular is going to be just a little bit different, So let's go ahead and focus on popular, and then we can focus on the other ones that requires us to have the type, the close type, because these ones, they all rely on the type. Now we want to, now that we're getting product lists, this is like for all, as we explained before. Now we need to create another class. So this class is going to be for popular. Okay, so class popular, that's going to be popular products lists. So it's going to be a subclass of generic dots list API view. So first we need our serializer. So we need our serializer class. So our serializer is going to come from serializers dot product serializer. And down at the bottom, we're going to do almost the same. So we can copy this code and paste it down here. After pasting it down, we need to make some minor changes. We need to make the changes when it comes to this line. Is it? Yes, we need to make changes. Instead of returning all here, we are going to filter products with a rating of greater than 4, or greater than 4 but less than greater than or equal to 4, and less than or equal to 5. Okay, so instead of objects.all over here, we're going to use filter. Okay, so in filter, we're going to use ratings. It's supposed to be ratings __ greater than or equal, so GTE. So now we need the value 4.0 to extend our range. We need rating less than or equal to 5. We can remove this .all. We don't need it. So this is all that we do. After that, we need to randomize the order, and then we shuffle the data over here, and then we return a list of 20 items. So down at the bottom, we're going to create another one for getting products. We want to filter products by their type, right? So we can copy the product lists, go at the bottom, paste it. So we're going to say product lists by close type or by type. Okay, so everything remains the same. The only change that we're going to have is in this line. So here we're going to use filter as well, and we're going to filter using close type. It's supposed to be close type, and make sure that this is the same as the one that you've written in your model. So we might need to cross-check with our model. Come to our models. So it's supposed to be close type. So close type is equals to query. So we need to receive a query from our request. So far we don't have this query, so we need to create it. So what we can do here, we need to add a request, and after that, that's where we are going to have our query. So our query is equals to requests dot query params. Not is it query params? Yes. Got me confused. I thought I was using TypeScript. Query params, and we're going to get close type. Nope. Query params dot get, and here we're going to get close type. So that's going to be our param name. Or none. Okay. So we need to set a condition. If query, just if query here. Okay. So we need to format this code, because if we put a condition here, that means we need to indent our code. So you can just select the code, press tab, and then you'll be set. So here, if we have an if statement, that means we need to go ahead and handle the other option, right? And so instead of just returning the data over here, what we're going to do, we're going to make a few minor adjustments. So the first, let's make a little bit of changes to the way that we are naming our data over here. So we're going to have a products underscore list. So this products list is the one that we're going to push inside of this shuffle. Okay. And down at the bottom, we're going to create, let's say, limited products, limited underscore products is equals to product lists. And then from the product list, we're going to get 20 products. So let's serialize our data. So here we're going to have our serializer is equals to serializers dot product serializer, and we need to put our limited products, and we need to set many to true, since we are returning a list. Okay, so this is the data that we should push back as our return over here. So return, we're going to use response this time. So the other way could have worked without any problem, but let's just do it in multiple ways so that we can grasp multiple ways of doing certainly one thing. Okay, absolutely one thing. So here is supposed to be serializer dot data. Okay, So that's the first option. So we have if we have if, we should have else, right? So if we don't have a query, then we are going to return an error. So we're going to return response. Here, we are not going to use, we're going to use message instead of, let's use message instead of error, and then we can say no query provided. And we also need to do one more thing, which is to return the status. So for status is equals to status dot HTTP. We're going to return a bed request. That's going to be a 400 underscore 400. That's supposed to be 400. We're going to return a bed request. So that's everything that we need to do. Okay, so we are done with this one. So the next is going to, we are going to create one for similar products, because in our product page, we have that section where we are going to recommend the user some similar products. So we need to create a class for that as well. So coming down at the bottom, let's go ahead, create a new class, and we're going to call it similar products. Call products. So for similar products, we're going to use API view. We're no longer using that generic list view. List API view. Okay. So here we need to define, we need a method. So def is supposed to be get, and we're going to have self and request. So first we need our query, because if we are returning similar products, we should get a query from our front end to get the data. So it's supposed to be requests dot query params, query underscore params dot get, and here we're going to get the category. So that's the name of the query. So the conditions are going to be the same. So if query, then we're going to do something. So we're going to have products. Let's say products is equals to model dot products dot objects dot we're going to filter here. So we're going to filter by category. Category is equals to the query that we received. Okay. And we just need to shuffle the data. So we're going to have a new variable, and we're going to call it product list is equals to lists, and we need to push our products. Let's close it. After that, we need to go ahead and use random dot shuffle product list. After we shuffle the product list, we're going to have our limited products. So here we're going to have a list of 6 instead of 20, okay, because it's just products inside of the inside of the product that we've opened, so we don't need to get more data. So down here, we're going to create our serializer. We're going to use our serializer. Is equals to serializers dot product serializer limited products, and many is equals to true since it's a list, and we're going to return a response. In our response, we're going to return serializer dot, not serializer, but not serializer, serializer dot data, else we're going to return an error. Okay, query not provided, and then we return a 400. So that's it for our similar product. This view that we're going to create is for searching products. So let's go ahead, class search products. Okay, and we're going to be searching by title or name. Okay, so that's going to be the name that we're going to give it. And so here we're going to use API view. Let's have our method. So in here, we're going to have our query first. So our query is going to be the title. Okay. So in this instance, we are going to I'm just going to give it a name, and I'm going to call it Q. Else we're going to return none over here. So if query, then we're going to go ahead and process our and look for the product. Else we're going to do something. So products is equals to models dot products product dot objects dot filter. Okay. So here we're going to be filtering by the title. So we're going to use title I contains. Okay, so if a title of any product contains the given query, then we're going to retain those products is equals to query is down at the bottom, serializer is equals to serializers dot product serializer, and we need to push products many is equals to true, and we're going to return serializer.data response serializer.data, else we're going to return an error. Okay, so these are all our class-based views that we need to create. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and create the URLs for these views and hook them. We need to create URLs here first. After creating URLs here, we're going to include them in our main application in here, just the same way as we did with djoser. Okay, our authentication. So first we work in core, and then we move on to our application. After we move on to our application, when we just finished, then we can run some tests. So the first thing that we need in our URLs is to go ahead and import some certain things. So first, we're going to import, that's going to be Django dot contrib import admin. That's from over here. Next, from Django.urls, we're going to import Auth. I guess that's all. And from import, we're going to import views. Okay. Or you can just say from core over here. Import views. Okay. After importing, we need to go ahead and have our URL patterns. So URL patterns, that's going to be a list, is equals to an empty array. So the first thing we need path. Let's get rid of this. So in our path, we're going to first cater for categories. Supposed to be categories, and these categories are going to come from views dot category lists. That's for all categories. Dot as view. Okay, like that. Probably we can do one more thing. Give them a name, category lists. So that's going to be our first. So we can copy this, paste it down. Category, that's going to be home. Home. So here we're going to get home category lists. The name, home category lists. And so that's it for our categories. Now we're getting to our products. So to get a product list, we're just going to have an empty. To make it empty here, the path has to be empty. So it's supposed to be API/products. Then you can get the products. This is why we are leaving this empty. So here we're going to map this to product lists, and let's change the name to product lists. Like that. Okay, down at the bottom, we are going to create the one for popular. So for popular, we can just say popular. So the endpoint is supposed to be API/products/popular. So here we have to map it to popular products lists. So here we can just say popular lists. And then here we can say by type. Products list by close type. Let's call it list by type. We're going to create another one for search. Search product by title. Here we can just call it search. Let's visit our views. Okay, we forgot one more. One more class. That's supposed to, we need to return product by categories. Okay? To filter products by category, because this one is for similar products, but we don't have the one for categories. So let's say we're in the product page, not in the product page, we're in the category page. We clicked on a category, we're supposed to return the products for that particular category. So we need to create that. So let's go ahead, class, the filter products by category. API view. Let's create our method. So in here, we're going to have a query. So our query is going to be a request dot query param dot get. So in here, we're going to require the category. So we're going to have none condition if query. And then we're going to go ahead and return our products. So products.model, models.product dot objects.filter, category is equals to query. Okay. Is this supposed to be category? It's not supposed to be category here. It's supposed to be category underscore ID. So let's see whether we did make a mistake when we are returning similar products. Let's see. Okay, we might need to run a test on this one. Is it the category ID or just category? Let's see. Let's go with category. If we run into an error, then we can come back and rectify the error. So now we just need to go ahead and create our serializer. After our serializer, we need to go ahead and return the data. So we're going to return serializer.data. If we do have an error, we're just going to send a message that's supposed to be query. Okay. And then our status. So back to our URLs, we need to have category. So what was the name? Filter products by category. Products by category. And we're going to have our last one for similar products. So we can just call it recommendations. Like that. It's supposed to be similar products. So these two, we might need to take a close look to see whether we didn't make any mistake or not. Okay, like that. So these are all the URLs that we need. So far so good. Next thing, now we need to go to our admin. So in our admin, we need to go to URLs. In our URLs, we're going to come down here and we're going to have path. So our path is going to be API products. And we're going to include core. That's the application where this is coming from. So core.urls. Okay. Okay, so our application is running okay without any problems. So that means everything that we've done worked. We just need to go ahead, add a little bit of products, run some tests, and then we can move on.